Good to go. Okay. Good morning. Today is July 14th, 2026. I am Kathy Hopkins, District 5 Representative and Chair of the Board, and I now call this meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Happy 4th of July. I hope everybody had a wonderful celebration for our 250th. As you can see, we are staying in the mode. This is the only meeting we get in July, so we're doing it. Welcome to those in attendance today and those watching by live stream. We have 9 members seated at the board table. Board member Dombrowski is absent today. Commissioner Steele is on my immediate left with Vice Chair Danny Zek next to him. Board Attorney Mark Ferguson is on my right, and our Board Secretary Deborah Bremer will sit at the far right when she's able to get there. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silent reflection or prayer. Okay. We will stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I will ask you to remain standing, and then I'll introduce somebody. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, we have a treat today in celebration of our 250th this meeting. We are proud to have Emery Gabriel, a junior at Eudora High School. She's present and is going to sing for us our national anthem. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. Thank you, Emery. I also want to welcome Damian Johnson, who is here. He is the chair of the Kansas Music Educators Association and also the music teacher at Eudora High School, so Emery's teacher. He's been a great help to us in finding high-quality musical performances for us this past year and has brought Emery to us today. Thank you, Damian. We appreciate you. Thank you again, Emery, for being here. It was fabulous. Thank you. What a great honor. Okay. I guess we will move on into our meeting structure. First, I will ask if we have a motion to approve the June meeting minutes. It was 3 days of minutes, the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Melanie, second? Dennis? Okay. All in favor? That would be 8 opposed, present not voting. So that passes. And anybody ready for the approval of the agenda for today and tomorrow? Melanie? Second? Betty? All in favor? Okay. Looks like a 9-0. And the consent agenda. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to pull C, D, E, and F.
Okay, so the school bonds, okay?
Thank you.
Yes. Debbie?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item G for,
G.
just for a vote.
Okay. And are you both okay if we have those in one vote?
I would prefer mine separate.
You're separate? Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay. And can I get a motion to approve? Okay, Melanie? So that will be a motion to approve the consent that minus C, D, E, F, and G. Okay, do I get a second? Jim? All in favor? And opposed? So it'd be an 8-1 vote. That passes. So I'm going to put C, D, E, and F together, though, Connie. That's good. Okay, so if I could get a motion for those four. Connie, you want to make a motion for those four? Well, I guess you don't have to. No, I'm sorry. Somebody throw something at me. Jim, for C, D, E, and F. Second, Melanie. All in favor? Opposed? 6-3, and that passes. And for item G, which is the NASB dues. Motion, Melanie, seconded by Jim. All in favor? Seven opposed, 2, 7-2. Okay. All right. Moving on from there, Commissioner Steele. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board. It is great to be with you to celebrate the birthday of our great nation, the semi-quincentennial. I spent longer than I want to admit to memorize that. And admittedly, the only disappointment is that I will never use it again because it is unlikely I make it to another 250. So perhaps next year I will say the semi-quincentennial +1. But forgive me if I say it as much as possible. I've been saying it every moment I can. I want to direct your attention to this beautiful image. This was the eve of the 4th of July, and this is our beautiful Capitol, which I truly believe is the prettiest in the nation. And it is there adorned in red, white, and blue. So it was a really pretty sight. It was darker than the picture looks as I was walking in, and it just stood there. And it was admittedly, I wasted more time. I didn't waste. It was a good use of my time. I just sat there and stared at it. And it was beautiful, and I loved it. So I'm grateful for all of those who like to celebrate the nation's birthday. It doesn't look a day over than 249. So it's aging well. Okay. In the spirit of America's birthday, democracy, a representative republic, let's remember that the State Board of Education is an elected body to represent our great state in education. The Kansas State Board of Education oversees public K-12 education across the state. It's established in the Kansas Constitution. The board provides general supervision of public schools and the educational interests of Kansas. Part of the role of the school board is to set educational policy, adopt academic standards, oversee educator licensure, and establish the statewide accreditation system, all for the purpose to help ensure Kansas students receive high-quality education. I think it's great. I think it's a good reminder, if you're looking at our map here, that if you are seeing an odd number, there is an election this fall. And that is part of what we do, right, here in America. And so there is both, remind everyone, there's both primaries and there's general elections. So I encourage all individuals. One of the things to do is vote. Another great thing to do is run for office. So I want to appreciate the board who took time to invest in our nation by showing up here. It's not always easy, but we're grateful for your service and encourage everyone everywhere in Kansas to get out and be a part of the process by voting. So thank you all. Let's continue to remember that the vision of the board is to lead the world in the success of each student. And as we said earlier, our mission is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. I love the word each, right? We want everyone to be the best version of themselves. We don't want everyone to be the same. That would be boring. And we have a lot of amazing things happening in Kansas. So I want to take you down a walk of memory lane as a couple weeks ago. I attended the Kansas Civics Bee. I'm going to brag for a minute. It was great. So let me tell you about this. So the Kansas Civics Bee is a spelling bee, but for civics. So everything you think of when you think of spelling bee, that's what it is for civics. So they had them in their local community, and then they just went to state. So state was this month, and I had the opportunity to attend. There was 15 students, you're seeing them in files, and they went through 3 rounds to determine who is the Kansas Civic Bee champion of 2026, okay? I want to talk to you a little bit about what's so amazing about the Civics Bee. It's connecting both the knowledge and the action of civics. So in the 3 rounds of civics, the first 2 rounds were multiple choice, and they I don't know what you say, thumbed in or cued in, right? So it'd ask a question, and then you do it. Every student was given an emoji, and so you, the audience, could watch them along the side, and you would not only watch their answers come in, but you would watch their speed as well, because that was part of a tiebreaker. And they went through 2 rounds, and you would watch how good these students are. Now, let me remind you, they are 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. But what made the event great, and I will invite you next time, is that when you sat in the audience, which I did, you got to participate as well. So you also were sitting in the audience on your machine, and you were competing against them, or they would say with them. I was competing against them, yes. Luckily, I don't have to tell you how I did. And I will tell you, I was very impressed with these students. They were very impressive. So they took, if I believe correctly, the top 5 students from the state, and they went to the 3rd round. And on the 3rd round, you would go give a 3-minute presentation of your civics project, right? So it wasn't just knowledge and facts, it's what else are you doing in your state? So some were trying to deal with homelessness and poverty and medicine and hygiene. And you had all these people, these students come and say, here's my project, I researched it, I'm telling you the facts. And then a panelist of experts would kind of challenge the students on them and ask them to give and so they had to stand proud and stand brave as they went through each of these things. They were remarkable. In fact, they were so good that I asked for the Kansas Civics Bee champion to come tomorrow and to share his speech with us. So we are going to have him come and join us, and let me tell you, his name is Colin Burke, and Colin is from Salina. I believe he was an 8th grader, if I'm remembering, because he's transferring over and he talked about that. So he won $1,000, and he will compete at nationals. We'll send him to Washington, D.C. for $100,000. Isn't that cool? So we'll start that up again. I actually encourage everyone to be a part of Civics Bee and to go. It really was a treat. It was a good way to spend a Saturday, and it reminded me how much I know and don't know about these things. So just to put a little pressure on you, this was a question from the Civics Bee. So my question of the month for you, think about it, ponder it. Why did the Federalists argue that the Bill of Rights was unnecessary in the Constitution? I'll give you a minute to ponder that. Okay, so I asked the Civics Bee if I could use the question, and they said yes. But they actually told me I couldn't tell you the answer because we do try to protect the questions so they can be used again in some form. So we can talk privately about it, but I'm going to reserve the answer. I bet you are all correct. And I think that's wonderful. So they had really good questions. Now, remind you, that's a good question. That's far beyond what's the three branches of government. And what's more amazing is these were sixth graders. And they were getting like one question wrong of all the questions asked. And you're just like, we're in good hands if we're able to talk and work through some of these things. So more to come with Civics Be Winners, and I'm really grateful for Colin to come join us. All right. In June, I told you that in July of 2026, I wanted to come before you and I wanted to talk about student performance, and I wanted to report back to you kind of this baseline data, right? Then I went back to the Kansas State Department of Education, said, by the way, I told the board I'm doing this. They didn't love me for it, but I'll tell you why. I don't know if there's a worse time to talk about data than in July of 2026, because our data for 2026 is not available yet. So what data am I talking about? The 2024-2025 data. And I'm going to say it a couple times because it is a little unfair. So when you're seeing these numbers, I'm not talking about the 26 school year that just ended. I'm talking about the year before that and then sometimes earlier. With that said, as soon as the data is available, we will always share it with the board, right? So we will continue to bring everything in front of the board, but that's the space that we're in. We are in July of 26. I am talking about the 25 data. In the Kansas Assessment Program, which is known as CAP, which CAP is our state assessment, we're looking at English language, arts, and math. And what we turn into the feds is the proficient and non-proficient students. Over the past, between 2022 to 2025, those trends have been up. Now, I understand there's a lot with cut scores that we've dealt with, right? And rather to go deep into that, regardless of you cut it the past way or the current way, the trend is up, okay? However, what we're looking at is 44.47% of students in Kansas, we would say, are proficient in English language arts, and 38.73% of students are proficient in math. When I say proficient, I want to be clear that the way we test is that means a student at grade level has a proficient ability or an advanced ability to work and demonstrate their knowledge and skills on the grade level standards. So when we're talking about non-proficient, we are talking about a student has a limited ability or a basic ability to work with the grade level standards, right? We are not talking about below grade level. We are just saying they have a lot of limitations or basic ability to work with the grade level standards. But as all of us know, it's pretty easy. Well, great, that's what Kansas is doing, and that's what we care about. But what you need to know is, can you benchmark it against others, right? Because you could create any assessment to do anything and just say it's great. When you're looking at NAEP, which is the National Assessment for Educational Progress, there it is. NAEP is often known as the nation's report card. These are my terms and the way that I would look at it, and I understand that numbers have narratives and you can look at it differently if you choose, but I would say we are generally trending neutral, meaning we have been in the same spot with other states as we are today. So the average scores have not had a significant difference from the average score from 2022 to 2024. There are some of them that have gone up and others that have gone down in the last 10 years. We have generally followed the pack. So as the pack has fallen, so have we. But I would say when it comes to NAEP, right, how are we doing there? I would say right now we're currently trending flat. When we're looking at graduation rates, we would say we have the graduation rate of 90.5%. The graduation rate is the 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate. That is the number of students who graduated in 4 years with a regular high school diploma divided by the number of students who entered in 9th grade, okay? So our definition of that, we turned into the feds, is 90.5. That is trending up from 2023. I have learned in my education career, there's a lot of feelings around numbers. I want to show you two sides of a coin here, not to beat up anyone, not to overpraise anyone, but just to show you the context. If you only looked at graduation rates and your graduation rate is going one direction and everything else is going another, that obviously is problematic, right? You don't want to see that world. On the flip side, what graduation rates can show us and do show us are students doing what we ask them to do, and are they hanging with us? Dr. New knows from working a lot with students over the years, our systems are sending messages to kids constantly. And a lot of kids are being told it's not worth it. Why keep going? So on the positive side, a graduation rate is saying 90% of kids are staying with us and they're holding out with us and doing what we've asked them to do. There is a school system, I will leave anonymous, but this year the superintendent at the graduation said, please raise your hand if you are the first person to graduate high school in your family, and half of the student body raised their hand, right? So for us, admittedly, sometimes we lose track of, like, it's graduation rate. That's a big deal, right? The data would say we are moving generations if we can do that. Now, what's the goal? We want graduation rates to go up, and what else do we want? The rigor and the quality and the assessments to also go up. That would be a gold standard there. Chronic absenteeism. This is a positive but trending down, right? So we want less students being chronically absent. Why? Because it's hard to teach a kid who's not in class. And so chronic absenteeism rates have decreased since 2022, which is a positive thing. If I remember right, the height that we were in was 25.41%, so a quarter of our students were chronically absent. I will say chronic absenteeism is, generally speaking, 10% or more days missed in attendance, but how it's configured district by district is different. So this one's a little hard for me. This one's a little hard. It depends on the local policy in many ways. But grateful for every kid coming to school and not being chronically absent. So when we're looking at the 25 ACT composite score, our average right now is 19. It is trending down. I will say the composite score 19, the national average is 19.4. So it is not a lot higher, and the nation is also trending down. So in many ways, I think we are with the pack there. And of course, no excuses. We want that number to go a different direction. When looking at post-secondary, we often talk about post-secondary in one of two camps, success or effective. This is a rate that I want to be very clear about. If you remember, these are the 2023 graduates. Remember how far of a lag measure this is? So when graduates were in 2023, we're looking at 2025 and saying, how did they do? To be successful, you can have one of 5 indicators. You got a certificate in high school, you got a post-secondary certificate, whether in high school or college, you got a post-secondary degree, you persisted in enrollment out of high school for the 2 years, or we have added fairly recent for students, I want to get this right. Students with disabilities who met the district graduation requirements for a diploma but remain in school to receive transitional services. So we would consider that as a successful piece. That is trending down. We're at 54.9%, and that is 4.5% drop over the last 4 years. Okay. The effective rate, so success is how we measure that, and the effective rate is calculated by the graduation rate multiplied by the calculation of the success rate. However, right, I'm not trying to make excuses, but to go context, because you're like, why is this down? When we look at post-secondary success as the lead measures, what's happening today, or closer to today in 2025, we have more high school students taking post-secondary classes than we have ever had. We have more high school students taking dual enrollment hours. We have the total number of AP exams and international baccalaureate exams. All of those are going up. And if you remember those exams from your school days, scores 3, 4, and 5 is what transfers over. Those are higher than they've been as well. So again, in 2025 class, we're looking in 2 years. I would say I would anticipate that the success rate is going back up with some of these lead measures. Now, here's my plant. I would have taken a picture of my garden, but you would have been unimpressed. When I think of students, I think of plants. Labeling a plant does not make the plant grow any more, any higher, any faster. Yelling at the plant as my grandpa did not make the plant go any higher or faster. Are you with me on this? Pulling the plant up, as my children do, does not make the plant go any faster. What changes the plant? The conditions by which the plant grows. So at KSDE, what is our goal? Yes, we want to use outcomes to make sure that we are trending in the right direction and we are on course. But the key for us is to make sure that we have the right conditions for the plant to grow. And so one of the things that we want to do and do very well is we want to improve student outcomes. And I would love to stand before you next year and every year after and have all those trending in the right direction. That always won't be the case, but that will be our goal. The way to improve student outcomes is to continue to improve the student experience. You could say it many ways. You can be the best bureaucrat you can be. I'm pointing to myself. And you can cut scores, and you can do accountability, and you can do weighting, and you can do a lot of stuff. But if the student's experience does not improve, it's all for nothing. So what do we want to do? The conditions for the student to continue to improve. How do we do that? We believe that every student should receive high-quality instruction every single day. How do we do that? It's a good place to start with the materials that are in front of the students. Are they aligned to our standards? Are they at the right grade level? Dr. Nugent will come before and talk about what does high-quality instruction mean. How do we improve student outcomes in Kansas? A great place to start is to make sure that teachers have the support they need to implement the materials that we have put in front of them. And I believe that we will make the greatest impact when we ensure that every teacher has access to quality instructional materials and the professional support needed to implement them well. And as we do that, as others have, we will continue to see outcomes improve. I'm really excited to do this work. There is real work before us, and we will stand accountable for the work that we're doing. I am grateful for every single student, teacher, educator who is putting their arm to the plow and working hard to make sure that Kansas does lead the world in the success of each student. In August, I want to come back to you. We have the Great Ideas Conference coming up. It's going to be a splendid event. I hope to see everyone there. I will give a quick touch base on how that went. But I also next month want to come and talk about the state board goals as we have them and talk about where we are, what have we done, and where are we going in the future as we continue to get kind of this diagnostic and move forward as the next commissioner in Kansas. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm happy to stand for questions, or we're ready to move forward.
Betty and then Jim.
Hey, Betty.
Thank you so much. Much. Is that better?
It is.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And it is just kind of a thought to add on, because while it is great when we talk about quality education, the one element that I think is significant, and Connie and I were discussing that, the attention span for kids has just skyrocketed. And so the way that this high quality instruction is being delivered is one of those little underlying factors that tend to sneak up. And I'm not real sure how that can be addressed. But I do know that it's a challenge to engage students, to get their attention, to keep them where they are enjoying the learning experience. That is not necessarily a category, but I'm hoping that that's something we can kind of factor in and look at as we go along the way.
I think that's great, Betty.
Thank you.
I think it's great to always look at how we're engaging students and how they're coming along. Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you. When do you anticipate that this year's data will be available?
Depends on what you're saying. For sure, we're going to keep the same thing as we had with Dr. Watson, right, Commissioner Watson, and it will all be ready by our October report. And then we, as KSDE, are going to look at our process and see how to speed it up. We would like everything as fast as we can, and we're going to look at anything we can do now with technology at our advantage to do that. So for sure, you'll have it by October. Anything earlier, you will have as soon as it's ready, but that we'll have that same annual report in October, and then we will look at next year having that much faster is our goal.
Okay. Debbie?
Maybe. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. So
We have discussed before the chronic absenteeism issues, and that was like within my first 6 months, 2 families who were, the stress was that they had a child with a medical issue that was causing them to be counted as chronic absentee, although they were, for medical reasons, missing. And the policy should have protected those kids, but the superintendent was in that unfortunate position of following the policy to protect the kid or looking very, very bad in their school report because it looked like they had chronic absenteeism, and these were both like A/B students. So is that driven by like federal state law, or is that definition something that you guys can address and try? Because I want to relieve that tension off the families and also respect the superintendents that their school shouldn't look bad because they happen to have chronically ill children who are actually performing well.
I don't want to overspeak, so Dr. Conrad, you're welcome to come up at any moment. I recognize I represent the agency and want to make sure we're right there. Each school district needs to calculate chronic absenteeism, which is 10% or more, but how it is calculated varies within districts. Perhaps there's a space for us to look and give guidance of a recommendation the state has as we turn that information in. Feel good about that? That means no. Dr. Conrad, just kidding.
It is federally driven. We do report that. And so it is a basic calculation. And so the reasons for being absent sometimes matter, but most of the time it is just straightforward. You're absent 10% or more, you're chronically absent. You are not present. And that's really all it's trying to tell us.
And I believe the Department of Education came down with some guidelines that you can ask for waivers, and that might be just a conversation you guys can have with the Department of Education that it puts undue stress on these, because I do know for a fact that the second student that I heard about is actually still having to sit Saturday school as a punishment for missing school for a medical condition. So that it becomes very problematic for the families to absorb that.
All right, I'll put it on Dr. Conrad's to-do list. I like this game.
Connie?
Yes, my question is the department looking at ways to maybe change how we do high school? Because it seems to me the most kids in high school, I won't say a lot, are bored and don't even want to be in class. So can we go in and reinvent how we do high school? Is there ways we can improve it, whatever we need to do? Because I think the department might want to start looking in that direction, and that would help the chronic absenteeism and make kids want to be in school like they did when they were in kindergarten. I want to go to school. I want to be there. The teacher there is so great. I just can't wait to get there.
Yep, I love that. Thank you, Connie. We'll work on some of those examples of ways that engagement is high and we see students wanting to be there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Grateful to stand
you.
before you. See you next month.
Yeah. Deborah, I do not have my script that you printed for me, so I don't know what I did, but I don't have it on me. On the printer? Okay. Speak quietly among yourselves. I just need to get a print job that we managed to miss, so I apologize. It was on me. All right. Okay. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:34. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. Speakers will identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. Per policy, speakers are required to focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification only and not to engage in discussion. Our first and only speaker actually today is Nancy Bowles. And welcome, and thanks for being here.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Nancy Bowles, and I'm here speaking to, and happy to be here in front of the board, and first time with Jake. I spent some time with you on the Accreditation Advisory Council, so we met there, but I love seeing you sitting there. That's great. I have been around with Cognia. That comes from the word cognition. For Cognia for 26 years now. Started in my teaching career in 1981, but then I want to say, but Jim, holy moly, you have a legacy for education here. I want to thank you and congratulate you. That is, wow. Right. I gotcha. So I'm going to try to stick to my script because I tend to interject. Look at my notes already, everything I've added since I've been here. So we have and are incredibly proud of our longstanding partnership with Kansas schools. It's a relationship built on trust and rigorous academic standards dating back to 1895. We've been around a minute as an organization. We were formerly North Central Association, or NCA. Then we merged and became Advanced Ed, and now we are Cognia. Again, from the word cognition, because we want kids to think, and while we want them to be get that high school diploma and go on to college, ultimately we want them to be thinkers, not just people who can pass tests. Engagement, both of you referenced that. We are very much into that whole engagement piece, and for 15 years now we've had an observation instrument that goes into classrooms and look just at student engagement. So we are of like mind, and I would say everything that Jake said, we're right there with you. We are very much consistent with what the board does and the state of Kansas does with education. So we serve a diverse portfolio of 49 educational institutions across Kansas. That includes public school networks, standalone elementary and secondary schools, and early learning environments. And our mission is not to hand out one-time compliance stamps, but to embed a true culture of data-driven continuous improvement. We know our framework works because the localized data we have proves it is in our most recent evaluations. We have one system network that achieved the designation of accredited with distinction, and an additional 25 standalone schools accredited with merit. This indicates that our Cognia members are exceeding baseline experience, their expectations, and demonstrating a deep commitment to continuous improvement. One of the greatest strengths
Nancy,
is how,
that is your 3 minutes.
holy
I
moly,
apologize.
I didn't stick to my script enough. We have one request,
Okay.
and that is we would like to come back at another time and have be able to share a little bit more about what Cognia does in Kansas and what possibilities there could be for us in the future for working with schools and potentially some strategic initiatives that are going on in the state right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And any questions?
Any clarifying questions, anybody? Jim?
Not a question, but an observation. Whenever I moved to Kansas, it was during QPA, and the district where I served thought that was pretty anemic, because it was pretty anemic. And so the district had already decided to work with, at that point, Advanced Ed.
Gotcha.
And it was much more because we wanted the rigor. And that's when I became acquainted with Nancy, not 26 years ago, but close to that. But it's a very good process. It's a very strong process, and it merits consideration. and my understanding, even though a lot of school districts, when we moved to KISA, which is much more rigorous, as you well know, that many school districts left, but I'm happy to say that the school that I represented did not. So thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the help that you've given me and the school that I represented over the last many years.
Okay, thank you. The State Board's Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:40. We would like to thank our speaker for sharing their views with the board, and the board will determine if any issues should be addressed at an agenda item in the future meeting. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break before our next presentation, which is going to be amazing. So we'll do 10 minutes and be back at 10:50. Thank you. Okay. Before we move on really quick, I am going to make a quick comment, and I forewarned Jim. In reality, what we saw was against policy of Citizens Open Forum, and while Jim didn't engage our speaker, that's not quite the place for comments. So we do have a board comment at the end of Wednesday, and so I actually was giving him some room, so I was trying to decide what to do, but because I appreciate and respect him so much, but that really isn't what we're looking for.
And that's about the kindest way I've ever been admonished, and I've been admonished many thousands of times.
So I appreciate you, but we do want to hold comments to our board comment time because there were valid comments in there, absolutely. Okay, moving on, I'm going to ask Commissioner Steele to introduce our next
Adam
presenter.
Topliff, if you'll come to the mic. Adam, I want you to know Adam's been a distinguished educator and held many positions throughout the state. He's in the Wamego area. He recently has worked for the state in a part-time role or a field staff role. With Nate leaving, we have hired Adam into a full-time position. It has not started yet, is that accurate?
Correct. Not until August 3rd.
We'll start August 3rd full-time for the agency, filling Nate's role there. So we're excited to have Adam and to have him share something special with us on this semi-quincentennial day or celebration.
Can you spell that?
No.
I feel like that's the spelling bee. So.
Thanks, Adam.
Well, first of all, board, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today. And also thank you for the opportunity to join the amazing staff here at the Kansas State Department of Education. I would give you a quick little highlight of my educational journey. So I'm leaving the classroom after 21 years in the classroom. I had the opportunity to teach everything from, I was the single social studies teacher in a small district, Centralia, Kansas, all the way till recently. I just finished my 5th year at Wamego High School. I was what we would consider our semester American government teacher. I also taught AP Gov and U.S. politics, world history, and I was the student council sponsor. So I did a little bit of everything, as you know, many educators do. I worked for the agency as a field educator. Actually, my first journey was with Don Gifford. Some of you might remember Don. He was the HGSS programs manager several years ago, and when the new standards were rolled out and introduced, I was a teacher trainer of training. So I essentially went out and worked with districts on the new standards. Then when Nate came in, I had stepped away for a period of time, and then I came back in as a field educator, working along the standards alignment and professional development with schools. And then additionally, I moved into a teacher leader consultant position the last several years while working full-time at the high school, and then was offered the opportunity to come join KSDE this spring. As Dr. Steele mentioned, I will be joining full-time in August, but I have already been on the job much of the summer doing things to help support social studies education in our state. So with that being said, when I was asked about talking today a little bit about an HGSS Spotlight, here we are in July. We're 10 days removed from our 250th birthday. It brings the question of 251. You know, we celebrate this moment, but what's next? And we can learn a great deal from our 250th to help consider where and what we look like going forward in 251. So I want to present to you a little bit of a classroom lesson. So you're going to have to bear with me. I'm going back into teacher mode. The problem here for me is that I'm the teacher that doesn't like this. So I want to do this all the time. So you're going to have to get back to the mic, get back to the mic, get back to the mic. So I apologize for that. So 2 documents. You probably recognize them both. The Declaration of Independence on the left and the United States Constitution there on the right. 2 statements from each of these 2 documents. We hold these truths to be self-evident, and the first line, we the people. What do you think those 2 mean in its context of those 2 documents? Am I allowed to? Yeah, yeah. You don't even have to raise your hand. Yeah. Okay.
I have my speaker on.
It's okay.
So I would tie the two together.
Yeah.
And it is, excuse me, is it reactive to the tyranny that they were living under at the time? From a foreign, from a
Yeah.
British
Okay.
monarchy. Yeah.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, I automatically centered on the word "we" in both. And I think that means these are unifying statements, that it's not just what a group of people believe or even a single individual. It's what represents what should be the composite thought of the entire nation.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All very, very important statements here. So many times in our American educational system, we often get these two things very mixed up. Sometimes our students have a hard time understanding and they attach one thing to the other. And we forget that these are two different moments in time. They're two different documents with two different purposes. However, I want us to consider they're actually just one story and the continuance of that story. So we want to think about this as two documents, two different purposes, but one story. And that story centers around what is its purpose. Well, what's the purpose of the Declaration of Independence? This is one of the questions that I ask my students every year. What is the purpose when we read this? Why did they write it? Oftentimes we go to it's listing out a series of grievances and complaints. What we often don't consider is this. They're telling us what they want in a government, what they believe is the purpose of a government. They just don't say it point blank. We fast forward to the preamble of the United States Constitution, we the people. It explains how we will govern when that time comes. It builds a system. It builds a structure to fulfill some of the ideals of that Declaration of Independence and how we will continue to support those. It also organizes our country into a series of principles. That first part of our United States Constitution, we the people, lays out some very specific purposes. Those purposes are supposed to align with that declaration's ideas. So let's consider this. Two founding documents, one continuing conversation. This is the kind of questions that HGSS teachers in the state of Kansas ask their students. This isn't about a multiple choice. This isn't about a one-size-fit-all answer. It's about an ongoing conversation. How does the Declaration of Independence and the preamble of the Constitution work together to tell the story of Americans' ongoing pursuit of a more perfect union? These are the kind of compelling questions that we want our students to ask, to be asked, to engage with. That makes us a more well-rounded, civic, educated citizen. So let's take each of the two for a moment and separate them before we bring it back together. July 1776, a moment that we just, of course, recently celebrated. But there was an ongoing conversation leading up to that moment. Exactly what was our purpose of declaring independence? What was our motives? And what did we want to say? When the Committee of Correspondence, or the committee that was asked to draft it, landed on what they did, it became the question of, okay, will anybody believe us? Will anybody support this? So the wording of that had to be very intentional. It had to be very direct, and it had to have a very clear purpose. Obviously, as history has shown us, they were successful in being able to adopt a principled idea of a Declaration of Independence. But something funny about that is, the 4th of July is actually wrong. John Adams, in a correspondence, talks about the second day of July when it was actually approved in the first formal vote on it. And this is a great lesson in education. Sometimes you get a lot of things right, but you also get things wrong. He was absolutely right in that this day will be celebrated And you even notice it talks about games and sports and bells and parades and bonfires. Just the wrong day. That's okay. Not perfect, right? Not perfection. So John Adams got the sentiment, just the wrong day. But his moment here, his idea here encapsulates the magnitude of this moment. That we were now doing something, we were pursuing something different. So in that Declaration of Independence, there are several lines. All men are created equal. They're endowed with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Governments derive their power from the consent of the governed. As you look at each of these phrases, what's the commonality of this? Debbie?
I'm the kid in the class who will talk every time you guys stay quiet. They are, in the context and the culture of what they were, there's a lot of people who believe in the Bible, and they believe that you're to submit to those governing authorities over you. Okay. And so they are having to justify to the world why they are willing to break that commitment to the King of England and to the government that's over them, and to justify to the world the justification, using the same word twice, the justification for why they feel able to, in defensive posture, do what they're doing because they have had those rights taken from them.
Okay. Anybody else? What would you say is kind of the direction of the words here, and its purpose is, of course, as mentioned, is to try to make a case for why they're declaring independence, but inside of it, it's also establishing a clear identity of what this independent group of colonies is going to be about. Now, there is no conversation at the table at this point about how they're going to govern. That comes within just a few days after this, when they're like, okay, we declared independence, now how are we going to govern ourselves? How do we align to these ideals and do so while still trying to fight a war, to govern our people, to figure out how to move forward? This is, in essence, a roadmap of what ideals they believe are important. Yes, Betty.
Thank you. And even then, with such lofty statements, it was still so incredibly flawed.
Absolutely.
Because when you take each isolated statement, all men are created equal, and then you bear in mind that slaves were brought. They're men. Mm-hmm. So all men are created equal, endowed with certain unalienable rights. Okay. So even then, the flaw was there. We put a lot of passion, and it does sound great. And it's a goal. It's an ideal. It does not represent what's actually going on. It is something that you work toward. That's kind of how I see it, as a vision.
Absolutely. And I think that is part of the theme here of both of these, is that this is not, we're not a finished product. We have things that we still work towards. And to that end, that's a great transition here to, of course, the Constitutional Convention. We try, snapshot of American history, we try something in a form of a government that was to give what they believed was a lot more autonomy to the states, a lot more power to the states, and what they found is it failed miserably because there needed to be some concentration of power. That is an acknowledgement. If you give all of the states all of the power, or the majority of the power, it failed. And so they came back to this point of, we want to govern, we want to have a system that protects people's rights, but how do we do that? And so what they land on, of course, eventually after much debate, democratic ideas, lots of people in the room with lots of different purposes, lots of different agendas. They were humans, they were flawed, They had their own ideas. They agreed to something in principle. They all said, this is what we think we can get to work. And I want to share with you, before I read from the preamble of the Constitution, I want to read to you just very briefly a part of a speech that was given by Benjamin Franklin, one of the delegates who attended. At the end of this, when they were ready to consider for vote for ratification at the convention, he actually doesn't speak, but he gives these words to one of the other Pennsylvania delegates for the purposes of trying to help them understand this very sentiment. I confess that I do not entirely approve of this Constitution at present, but sir, I am not sure I will never approve it. For having lived long, I have experienced many instances of being obliged by better information or fuller consideration to change my opinions, even on the most important of subjects. I'm going to move forward here. Respect to the judgment of others, most men indeed, as well as most sects in religion, think themselves in the possession of all truth, and whatever others differ from them is so far error. He will go on to say, this isn't perfect. This is what we can come up with. What's that? I'm sorry, what?
Thank you for reading from a book.
Oh, Franklin understands the moment of, this is what we've got. Let future generations continue this work. And so future generations, when it looks at, to form a more perfect union, to establish justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, to provide for the common defense, to promote the general welfare, and to secure the blessings of liberty. In my classroom, these are the staples of our conversation of what is government's job and are they doing it? But then there's also, what do we do with this? What is our role?
And if I may add a comment, one of the beauties of this is that it's creating a foundation. It is saying we're trying to create a perfect union. We're not perfect. And things need to change. There are those that want to keep it in its purest form. But even in the writing of it, it indicates that there has to be change. If we look at the additions that were added to that, it was recognizing that things have to change. We have to continue to grow. We cannot stay in a stagnant thought process.
Absolutely, yes. And in fact, the acknowledgement would be that they added a whole section that was the process to amend the Constitution. You don't put in a mechanism to change it unless you anticipate it needs to be changed. So there's a clear example of that right there in the very mechanism that they adopted from the beginning. They already had an editable feature to it. So when we consider these words, what do you notice about the phrases? Dennis?
Well, I think that it sort of leaves the door open for the change that they realize could come in the future and things that weren't perfect. And I just want to point out something that's interesting to me, just a personality issue, is that I think John Adams and Thomas Jefferson were politically opponents, right?
They had mutual respect, but they had some differences of beliefs.
Was it because of federalism versus central government, or do you remember?
John Adams believed in more of a centralized government. Jefferson wanted more autonomy in the states. Okay.
And I think it's really ironic that they kept in conversation and died on the same day, January 4th,
and
right? Or July 4th.
Because of the civil respect that they had for each other. Mm-hmm. They were able to have disagreements, but were civil in nature of those disagreements. So all of the phrases that you see here are very much action items. Form, establish, ensure, provide, promote. These are actions. These are things that this government is to do. So when we look at both of these, and I mentioned Franklin's speech, his acknowledgement that it wasn't perfect, but there's never going to be anything that is perfect. That's why that line, a more perfect union. We the people, a union, a group of people. That's what was supposed to make us unique, is that it was a government that was of the people, by the people, for the people, where the people were part of it. Something that was vastly different. Mm-hmm. But to do that, you have to continue to progress and move forward. A more perfect union, the ongoing pursuit. It's never ending. It never finishes, and we should never think that it's complete. And at the same time as Franklin mentioned, we should never believe that we are the possessors of all the truth. That's a very profound statement, I think, that Franklin brings up. So the Declaration gives us the destination. The Constitution gives us the roadmap. I would also leave you with this. Education lives in these two documents. How do we pursue a more perfect union? We educate ourselves. We challenge ourselves. We listen to different ideas, different perspectives, even when we adamantly disagree with them. Civil dialogue, civil discourse is at the heart of a more perfect union. And the pursuit of, we're never satisfied with the product. We want it to be better. Education in Kansas lives in these two documents. Neither document accepts the nation to stop learning, and both assume that each generation will continue that work. That's why Franklin brings up, I'll let generations ahead make the determination. All right? And I think that's a very poignant why I bring back to the 251. We want to spend so much time celebrating, but we also want to remember and think about what's next. How do we continue this growth? As part of the civics program and the civics program that we're going to be looking at in October, the civics conference, that's one of the roundtable conversations that we're looking at is America 251, and bringing in stakeholders, students, bringing in elected officials, bringing in educators, bringing in professionals in the private sector, bring them together and talk about what does 251 look like and how do we go forward with that. John Adams, again, one of the most quotable, liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among the people. That was one of the best lines that I used, that it was I had it in my classroom, and it was a good reminder of why we're doing this, why we invest so much time and effort and resources to student knowledge and student education. And this, again, it happens in our classrooms. They practice citizenship when they engage with documents like this, when we ask big, compelling questions, when we challenge them to think. And as Dr. Steele mentioned, sometimes that growth doesn't happen in a number. Sometimes that growth won't happen until 5-10 years down the road. So a seed can be planted and nourished and enriched, but you may never see the fruits of it until after. And I think it's important to recognize that as well. We want to improve our citizens. We want to improve our communities. We want to improve towards a more perfect union. And I leave you with this. So many times there's so many conversations about the educational system and what is its purpose. John Adams, again, there are two educations. One should teach us how to make a living, and the other one teaches how to live. So as we celebrate, I look forward to the challenge ahead of continuing this pursuit of a more perfect union. I'm excited to work alongside the amazing people here in the agency. And with that, I guess I will take questions, if you have any questions.
Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I am the kid who in school hated history. I had to do it. I had to memorize it to get my grade, and then I dumped it. My brain doesn't even hang on to this stuff, even though I want to now. I have to say genealogy is what got me interested finally in history. But listening to, in honor of our 250, I'm actually listening to books. I'm not going to read them on nonfiction. I'm reading the American History series by David Barton. I'm sure you're familiar with Wall Builders. But my aunt was also on her audiobooks listening to something. I was very impressed that we look back on these Revolutionary War era patriots and learn from them. But this book pointed out, who did they look to? And they were looking oftentimes, our founding fathers, towards the Roman Empire, which was also a republic. And if I remember the facts right, I think it lasted 400 years. And most republics do not survive past 200 to 250 years. So this is a very, very important time in our nation because we've basically, like any good old person, have reached the lifespan of a normal republic government. So we're kind of at a very testing time, and I think we see that. I would push back on the imperfections of it because it was, I think, is perfectly imperfect because it just basically said who we are before God. Now you guys sort out the rest. And it gave us what you were talking about, that law and order, and how do we push back on what is wrong in our history. And we have some things that we have corrected from the past. We have things today that we need to correct. We have evils that 100 years from now, people are going to look back on us and say, how could they perpetuate such evil? And we'll be judged by the generations after us. But I think that that is something that I have probably, of all the things I'm learning, have been so much struck by is the republic versus a pure democracy, that we're a democracy in a republic, because the republic ensures that no one can vote away. You're not by 51% of the vote, you're not going to vote away my inalienable rights that are protected in the Constitution. Ergo, we have the Supreme Court. And that's why laws get struck down as being unconstitutional, because somebody tried to dominate or silence or do something to somebody, and the court said, no, you can't do that law. And I've just really enjoyed that trip, and I do think this all relates to Charlie Kirk. We will be having a one-year anniversary.
We're going to give Dennis a minute here.
Question for the teacher.
Yeah.
Where did the three branches of government idea come from?
Well, you had, in essence, first and foremost, the Virginia plan that was introduced at the Constitutional Convention. The Virginia delegates had already established to a degree a three-branch, or the idea of a three-branch system. So they had, in essence, the DNA that they had taken from their own kind of initial idea, or I should say their own groundwork in their own state. You have to understand a lot of the states had already adopted some level of a governing system in place. So when the Virginia plan was brought forth as part of the Constitutional Convention, their plan proposed separating powers out into these very distinct, purposeful branches, or what we would consider parts of a government, and giving them very distinct responsibilities.
Yeah, was that actually a reactionary thing against the monarchy from England?
It was partially reactionary and also partially experience. Like their experience said, we need to figure out a way to govern in such a way that did not concentrate powers. It's trial and error. The Articles of Confederation had a loose form of separate three branches. It just that the Executive Council was ineffective and useless because it wasn't given any power. The court system really didn't have anything to address because most laws were pretty much autonomous to their own states. So there was always the idea of some sort of separating out, and that goes back to, of course, experience with a concentration of power by a monarch or a central authority.
Well, thank you so very
absolutely.
much. This was powerful, and we appreciate your time, and welcome aboard as
Thank
you
you.
fully get, I know you're giving a lot of your time, and we appreciate that.
I appreciate it. Thank you so
Welcome
much.
aboard. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. Okay, next up, we will have our very own Shane Carter with his assistant, Joe, who we appreciate because he keeps Shane in line, right?
Yeah. Well, good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner
morning.
Steele, ladies and gentlemen of the board. As you can see, I'm very happy and excited to be before you today to give the licensed personnel report and vacancy data. And I know it's, once again, I have to follow such a great presentation and really bring the curve down. But hopefully you'll find this information very relevant and very useful because there are some things to celebrate as we go through this data and some real significant changes that have happened over the course of a couple of years related to our licensed personnel data. So for our agenda, we're going to cover the licensed personnel report, then we'll move into spring vacancies. Just for the spring vacancies, you did receive a summary sheet, so this will be kind of a regurgitation of that sheet, but an opportunity to go into that data in a little more detail. We'll discuss seal of literacy data, and then at the end, I'll talk about 26-27 teacher licensure priorities that impact licensure. So for the licensed personnel data, just a little reminder about how we collect this data. So this is district self-reported data, and it covers the 25-26 school year. So as part of the accreditation process, we do require that from a licensure perspective that 2 reports are submitted by districts and our private accredited schools. The licensed personnel report is one and the vacancy data is the other. And if they do not do this, then it does impact their accreditation. So as far as this district self-reported data, you're going to have entrance data that covers who's entered the profession. Is it new teachers, people transitioning from business and industry, or is it staff that are returning? And we'll also discuss exit data. Now, when we talk about exit data, I'll give you a moment to wrap your mind around this. The exit data is actually a lag set of data. It's from the previous school year. So whenever we talk about vacancies for 25-26, these individuals actually left that district after between July 1st of 2024 through June 30th of 2025. So it's a little behind. But this, to kind of set the picture of when we get into our vacancy data, you'll see some pretty significant changes, and that's just one aspect that we need to look at, that exit data and that timing of it, to kind of explain where those improvements come from. We'll also talk about demographic data, so that's age, years of experience, salary, all that good information. And then we'll discuss retention rates for educators. And Madam Chair has been part of the Professional Standards Board. You know, the Professional Standards Board has really dug into mentoring and then collected some additional data for that. And you'll see that some of the data that we collected as part of the Professional Standards Board is reflected within our retention rates for third-year teachers. I'll also go into more of our non-traditional pathways that are offered and give a better explanation of some of those pathways as a reminder, and then into some specific licensure data of who's applied for licenses and tracking that information. And then seal of literacy data. Oh, excuse me, I got a little ahead of myself, so we'll give the most updated numbers for seals of literacy. All right, so let's first start with entrance data. So this is a very busy chart, but you do have 3 school years worth of data. So for the 23, 24, 24, 25, you're just gonna have that gross number, but when you look at average percent, that does only pertain to school year 25-26. It's not a combination of 23, 24, 25. So when we look at stability, we retained teachers in the same district, or educators in the same district, at about 87.9%. So that's out of that. The total number that we had that remained in the district was 38,694, and that's roughly out of about 42,000 educators. So it's that 87.9% rate. We also had movement, so some people do change districts for whatever reason, but that was 4.38%, and those individuals that moved, they did stay in Kansas, just went and joined a different district. We also had new grads entering into the profession as well, so there have been individuals that completed their program through one of our state or board approved programs that you do the program approval for and the accreditation approval for, and then were hired to serve in that school district. And then from another field, so when you think of our transition to teaching programs, and we're going to get into the career and technical ed specialized certificate as well, that kind of encapsulates these numbers of people that have transitioned. And then every year we have quite a few people that come from out of state and join our ranks here in Kansas. And over time, the numbers have, pretty much, especially from importing and transitioning from field, stayed pretty much stagnant. All right, is everybody still with me? I hope I'm not putting you to sleep. All right, so for our exit code data, once again, you have those 3 school years worth of data, and the percentages, once again, apply for the 25-26 school year. The important part that I would like to point out is when we look at our retirements and the individuals that left the profession. So the retirements have continued to go down since COVID, so some stabilization there with people leaving the profession for retirements, and then overall just people that chose to leave the profession. If you look at that number during the 23-24 school year, a very large number, and it's dropping all the way down to 841. So when we see that large drop in vacancy data that's reported, we're keeping more people in the profession. They're choosing to stay versus leave. So that's one part that'll impact that. Our exporting, we continue to export less than export less than we import. So people are staying in Kansas at a higher rate than they're leaving. And then, termination, health, and deceased, those are all smaller percentages and not a whole lot of data there. All right, so moving on to our demographic data. So our largest group of educators, and this has remained basically the same over the last few years that have reported this data, but 1 to 4 years of experience. So that's saying that we're a little greener, a little younger in who's serving. However, our mean years of experience did increase this past year to 14 years. The number in the parentheses is the previous year's data. So last year, our mean years of experience was 13. So moving on down to average age of teachers, 43.1, got a little bit older as compared to 43 last year. And it says average age of educators. So that includes, when we say the term educator, that includes teachers, school specialists, and school leaders. So a little older at 44.2. And then when we move on down to the salary for first year educators, once again, parentheses, last year's data, this year's data. When I first started working back here in the agency and was reporting this data, I believe it was around somewhere between 37 and 38,000 for that first year teacher. So over the last 6 years, that number has continued to increase. And then when we look at the average salary for teachers, it was around 55,000, and it's been increasing. It's up to 70,000 this year. So both very good numbers for improvement as far as how we're paying our educators. All right, I did mention the third year teaching and some of the work that we did with the Professional Standards Board of actually gathering data and contacting those educators that completed mentoring programs in order to detail their experience and try to dig in to see if their mentoring experience was what they expected it to be and if they felt supported. And overall, within our that mentoring data we collected, it was a positive impact from the mentoring program. And I think this chart shows that. We had a drop around COVID, but we've been slowly climbing back up to retain those third-year teachers. So roughly almost 91% of third-year teachers are staying in the classroom. All right, so for non-traditional pathways, when I use the term non-traditional pathways, these are programs that individuals are completing through universities or colleges that offer state-approved programs. However, many of them have a limited pre-service license that they offer. So basically, they'll have the opportunity to qualify for a license by completing some type of requirement, whether it's some classroom management courses, passing a content exam, and then they'll receive a license to teach as they complete that full pedagogical training through the university. So the program that we've had the longest is a restricted license. It's been around since around 2010. As you can see, our numbers from 2024, 2025, and this year, they're pretty much roughly stay around that 340, 350 mark. So once again, some stable numbers as far as the restricted license. Every other license option we're going to talk about are new. They either started in an experimental phase in 2017-18 or sometime after that. Some of them are within the last 2 years, or last 3 years. Limited residency license is an example of that. It's continued to grow, and it's targeted towards individuals that have a bachelor's degree and are looking to transition into special education. So individuals that participate in this program are most likely coming out with a high incidence endorsement, but it's also an option for individuals to complete a low incidence special education program. When we moved to limited teacher apprenticeship program, that is one program offered by Wichita State. So these numbers will reflect that. However, for that LTAP license next school year, we will have a new program that will be participating, and that's Fort Hays State and their BEST program, which stands for Basic Essential Skills Together, Building Essential Skills Together. See, I told you I wouldn't be able to remember that. So should experience some growth in that. And when we talk about that particular program, though the license numbers aren't that large, individuals enrolled in the program, it's pretty significant. It's one of our highest, most popular programs. They'll have roughly around 700 people going through the program, but there's the option you can choose to get licensed, or you just finish the program and get licensed when you're done. Most folks are choosing to finish the program and then get licensed. And then our newest program that we started offering 2 years ago is the Limited Elementary Residency Program. It started with one university, now we've transitioned to a couple universities offering it. So once again, takes advantage of folks that have a bachelor's degree that look to transition to teach elementary and complete a graduate level program. All right, so for licensure data, a couple of things. One, for the last year, we did issue 24,319 licenses. And then the chart that you see below, that is basically the number of individuals that applied for that first initial license. So it's only for teachers. So if you look from 2017 to 2026, you can see that growth in the number of individuals that have applied for a license and finished a program. The one thing I will warn you about, 2021, you see a large jump to 2,000 in there. Licensure basically had to shut down operations as far as new teachers for a summer. So based on COVID, so 2021 numbers got inflated based on COVID. It would have been probably around 1,600 in 2021 if that hadn't happened. That's why 2020 is so low and 2021 is so high. But anyway, number two, when we're talking about our vacancy data that comes up, we're having more people complete programs. More folks are becoming initially licensed, so more population to fill vacancies. And then I mentioned a career and technical education, the specialized certificate. So the state board did approve a program. I'm sorry, I'm losing my words, but approved a waiver for a school district to utilize and tap into local talent related to a trades area. So the CTE Technical Specialized Certificate is geared exactly to that. So you have a plumber, you have a welder, you have somebody that has an industry recognized certificate and some type of skill that can teach a CTE course and then that program, then we'll issue them a CTE specialized. So there's not a pedagogical component to it. It's based on their experience and that industry recognized certificate they have. So you can tap into that electrician, that general contractor, or whatever the case may be, to teach that CTE specialized or that career and technical ed course.
So Shane, if I
Yep.
could, so this is specifically for CTE,
Yep.
that whole program,
Yes.
because we also have the ability for other
So there's
teachers that are
so
based off of their experience or their.
Yes. So, and I'll go into that. And the numbers for those are really low. So like a STEM license, and generally when someone applies for a career and technical ed license, we'll also have consultants check to see if they qualify for a STEM license. The reason why is a STEM license will allow someone to teach in a secondary position. So if you think of any high school, let's say biology, they have a biology degree and they have 5 years of biology experience. Well, this would allow them to teach secondary courses or in a district that has a approved pathway program. So they would have that option. But a CTE specialized certificate, the district has to have a state approved pathway program and can only teach in that pathway. So the STEM license provides a little more opportunity for a district if they're trying to fill some needs. And fewer folks can qualify for a STEM license because it's limited to STEM areas where CTE specialized, there's a lot more opportunity for individuals to serve in some type of capacity. All right, so we will go ahead and jump into vacancy data. So before we get into the data, we'll define what vacancy is. So obviously, first and foremost, it's any position that's not filled. And then it becomes a little more technical and a little more complex as far as what we consider a vacancy. But bottom line is if a person is filling a position that they're not fully qualified, then it'll be a vacancy. And there's some examples there. Could be a person that has an expired license or never licensed, a person that's on a substitute license, if they're serving as a teacher of record, individual with emergency substitute license, and they have that extension to the number of days if they are serving as a teacher of record. Or it could be an individual that's licensed for one area, but they're teaching in something outside of what their license says. And what's not a vacancy? It's a position that's taught on a waiver, and some clarification on the waiver. Most generally, waivers are provided for individuals that are in special education programs that have a license, but they're transitioning to complete a special education program instead of teaching in their general content area. So if they are on one of those waivers, we don't count that as a vacancy. If they are on a substitute license and they have a waiver, we're going to count that as a vacancy. Provisional licenses. So provisional licenses are issued to individuals, once again, generally for special education. Individual completes 3 courses, a methods course, a characteristics course, and a practicum. Then they can move from that waiver to a provisional license, which they could be on a provisional license up to 4 years while they finish that special education program and become fully licensed. All of those non-traditional licenses we just spoke about, so those shouldn't be counted as vacancies either. So what does the data show? So we'll cover our top 5 vacancies, and we'll go the top 5 vacancies in the board district region, and then cover special education vacancies, and then tap into the vacancy reasons, because there's the third part that we'll discuss that's really impacted our vacancy data. All right, so our top 5. Our top 5 has remained the same since we've collected this data. It's always been special education, elementary, science, mathematics, and ELA. There has been some rotation. One year elementary was actually higher than special education, which that was very interesting that school year. But special education, more often than not, has been our super area of need across the state of Kansas, and it's been historic for years. So, but special education once again is still up there. Elementary has been number 2, but we did see improvement in both of those areas. And when we talk about science, it is a breakdown of a lot of disciplines. So it's physics, chemistry, earth-based science, and biology all tapped in there together. And if you see anything in parentheses, the first number is middle school. The second number is high school, secondary vacancies. And then our math and ELA, same thing. If you see the number in the first number, middle level, second number, secondary. But bottom line, we showed a drastic drop, not only from spring of 2026, but if you took a look at last year's data, we were sitting around 2,200 at the end of spring of 2025. So huge drop in vacancies across the state. Now, if you're interested in your board district, these are the kind of the numbers of the top 5 where you actually, where your board district's at. So I'll say first, green is good, red is bad. So if you see green, that means your vacancies decrease. See red, there's an increase, and black, they stayed the same. So for the most part, we did see quite a bit of improvement. Though it was a meager improvement, we did see improvement in board district 5. So there we go. Even though it's just a little less than 1%. There you go. Absolutely. All right, for our special education vacancies, so our high incidence, when we talk about special education, that is our biggest area and has continued to be our biggest area. Low incidence, there for a couple of years, it was on a trajectory. It was really increasing. It's kind of leveled out this year, thankfully. And then the rest of our special education areas, gifted visually impaired and deaf hard of hearing, still a low percentage. However, when we talk about visually impaired and deaf hard of hearing, though it's a very small number, it has a significant impact to a student population and is an area that we really need to address.
Okay, before you move on,
Yep.
Debbie, did you have a question in that particular slide?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually the last slide.
Oh, okay.
So on this, so I can see District 8 and 10, which were very close together, tied. We have the 17% red and I'm 2% red in my district. So how did you handle the school districts that span multiple, the USDs that span multiple districts? Did you just say, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, I picked this district, put that in?
It gets
So
assigned.
Betty got 259, I'm sure. So yay, you,
Yes.
Betty, that's 17%
so-
probably Wichita, and 2% then is probably not anything to do with Wichita.
Yeah, so that is
Okay.
correct. And so we had to make the decision where they get assigned. So only one,
the
district's
majority.
represented in only one board district, so, yeah.
So I'm sure you just take the majority and go with that.
But my
Yeah.
2% has nothing to do with Wichita. That's nice to know.
Yes, yeah, it does not, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Any questions on the special education vacancies? Man, I'm plowing through this today. Hey, I'm on a roll. We only have like 15 more slides. All right, so vacancy reasons. So I talked to, some improvements that we made, not only, building the pipeline, which you saw that improvement with the data. You saw that more folks are staying in the profession, not leaving, and stability across districts. But the other big area of data that kind of shows why we had some significant changes in vacancy is number one, you look at not fully qualified based on endorsement area, that starts to drop. No applicants has continued to drop as well. So in those areas, individuals that may have been, not licensed, we're counting as a vacancy. They're finishing, completing their programs and becoming fully licensed. So there was some short-term risks there as we were looking to transition folks in. Maybe they were on that ESUB license or they're serving on a waiver, but they finished out their program and have become fully licensed and are serving in our schools now. When we look at the other reasons, I call these self-inflicted wounds, if you will. So preferred non-qualified over fully qualified individuals, that's a pretty significant number there. So if that's addressed, we would see another improvement in our vacancy data. And then, not fully qualified based on professional attributes. Sometimes, just because a person's licensed doesn't mean they're necessarily the best fit for your school district. So,
Right.
Though there's some numbers in there, but the district has to make a decision about what fits their culture and who they hire. So I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. And then budget and qualified applicants refused to offer very low numbers. But, the main area is that not fully qualified based on endorsement area. You see, almost 400 people since spring of 2025. You see that drop, so.
Okay.
All right, let's go into the seal of literacy. All right, so one caveat on this data. Every month we do pull a report and add seals of literacy to licenses. If we have teacher IDs, we have roughly about 881 educators. We don't have their educator IDs associated with their Lexia accounts, so they're pending. So we know these numbers are going to increase by at least 800, and that'll impact those percentages pretty significantly. Second part, we have roughly, from the data that I have access to, there's about 8,000 people that are still in the progress of completing data at some phase, or completing training in some phase of it. So, we're going to see that number continue to climb over the next year as well. But overall, we're roughly at about 50% in all of those areas for elementary that we're requiring the seal of literacy. The administrator number, I will tell you, it's also probably closer to 50%, if not over, because I have about 101 people that I need to add their seal of literacy to, so that number is going to jump up. And but anyway, since we started tracking this data, since we started making training required, we've added 13,729 seals of literacy to licenses. If we continue at the rate we're doing between the different training programs that are offered, that school districts are completing through professional development and professional learning, add in the fact that our newest program completers are coming out with the seal of literacy based on the courses that are embedded in their programs and passing that content test. The content test is what, the teaching reading test is what earns them the seal of literacy, but those things combined together, we're going to see a large growth in seals of literacy over the next 2 years. So we're in pretty good shape to transition whenever July 1st of 2028 gets here, and there starts to be repercussions for individuals that don't meet the requirement.
Right. On the part, and I think I want to have you kind of pull this out a little more, just in case anybody gets a phone call, an email. It was the part about if they're taking letters training and their teacher ID number is not attached. Could you just, so that I'm not sure everybody really caught what you were saying.
Okay, yeah. So we tried originally whenever Lexia started collecting training data for individuals that didn't require a state ID. October of 2024, we asked them if they would collect the teacher ID, so it allows us to identify within our licensure system who's completed the training. So there were still some individuals we took their data and we tried to match their data with our data to identify those teacher IDs with a bulk upload at first. So we were able to 100% assign teacher IDs to about 10,000 people. But we couldn't make those connections for everybody that was already in the system. So what we end up doing is we'll take that 881. Once we get out of our busy season, which will last until about the end of September, mid of September, then we go through that manual list and we'll pull up the records, because you may have 5 Jane Smiths, and then our job is to find out which Jane Smith this actual record applies to. So what we end up doing is emailing 5 Jane Smiths and saying, can you verify your date of birth, your email, or provide us your letters information, and then we may make that match and add the seal. And in between that time, typically as soon as someone finishes their training, they're reaching out to us as well and providing those certificates. So if they do that, we just go ahead and add it on and not have them wait.
So if you're hearing like, why haven't I gotten my seal? That could be a very real reason why. So if they will send their certificate that they do receive at the end, then they can immediately get it done. It's just that.
But there is lag time. So like last month, we added roughly 992 seals of literacy from people that completed training, which all behind the scenes, the user, they just did what they needed, or the trainee did what they needed to do to finish their program. We take that data, we pull it at the end of the month. So that first week of the month, those seals are added in bulk.
Right.
So I've had a few people call and they're like, my seal's not on my license. And I'm like, well, actually, it is, and it was added July 1st. So
yeah,
you can print it here.
There we go. Just takes a minute.
Yeah. Probably a little more information than you wanted. But.
Well, sometimes they come at us when they don't get what they want. So that way you know.
Yep. Okay. And then another piece I wanted to share with you is talking about our elementary education teachers, the test that they're taking, the teaching grading 7002 exam. So we'd look at pass rates. So overall, individuals that, these aren't just new program completers. We roughly had about 400 teachers on professional licenses or some other license that completed programs take the test. But overall, our pass rate on that test, which is a strong measure of knowledge of structured literacy, is 86%. When you take that and compare it against the national average on this test, which sits around somewhere between 74, 75%, so we're well ahead of where we of the rest of the nation as far as this particular test. All right, so let's talk a couple of minutes about the 26-27 school year. All right, first, I want to talk about one of the board items that we have later today. We're going to have higher ed come in and talk about how our new leaders are trained. So requirements of the Blueprint for Literacy is required to take a look at all of our programs and start adding some type of requirements for structured literacy. So we've started doing that within our higher ed accreditation. So you've seen standards come, we'll take the elementary for instance, to come in. They have explicit standards related to structured literacy. So we're doing that for all of our programs that have a requirement to add the seal of literacy. So what you can expect here shortly, you'll have special education. They'll have that in there. Our early childhood unified, it'll be embedded in there. We're also taking a look at school psychologists and ESOL. So all of those will have that intentionality in it. We've also done that with building and district leadership. So we started a group back in October to start reviewing the building and district leadership standards to find those improvements. So when we talk about initiatives or statutes or requirements that have come out, this group is basically going through our current standards, which you'll get a little bit more depth of our current standards later today. But they are doing that with intentionality to address these initiatives that are coming up or laws that have gone into place. And so bottom line, when we talk about structured literacy, that's going to be embedded within those programs. Next, in addition to our standards review that we're knocking out, because I laid out not just the building and district leadership, but numerous standards that it's going to take up a lot of time with our higher education team and the collective doing those reviews. But we continue to do work on our registered teacher apprenticeship program. So later this year, hopefully sooner rather than later, we'll come before the board to ask your permission for approval of a principal apprenticeship program. And once again, It's a great opportunity or a different way to train where an individual has that opportunity to work in a district as an apprentice, as a building leader, in a building leader type position, and get that on the job training as they finish their coursework through a college or university. And we are trying to get funding for that as well to provide that to those folks that are looking to transition at little to no cost as far as that higher education cost. We're also looking to establish a reading specialist apprenticeship program to address one of those needs that we have within the Blueprint for Literacy, or House Bill 2485, of every district having access to a reading specialist. And we were going to continue to grow our special education apprenticeship program. So some more board items that will come to you in the very near future related to those areas. Also, as the state board approved recently the Kansas Code of Ethics for Educators, there will be a lot of time and effort put into operationalizing that over the next year. So hopefully we have all that ironed out by the end of the next school year. And then you all were gracious to approve some regulation updates ahead of time. So now the work becomes to actually do that rewrite for every piece of it. So that's the other big area. All right, with that said, I stand for your questions.
Come on. Just kidding. It is a lot of data, and I know that, but it's really important data. Yes, Melanie?
It's not so much, it's a request.
Yes, ma'am.
All the way back at the beginning, you don't have to go back.
Okay.
As you were walking through the data, I wondered if we could have a line on the number of fully licensed teachers, because I was trying to understand how some of the non-traditional paths might impact the number of more traditional teachers that we have. Does that make sense?
Okay. So trying to see, is your overall question to see how many non-traditional programs are kind of replacing those
Yes.
individual complete training? Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
Are we supplanting that supply? Sure. Yes. Thank you.
And one of the things I've asked him about is that longevity piece. Is it helping retain teachers longer if they've gone through some of these more non-trad paths? So we talk about that. I push on him on that too, because we look at, well, even Eric Church's, is that the right name?
Brett Church.
Brett Church, which would take a lot to do, but asking that question of how they were trained when we're looking at that retention data. Because I am curious to know if they came through the traditional versus something else, does it make a difference? Because we've even heard from young people with the apprenticeship, like it gives them more knowledge up front of what the job actually is. So
yeah, so here's one of our challenges right now with that longitudinal data is some of these programs are new, so it's give that comparison. So, you know, an easy one to pull would be like our restricted license, but the other three, they're pretty new, so we may not have as much clean data on that to impact it. But talking about Dr. Church's retention teacher initiative, they did run some data for alternative programs, and they found basically the data for retention was the same as their traditional program. But once again, that's going to be a very small number of folks that may have very limited experience in there. Whereas your traditional teachers, you've got people that have 20, 30, 40 years of experience versus somebody that may have 2 or 3.
Right. True. It'll be an overtime thing. That will really be the impact. Okay, quickly, because we're going to.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm out of time.
Yeah, Shane, 3 seconds.
Yeah.
The July 28 deadline for the seal of literacy, is there a remedial or some kind of grace thing that you have in mind for those that don't meet it?
That's on us.
Yeah. So at the moment is if they try to renew their license and they're in a position that requires the seal of literacy, the highest level license will be able to issue them as a standard substitute license until they meet the requirements. So that's either finish a training program or pass the test to add the seal of literacy to become fully licensed.
Okay, Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to follow on with Melanie's, so when I have 2% vacancy in my district that they're struggling with, could that just be a different number that these are people who are on non-traditional paths towards their teacher licensure and they just haven't completed yet? Or is it there's nobody?
Yeah, so it could be a mix of numerous things. It could be there's nobody. So when we go back to those reasons that were listed for vacancies, It could be that individual may be finishing their program. They may be on an emergency sublicense or something. So that could be part of it, or there could be no applicants as well. It's a little messier than that. The district has like 6 different options they can put as to why that is a vacancy.
And I'm just not sure what I would, as a district board member, do to help my district at all with that. But if that is a help to them for me to know that information a little more detailed for my district, that might be a good thing if I could get that. So what's causing that 2% red in my district?
So in general,
and I'd want to know 259.
Yeah, and in general, when districts contact me, I would, especially if you are a smaller district in a rural area, and traditionally you've had issues with convincing folks to come that complete programs into your area, I would tell them to look within your community and see if one of these non-traditional programs or the registered teacher apprenticeship program would work for you, because you're investing in your community. People that want to live there want to be there, so it's an opportunity to leverage those folks and transition them into the classroom. But
okay. Thank you. Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, are the students going through teacher education now when they graduate, will they have a seal of literacy on their contracts?
So on their license, yes. So the state board approved the Teaching Reading 7002 exam for elementary teachers a couple of years ago. So when an individual comes out and becomes fully licensed and passes that test, they will have the seal of literacy. So you'll see that between the professional learning that's happening, the folks that are coming and entering the pipeline are going to come out with it, be entering the profession with that seal of literacy. So then we can continue to build upon their skills through professional learning, but the seal of literacy won't be an issue for them.
Will all teachers have that on their license, or just elementary?
So what the state board approved is individuals that are working in elementary classrooms, with excluding individuals that are teaching math and or science in an elementary room. So this impacts if an individual is teaching special education at an elementary level, if they're teaching ESOL, so all that combined, or a school psychologist or building leader at that elementary level, they're all going to be required to have the seal of literacy.
Okay. Are we good?
Did I not answer your question?
Well, I'm just concerned about kids in middle school, I guess.
Yeah, so...
Oh, right. This is our start.
Yeah, so there's not a requirement for the seal of literacy for middle school. However, there are trainings that are available for them, and they can choose to complete letters as well. So we have, when you look at that 13,000 number that's out there, what you'll find is there's individuals that aren't required to have the seal of literacy that are taking the training and adding the seal to their license, even though it's not part of the state board's requirement.
And some of that's become district-wide. Districts have required it. So they have done it as a whole district, every teacher, every person. So some of that has been a district push as well on that end. Okay. Well, we're going to recess for lunch. We're going to go learn some Kansas history at the Constitution Hall. I'm really excited, the building itself and our Kansas history. And I learned that Constitution Hall, our own Dr. Beryl New, is on that board. So we're going to get some good information over our lunch hour. Thank you, Shane. I kind of brushed you off. I apologize. So we're going to quickly move ourselves down there. It's just straight down, basically down Jefferson. I would suggest carpooling just to quicken things up, but it's only about 6 blocks away, just further than most of us want to walk, especially in any heat. So off we go, and we'll be back. Lunch will be there, and we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. We are back from our lovely adventure over at Constitution Hall with the presentations. We got some great state history and a beautiful building that's been preserved. We're going to back into our agenda now and start on with our professional practices commission cases. So Mr. Gordon, welcome back in the house, sir. Good to see you.
Thank you.
It's interesting how well dressed you are now that you're not an employee anymore. And you're shaven and you got a haircut and oh my goodness.
It's funny how that works out. You know, Danny, I had picked out a specific bow tie just for you today, but I decided it was still not appropriate to work or to wear here, so I refrained. But I did have you in mind. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Steele and everyone else. We do have two Professional Practice Commission cases for you to consider today. I would ask if we could, and I see that Mr. Sanchez is also on the line now, if you wouldn't mind, if we could take up the other case first, because I believe that's a breach of contract and that may or may not be a default case. So that should be much quicker. And if you will indulge me, we'll talk kind of the process about the next case, have you all vote on that particular case, and if you'll allow, if you'll indulge me, maybe some lessons learned from that particular case that the board and the agency may or may not take into consideration in the future.
Case 2.
Yes, please.
First.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I'm on track with you.
Whatever one is not 24, PPC 24. Sure, that one. Yep. And I don't know that I have anything to present on that other than the materials that were provided. If I recall correctly, that was an allegation of breach of contract. But either myself or Mr. Sanchez would be happy to answer questions.
What was interesting to me is when I read the date, obviously compared to today's date.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just formalizing, I don't know.
What you would be voting on is, if you follow the recommendations of the PPC, is to suspend the individual through the end of the contract. Granted, that has already occurred, but it would still indicate, it would still show that there was a suspension in place.
Okay.
So you are retroactively suspending for a term that has already expired.
But it puts that all on
It does.
a formalized path. Yeah.
That is correct. And in all candor, this did not come to you last month because I was so laser focused on the two other cases.
Sure.
We didn't get the initial order. There was barely enough time turnaround, and that's why you're getting it this month. You didn't get it last month.
Okay, no worries. Ms. Arnold?
Are you ready to receive
Yes.
a motion on
I believe we are.
PPC 24?
No, 25, PPC
25.
47.
Wait
So
a minute.
number 9 on the motion
Okay.
list.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay. Yeah, is it the 27 or the 47? We actually do have a conflict. Well. On the computer. Okay. 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 Yes. In the motion, go for it.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law and censure the licensee in 25 PPC-47.
Are we censuring or suspending?
No, this should be a suspension.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to.
Adopt the findings of facts and conclusions
because
of
she's
law
looking here.
and suspend
Yes,
the licensee in 25 PPC-47.
correct.
Is my corrected motion.
Okay. Do I have a second? Melanie? All in favor? Opposed? 7-2, that passes. Thank you. So what is the language on the next? Mm-mm. We just adopted the, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and to make sure on this next one, it is a censure.
That is a mutual recommendation and a request for censure. That
Okay,
is
just want
correct.
to make sure our language
Right.
is straight. Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Case one.
If we're ready for 24 PPC 24.
Yes.
Again, I've already introduced myself, but I guess to make it official, for the last time, I am Scott Gordon, General Counsel for the Kansas State Department of Education. I do have with me Dr. Miller, the Executive Director of the Kelly Institute. I will introduce her more later. If there is a way, can I shrink the Zoom windows to not cover up the PowerPoint slides? But Mr. Sanchez can still see everything? Okay, thank you. So just as a brief reminder of what the PPC, I'm going to pause for just a moment. So anytime we do file a complaint with the Professional Practices Commission and the State Board of Education, the complaint does have to allege specific professional misconduct. If it is someone applying for a license for the first time, it is guided by 9122(1)A. If this is someone that is already licensed, then the allegations must fit within 9122(1)B. There are very subtle differences between the two that for the purposes of this conversation, you don't care. Just trust me, they're there. The PPC then does conduct the evidentiary hearings on your behalf. Otherwise, you would spend all of your time listening to the hearings, and you don't want to do that. The Professional Practices Commission is required to issue an initial order, and the initial order shall include a recommendation of one of the following. If I can control the slides. And I share this will make a lot more sense later on as to why I'm sharing it now. But there are really 4 outcomes that are possible at the end of a PPC hearing. They can either recommend imposition of no discipline, and really for 90% of the cases, there's only 3 options, because dismissal of the complaint is only an option if the complaint is based on an allegation of a breach of contract, or a breach of contract like the one you just had. They can recommend denial, suspension, or revocation of the respondent's license, or they may recommend, as in this case, public censure of the respondent. That's it. By regulation and somewhat by statute, the PPC's hands are tied as to what they could order. In this particular case, there was a complaint filed by the agency, signed by Shane Carter as Director of Teacher Licensure. That has been the practice, well, at least since 2013, that individual signs complaints on behalf of the agency. Without going into the details of the complaint, and the reason why I'm not getting too far in the weeds is we do have an initial order on this based on stipulated facts and conclusions of law. There may be some allegations within that original complaint that we did not agree to, and that was not a finding of the PPC. But I think everyone can agree, and this was written in the initial order, the complaint alleged a pattern of inappropriate and overly personal and intimate conduct toward or focus on a particular student. This is the non-grooming language or the anti-grooming language that Kansas has adopted. And then the PPC did begin its evidentiary hearing on June 12th, 2025. It was scheduled for a 2-day hearing. We did have the first round of evidence that first day, and at the conclusion of the evidence, there was just something that did not sit right with me about how the case, what the outcome may be. So I reached out to a colleague of mine who I consider a friend, Dr. Haverland. He is an assistant professor at the University of Dubuque. He may be full professor, sorry. Jeff has done a lot of work on educator training. He has done a lot of work on restorative practices. I've worked with Jeff as a member of the planning committee in NASTEC for years. I do consider him an expert in this field. So I reached out to him. I called him in the middle of the night and said, look, this is what's going on with the case. What do you think? Do you think that some kind of restorative practices, as you've described them for years, does this fact pattern fit? And he said, absolutely. What you have is an early intervention, and this is the perfect time to engage in these kinds of restorative practices. I reached out and I called Shane. I said, look, this is what I want to do, but you are the client. I want to make sure you are okay with this. I explained to him generally what the process was going to be. I talked to him a little bit about what the evidence looked like during the case. He said, do it. Basically, he said, if this is the path that you feel comfortable with, I trust you. Go do what you think is right. So I appreciate that trust. And then finally, I called the father of the involved student. Now, he had already testified in the case. His daughter, who was the former student, had already testified in this particular case. So they had already done their heavy lift. And I made it very clear to him. She was actually serving her mission at the time. She was out of state. That's why I was not able to have a conversation directly with her. But I talked with him and I said, I want to make it very clear. You tell me right now on the phone, forget it, move forward and get that license pulled, then the conversation's over and we don't move forward. I said, I don't change this. I don't change what our plan is without your blessing. And he said, absolutely, I think that's totally appropriate. Forgiveness being a large part of his family's faith. So he gave his blessing, the agency gave their blessing, and I thought we had a solid path to move forward that was going to be slightly different. So by the end of that first night, walking in the next morning, I knew that there were at least 3 things that needed to happen. There's a prevention and correction course that's been available from NASDAQ that this agency has used several times. I knew that there needed to be some kind of an approved self-reflection program. The problem was we didn't know exactly what that program was going to look like because we've never done it before. And then there needed to be some acknowledgement of personal responsibility, and the licensee in this case needed to accept public censure. That was the trade-off. So I came to him and his attorneys the next morning and I said, this is a one-time, very limited offer that I'm somewhat terrified to even suggest. And the offer was, we are going to pause the proceedings for a year. It's going to be somewhat of a term of probation. They agreed to that. The PPC signed off on that. The reason why I pointed out earlier, by the way, well, why didn't the PPC just make that their initial order? Because there's no authority of the PPC at this time to do anything but finish the case and make those 3 recommendations. So that's why this was paused and why it went back to the PPC just a matter of a few weeks ago for them to make that final recommendation. So then I had to figure out, well, who's going to do this? Who's going to be my probation officer? And I immediately thought of Dr. Miller. As you can see on the wall, she is the executive director of the Kansas Educational Leadership Institute. She's an assistant professor at K-State. She also happens to be a former director of teacher licensure for the State Department of Education. She has signed these complaints. I've known her and worked with her for years. She knows what the PPC process is like. So I've invited her to come tell you about the process she went through basically for the last 12 months of probation. So Dr. Miller, if you would.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Steele, members of the board. Happy to walk through the process with you. A little apprehensive when Scott called and asked me to take part in this. However, it is something that I felt in my previous role we needed to try and implement as an early intervention process. So after having conversation with Scott, we walked through what the process would be based on the research that he had done previously. My first step was to meet with the candidate, have a conversation with the candidate. We did that via Zoom. We discussed what the process moving forward would look like, very similar to what I'm going to walk you through here today. We discussed the paper that the candidate would be asked to write, the reflection, and the things that were important in that paper were a title page, introduction, APA format, but more importantly, the meat of the paper was to acknowledge the incident, take responsibility for the incident, reflect a bit on the impact of the incident, some writing on the lessons learned, and again, another major piece was to plan for a repair and regrowth and growth, which would included concrete actions moving forward, all based in research. So the first paper that the candidate wrote was a little lacking in the research piece, so we met and we reflected on that first paper, and I asked for more, and was given a paper that detailed what I was asking for with appropriate time in between to make the work possible for the candidate to complete.
So given due dates, we met due dates together. We met shortly after that paper for me to provide a little bit more feedback and to ask and answer any questions that I might have moving forward. All of that took place via Zoom. I felt that it was important, and I visited with Scott about this, to meet with the candidate in person. So we had an opportunity for him to come to campus, for us to meet in person, to discuss the paper, to discuss lessons learned, etc. We met, we had a great conversation. I also visited with Mr. Gordon about the opportunity to visit with the district that the candidate was currently serving. I took that opportunity. I was given blessing to do that, had a great conversation with the district, and we met that final time on the campus at K-State and reviewed the paper, had some great conversation eyeball to eyeball, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about the process.
And forgive me if I missed it.
It's okay.
So I was had another question in my mind I was trying to find the answer to. How many times did you actually meet via Zoom or otherwise?
We met 4 times via Zoom and 1 time in person.
Okay.
Interestingly, I kept documentation throughout because I wanted to be able to reflect on the process in case it was something the agency decided to use forward, and any additional pieces or parts that I might want to do differently in another situation.
And so you would say there was growth is the best word I'm coming up with through that process.
I would.
In that person.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I would.
Okay. Debbie, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little concerned. I've always felt uncomfortable just automatically voting for these, as you can tell by my voting. But I was comfortable with voting yes on this. But I am a little concerned that this person was personally picked out because, I mean, I've seen other teachers who, like I saw an older teacher, and I don't think he was accused of even being sexually inappropriate. From what I remember of the case, it was more that he was charged with being overly familiar in his contact with the student. And if I remember that right, anyway, but I was out there crocheting, so I wasn't even on the board at that time. But watching that, I was like, why are they going after this guy? And yet the board went after him with everything they had, and he lost his license. And then I see this, and I'm like, doesn't that set us up for kind of an unequal, application of the council to us to go after this one, but not this one, because why?
I think Scott put it out there exactly what without details of case, where he would say this was a different.
I think he has more information to follow as well about that particular piece.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay. Anybody else with the process? Because the process is as much before us as anything. The idea that this could be a workable in certain cases, obviously. Betty?
Thank you. Just a quick question on the process. I'm understanding it consists of conversation, ownership of responsibility, and
Very much a conversation. I sent the candidate back to do a little bit more research because I was looking for a little bit deeper information on that piece. What does the research tell you about a situation like this? How you might repair, how you might make a plan for improvement? And we spent a lot of time discussing what are your next steps. And I wanted to hear them. I wanted to have him in front of me to be able to discuss the situation. And I feel like we really detailed that out.
And that was the part I can appreciate the ownership, but I didn't get a clear understanding of the additional part of moving forward, a plan of action, those kinds of things that probably are a lot more valuable. But you're saying those were in place, and that's all I needed to know.
They were. Thank you.
Well, and I think we have to remember, too, I think this will directly come in line with the Code of Ethics that we just approved and the processes that's going to bring about. That Shane just told us, we've got build out to do in that. And I think we'll be able to hopefully do on the front end of it even being a PPC case, have these kinds of things in play so that we don't have major issues and get to this point. So, and I don't know if Scott was going to talk to that, but that's what it made me think of, was what we're already trying to put in place to have different ways through for people. I don't see any other questions on the board.
And these were also some of the kind of the requirements, if you will, that we imposed on this particular licensee. Did need to complete, and I would say successfully complete, Dr. Miller's program. This was very much, I don't want to say ad hoc, because again, I was able to borrow from Dr. Haviland's work. He didn't charge me for it. He was a friend and colleague of mine, so he did it as a favor, says, just make sure you give us credit because we're the ones that created it. So hopefully I've given enough credit now. But it needed to be successfully completed. If Dr. Miller had contacted me and said, look, I don't think he gets it. If she doesn't sign off on him getting the license, then he doesn't successfully complete this program.
Right.
I trust your judgment on that. He did complete the prevention and correction course. There were requirements that there had to be no other complaints or concerns raised by the current employer. I think it's fair to say that the current employer or his representatives did testify on his behalf during the evidentiary hearing. They were aware of all this. And so, Madam Chair, there is the recommended motion that's on the screen. I think this is the same motion. I hope it's the same motion or similar enough to what's in your materials. And if I may, to address Ms. Potter's concerns, fair concern. In every level of prosecution, whether it be criminal, administrative, whatever, there is a wide range of prosecutorial discretion in deciding how to move forward on cases. And I have always considered these cases on a case-by-case basis. There was something about this particular case, part of which learning, not only from information received from him and his attorneys, but my own investigation, he went through I'll say a non-direct or non-traditional teacher preparation program that did not, there was no mention of the Kansas Code of Conduct. There was no discussions. There was no true integration of any kind of ethical decision-making in that program. The fact that he was willing to take responsibility, acknowledge the wrongdoing, the fact that the family was also willing to sign off on this, the fact that this was, and this is what I'll get into later on if I may, this idea of it being a very early intervention. There was no allegation made that there was sexual conduct, even sexual discussions in the case.
Okay.
But one thing I will share with you, you want people, well, then why did you go after him? I can't tell you how many grooming cases I've investigated over the past 13 plus years. Every single one of those cases, this is how they've started. And so not wanting to wait until after things were too late, that's why we moved forward when we did.
Gotcha.
This, and I kid you not, when my stomach was turning as I'm typing up the settlement agreement on this case, because I didn't know, are we doing the right thing? And I will say there's a lot of things I may not have done right. This one I think the agency did right. And it's for that reason that we're asking you to adopt the findings of the Professional Practices Commission, allow the licensee to maintain his license, just issuing that order of public censure.
Okay. I assume you want to make the motion.
And I would be comfortable waiting until after
thank
she's
you.
finished.
That's what I was going to do. Beryl?
Well, there you go. Thank you. And I was prepared to vote as I did the last time because I have strong convictions when it comes to things such as this. But your comments just now, because I was thinking, I trust you 100%. I trust Dr. Miller. I've known her for many years, 100%. But I was having a real struggle. But what you shared and him not coming through a traditional program where this would have been covered. So thank you for that conclusion, because that really helped open up my understanding as to why I didn't have to be hardline as I probably would have been.
Gotcha. Melanie?
I have to hit it twice every time. I'll be brief. Normally, I would not say anything at this moment because I know we're ready to vote, but because it's the last time you're going to be in front of us, I just want to, and especially with this case, I want to say thank you because I have always trusted you in the recommendations that you bring. You've always got the backstory. You did the extra digging. I really appreciate that as a board member because I'm not in that room. And so my gratitude to the PPC because they do that heavy lifting. Mm-hmm. And just thank you for making these stories human and for looking at it in that way. So I appreciate it very much. Thanks for all that you do.
Thank you.
Scott, is there a similar process for principals and superintendents? Because I know of a principal that did lose their teaching license. But is there any other recourse to someone that behaves in an inappropriate manner?
So it's hard to say that there is a similar process because this is the only time this has ever been done.
Right.
Like ever for Kansas. Whether this will be done again, don't know. That's the next person to figure out.
Yeah. And again,
The process I would anticipate should be exactly the same. Whether you are a first-year teacher or a 15th-year teacher or you are a building administrator, the process itself should be the same. And I think it's fair to say that this was also this individual's first year of teaching. Mm-hmm. That played a large role in it. Consider the expertise or lack of expertise in someone's first year of teaching versus their 15th.
right.
Certainly weighs in on whether or not this would even be offered. Mm-hmm. But the process itself, yeah, it would be, you could repeat this regardless of whatever license the person has.
And again, we're hopeful that the code of conduct, the ethics.
Right. And again, after
not
the
a code
vote,
of conduct,
if
code,
I may,
the
I'll
ethics thing when it all
right.
transformed through. Debbie, did you get your question answered? Did that? Okay. Okay. And Betty, if you'll use what's on the screen.
Thank you. And I would like to make one comment as well. I have never been one that just because these are the circumstances that means we disregard. I like the idea of being very humanistic. I like the idea of looking at the extenuating circumstances, the evidence, those things that deal with human beings, not, well, we've always sent you to jail because you ran the stop sign. You know, there are exceptions. So I encourage and love the humanistic approach, not because this is how we've always done it, but what is right by human beings. With that being said, I am prepared to make the motion. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission and allow the licensee to maintain his license subject to public censure.
Do I have a second? Melanie? All in favor? Opposed? Present not voting. 801, and that passes. Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Miller. Really appreciate the year you invested as well.
And if you'll indulge me for just a few more minutes.
Absolutely.
Just some lessons learned. And the first one, I've already beat that drum, that educators need consistent and complete training in ethics. This case is the reason why I took it to Shane and we agreed Kansas needs to adopt a model code or a state code because it wasn't happening. And I think that just sets the teachers up for failure. So I'm very grateful that you all took care of that last month. But that was the first lesson. The second is that we can intervene early on, and we shouldn't be afraid to intervene early on. Schools should not be afraid to intervene and say something early on. If you divide up these misconduct cases, and it's the ones that, it's the grooming, it's the getting too involved. We caught this early enough and stopped it before it got to the point of no return. Again, I've seen every case over the past decade. the number of people think that the sexual misconduct cases begin with, oh, well, nice math paper, want to go. That's not really how that works, usually. It is a progressive thing, and I have heard from teachers that they wind up finding themselves trapped eventually. But because we can intervene early on, and if schools will bring it to our attention, then you are able to keep potentially really good teachers in the classroom without disrupting their professions. Unfortunately, if it gets to the point of, the actual getting really into a relationship, I would have never made such a recommendation. But this was early enough in the process. And the third one is, if you want to go down this road, potentially, it will reduce resources because not that many cases will result in potentially full evidentiary hearings, but you will need to dedicate additional resources to it. I was fortunate that I could call a couple of friends and say, look, this is a last minute thing. I know it's 9 o'clock at night. Can you help me out? And they all did it without blinking an eye. Everyone was on board. I don't think you're going to get that on a large scale for free or as easy as this one particular case happened. So if you want to go down that road, you're going to have additional resources. I'm happy to answer any of the questions. Otherwise, my work here is done.
Signing off, are you? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, I just want to thank you, too, for your passion to do what's right. Agree with Melody. You've been a big resource for us and to understand these things. Just one parting question. When it comes to the age of 18, we recognize as an adult, is there a time when a teacher, a student, or a former student, is that different?
It's a really good question because that comes up all the time. In Kansas, if you are having I'll say inappropriate relationship, sexual relationship with a student, doesn't matter how old he or she is, but if that is a student of yours in the building, it's a felony, and you'll be a registered sex offender if you're convicted of that. And that has been upheld by the Court of Appeals. I want to say they heard that case in 2014 or 2015. They said that's not an unconstitutional law. Now, again, as of today in Kansas, we don't have what is typically referred to as a cooling off period. Someone leaves the school, the very next day they're no longer a student. If things truly began then, regardless of age, well, if they're under 16, then you're going to prison if it goes too far. But in Kansas, if things truly just began after they were no longer a student, it's not something that my office has investigated, and it's not a crime. Now, we have investigated cases, and it turns out, well, really the grooming was happening before the student left. The number of times I've seen text messages and emails, I can't wait till you graduate because the next day, fair game, right? Like we don't have to hide things anymore. I helped write the model piece of legislation that other states have adopted. Was it South Dakota that just passed it? Do you remember? North Dakota just passed it, hook, line, and sinker, a 2-year cooling off period. 2 years after that person no longer is your student, there cannot be any kind of relationship there. A lot of states are moving that way. Kansas has not.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Miller. Okay, next up, quality instruction with our reading corner. Dr. Curtis, please come forward with your guest.
Hello, Chair Hopkins, members of the board, and Commissioner Steele. I am really happy to be with you today to introduce a colleague, a teacher leader consultant for our literacy team here at KSDE. But I just want to tell you a little bit of an introduction. I'm going to let Amy Bybee introduce herself and her role in schools in Kansas. But when I first came here to the agency and I was told that I would be able to provide get a team together of people that would help me do this work, I contacted a friend of mine who was a really stellar superintendent who was no longer working in the state of Kansas. But I asked her, who do you know? And this is the first individual that I heard about. I knew, and what I was told about her is she is solid with literacy and she is a tremendous leader. And I've been really fortunate that she has stayed with me these 4+ years and helped guide some of the work that we've done. So I'm going to let Amy talk about her journey. And I want to introduce you, Amy Bybee, Assistant Superintendent in Ottawa.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to highlight Ottawa. When I first went to Ottawa, I came from my years in Blue Valley and never thought I would be in a smaller district, and was so impressed with the things that were happening in Ottawa at the time. I left, I became a principal in Ottawa first, went to be in a different district to be a principal in a different district, went back to Ottawa when this position opened up. Before my position opened up, this is my 8th year in Ottawa, they did not have a curriculum director. So there were good things happening, but I think our story over the last 10 years has, I'm very proud of what Ottawa and the administrators and the teachers have done in the name of literacy instruction. So with that being said, I'm just doing this, correct? There we go. Our journey started about 10 years ago, but through our accreditation process, it was revealed that we did not have a guaranteed and viable curriculum. So that was ELA curriculum. So at the time, we were very much a balanced literacy structure of teaching. The district had just purchased a few years prior Fountas and Pinal. And I know probably you're groaning inside, but that our middle and high school teachers, they were using a novel-based curriculum that pretty much they developed themselves based on standards. So what became very apparent is that there was not consistency across the levels, across classrooms. In 2 6th grade classrooms, they may be teaching the same standards, but the instruction that was happening in those classrooms may have looked completely different. The outcomes that the students were showing, very uneven. Our student achievement just was not where we knew it needed to be. So that's where we started, and we knew that there was a need for change. So where our district started is we really started with the professional learning communities. At the time, we did not have professional learning communities. The district had tried various types of professional learning, but for the most part, those professional learning communities were planning sessions. It really was not grounded in what research shows that an effective professional learning community can be. So we, at the same time as we began the process of developing our guaranteed and viable curriculum, went through a process with that. And I will tell you, there were a lot of teachers that were just not understanding, why are we doing this? I'm doing just fine teaching the way I've been teaching. While they felt that, the student outcomes were not showing that. So we kept going back to the student data in all of this process. While we were developing that guaranteed and viable curriculum, the process we needed to go through was really looking at our standards. Do our teachers truly understand and know what those standards mean and look like in their classroom at their grade level? Those were harder conversations because our standards are pretty robust. So being able to really unpack those standards and help our teachers get down to, there are various learning targets within one standard. So how do we make sure that we understand what it is that before we even start teaching, we need to know and understand what are our kids supposed to be learning? What do we want them to come out of this lesson or this unit or the quarter? What is the learning that should be happening? What should that look like? And how are we assuring that our kids are there other than teacher just saying, well, yeah, I know that they're there because I've seen them every day. Right, but what's the evidence? So that's where our assessment alignments came in too, was being able to look at what are we using for assessments? What's the difference between formative and summative assessments? We were using a universal screener at the time, but really how was that screener being used? How are we determining? A lot of times it was our specialists that were just handing the data to our teachers. So the teachers weren't truly understanding what did that mean for that student. So really making sure that we had we were building our teachers' knowledge along the way, also while helping them understand what does effective collaboration look like within PLCs. Then COVID hit, and then our PLCs became more about logistics, became more about professional learning for whatever platform we were trying to teach our children through. So after we got through COVID, we're very proud of how we got through COVID with our students, but that we had to refocus our PLCs and get the mindset for our students or for our teachers back to the students. And now, what kind of decline do we see in our students that COVID may have? That we may see from before COVID to after COVID. So we got back to true PLCs and having our teachers have conversations about what do our students need to know? What do I do if they already know it? What do I do if they're not getting it? Really looking at, and what's the evidence that's going to show that? So we really tried to build that foundation, and that takes time to be able to build a systematic foundational knowledge. The other thing we felt was important is we needed to have an instructional framework. We needed a tool that our teachers could use that would help them to become better with their craft with instruction. So we used based ours off of Charlotte Danielson's framework for teaching. And it's really like a rubric form. We also wanted to connect it to our evaluation tool. What we had to say over and over was this instructional framework that we were developing is not an evaluation tool, but it should be aligned with our evaluation tool so that as teachers went through the evaluation process, if there were areas that they needed support in, our instructional framework would help them to know how to go about getting better. So that was really our purpose for that instructional framework, was for our teachers to use this as a self-assessment tool. Where am I? And here's where I want to be. How am I going to get there? And to be able to have those conversations. Our administrators, our instructional coaches, they really tried in their work, anytime we had professional development or even through PLCs, take it back to a portion of the instructional framework. So it wasn't just a document, it was something that we were utilizing to ensure that our teachers build the knowledge for what does strong instruction look like and how do we get there. Okay, about this time then, we knew we needed to, there was a lot that was starting to come out with the science of reading and structured literacy. And we actually, I'm happy to say, we invested in letters training even before the statewide push. So we had some letters facilitators trained intentionally. I wanted one in each elementary building so that as our teachers, our goal, we could see the future, that we needed our teachers to have this knowledge. And as they were getting trained, it was important to have a person within their building that they would have access to, that they could ask questions of, or if they had concerns about who can I go to, and they have someone right in their building. So we had some facilitators train, and then we also started with our title reading teachers and our special education teachers to train with letters. First of all, that was easier to not have to have substitutes, to have them out of the classroom when we needed to do trainings. It was easier to find substitutes for them. But we started with those teachers, our instructional coaches, and a few of our school psychologists at the time. But I am very happy and very proud to say that we've added 2 more facilitators. We have almost 100% of our elementary teachers are trained in letters or are going through letters right now, because as we get new teachers, we have to continue to make sure that those teachers are trained. So this summer, I have 1 cohort that is finishing volume 2, and that's a large, I think we have 28 teachers in that one. in that cohort, and then we have a much smaller one because these teachers were kind of newer teachers that are finishing volume 1. I also have a speech and language pathologist who completed the early childhood, but she wanted to take letters 1 through 8 because she also works with kids who are not just the preschool kids. So I have, our teachers have really embraced this knowledge, and it has really empowered them to feel stronger about being a better reading instructor. But then what we also noticed is as we got letters trained, we realized, we have some gaps with our resources. And it wasn't just letters that we knew this. So we knew that our phonics instruction within Fountas and Pinnell was not strong at all, nor was phonemic awareness. We knew that that was not strong. So we made some supplemental changes at that time because we have followed what Maya Angelou says, basically, when you know better, you do better. So I will say a couple different times, our school board has been very supportive of the changes that we have needed to make because budgets are a real thing, and considerations for, ELA is not the only thing we teach. ELA is not the only thing we purchase materials for. We have to also be intentional about when you purchase core content for ELA, social studies, science, math, CTE is a whole nother ball game. You have to have a plan in place because we can't just, our materials aren't doing what they should be doing. We have to be able to say, hey, we're going to need to supplement because we just do not have the funds yet because we need a math curriculum. So that's where a lot of our reasoning, why we just, as soon as we knew that we needed a new series, we couldn't just jump and go to something new. We had to have a plan in place to be able to financially be able to handle that. So our board was very supportive of those supplemental materials. And then we had to make sure our teachers knew and understood we should not be doing any whatsoever Fountas and Pinnell phonics and word study. We took those materials away so that the new materials that we were using, we were able to train our teachers in and be able to allow them the time to figure out how are we going to incorporate that within our current materials. And I feel like we did a good job with that. We talked with them. We changed our verbiage also. We got away from guided reading. That was their small group time. And we talked more about this is small group instruction. So we had to really build our teachers' knowledge with, yes, what we did in the past in guided reading we thought was good. Now we know it wasn't effective. So let's change it to small group instruction. We made a flow chart from our data. If your children are below benchmark, here's what you can do with them for skills during, this is how you can determine what skills to be working with them on during that small group time. So we had to really make sure that we helped our teachers understand how to make those changes. And I will tell you, and I'll say this probably, again, besides our board, our administrators did a really great job of being the instructional leaders that they needed to be within their buildings. So as a curriculum director, I can't do everything. I can't make the changes all myself. What I can do is I can help lead that, but I have to have strong instructional leaders within teacher leaders. It's not just administrators. Our instructional coaches and our administrators, we all had to continually be talking and be on the same page to be able to help move the areas that we knew we needed to move. So we were finally ready for our curriculum review for ELA. It was time in our rotation. But again, this is, I've been doing this long enough that that I have seen curriculum reviews change over the course of the years. It used to be, it was maybe a 12-month process. It needed to be, for me, it needed to be longer. So it was really 18 months. We started the second semester of one year It was important for to make sure all of our teachers were on the same page. Yes, a lot had been letters trained. Our secondary teachers had not. So I needed to make sure we built their background knowledge with what do we need to know about the science of reading? What do we need to know about structured literacy? What do we need to be looking for in our resources? Because it's really easy for teachers to want to jump in and start looking at those resources. But before we even start looking at resources, what should our reading instruction look like in our Ottawa schools? So the first 6 months, or the first semester really, that's what we were doing, is building knowledge. We were going and visiting districts that were using resources that we were interested in. And I wanted to narrow it down to 2. Then our board is very supportive in allowing us to do pilots. So our fall semester, we were planning to do 2 pilots. We would pilot 2 materials, 2 resources. It wasn't every teacher. It was a group of teachers that at each level. And then, part of our process was they needed to be able to also be talking with the others so that we were bringing others along in this process, even if they weren't piloting. So my other very intentional process was that we have an April professional development. Traditionally, you determine what materials you want to purchase. You purchase those materials in August. When they come back is when they get their materials and when they get their training. And 2 days later, they have to be in the classroom using those materials. That's traditional. What I felt was important, and not just me, our group, our teachers felt like this was important, our administrators felt it was important, that I wanted to make sure we had our process done so that we could have our training in April. The teachers would have their materials. They can't be required to do things over the summer, but we know naturally teachers will do things over the summer to get their minds around what is this new resource going to be. We will still have professional learning in August around them, but it'll be more, let's get ready for that first unit. What do we need to do? Giving them that time. So I'm happy to say that all worked, and timeline was great. We involved all our stakeholders. All of our schools have site councils. We had site council members come be part of a curriculum advisory council. We presented to them before we presented to our school board the high quality materials that we were going to recommend. They offered to us any feedback that maybe we didn't share with them that they felt like would be important for the board to know. That was great information. Our students, either we talked with them personally or they did surveys. Those 2 little bubbles, those are actually comments from a couple of our students. I loved getting in and helping them having conversations with them when it says it's not just easier. When I would always question, if you say it's easier, why is it easier? Because we don't necessarily want it to be easy. Because sometimes when they would say it's hard, it's because it was making them think harder or be using more critical thinking. So, but then this particular student, is teaching me to be a better reader. So that was that child's feedback was, I feel like a better reader. And isn't that what we want for our students, to have that confidence? So our process was very robust. But I felt like it was very strong. And I will tell you, our teachers who had been letters trained, their views, how they viewed resources, which was much different. And the questions they asked, a lot of our vendors said, wow, I can tell your teachers have that knowledge, because the questions that they're asking are specific and they are looking for certain areas that it's not just, ooh, these are cute pictures. That may be what we used to hear. So we were super excited with that, and that it was approved by our board, and the training has happened. The other piece I will tell you that has changed over the course of what traditionally happens with curriculums is that, and I think vendors are realizing this too, part of the pilot process is they had curriculum specialists that came and coached our teachers. So they came and observed our teachers. They gave them feedback on how they could offer that instruction to be better, or how the things that they had to do or that they had questions about that had to be with instruction. So Part of our process also is developing our professional development plan, because it is so important for our teachers to feel supported. It's not just anymore, which again, and traditionally this was, you just learn how to handle the platform, you learn what are the materials. Now teachers, you go figure out how to offer the instruction. Part of professional learning is ensuring that they continue to get coaching throughout the year. So part of it costs, I will tell you that, but our district is committed to ensure that that professional learning is not just a sit and get, but our professional learning that we are making sure that our teachers have is part of that coaching that comes from the company, but then our instructional coaches are part of that process too. So super excited about that. So district-wide, when you look at our state assessment results from 2022 is when we really started bringing those supplements in to now, and this is before implementation of our, what I would say, our high quality materials that I'm super excited about, is our levels 3 and 4 have increased from 25% of our kids to 47% of our kids at levels 3 and 4. But it's important that we as a district honestly look more at the levels 2, 3, and 4, not just 3 and 4. I know as a goal that we have for Kansas is to look at 3 and 4, but levels 2, 3, and 4, what this tells us is we have less kids in level 1. And that is what we want. We want, so yes, our ultimate goal is to get all of our kids in levels 3 and 4, but if we can get our kids to 2, 3, and 4, that means we have less kids in level 1. So we're very excited with where our results are and hope that that just continues to strengthen as we implement these resources. I want to give one comment that I had high school teachers ask me when we started the curriculum review process, are we going to have to purchase a program? And I said, well, tell me what about your data would tell me that what you're doing now is effective? And then they were like, oh, okay. So I am so proud of our high school team. They embraced it. They looked at it with different eyes, and I did not have the hurdles that I thought I might have with our secondary educators, because your data does not lie. So if you keep taking it back to data, it's hard to argue that. So, and then now looking ahead, aligning with our Kansas initiatives, our key sub goal last year was resource allocation. Our next two, we chose 2 goals for this next year, because they go hand in hand: professional learning and professional collaboration. You cannot have successful changes without that professional learning and professional collaboration focus. So I'm super excited to see where we go. Our goals, our vision for Ottawa, for our USD 290, is that our kids leaving our high school have the knowledge, skills, and behaviors to hold life-sustaining employment. And the behaviors is not just about the behaviors that we might think about, it's the learning behaviors too. How can we get our kids to be critical thinkers? Can we get our kids to know where they are and where they need to be? And so that's part of also with our high quality materials and our instruction that we're getting our kids to. Literacy is more than a goal, it's a pathway to opportunity. We fully, wholeheartedly believe this in Ottawa. So what questions do you have for me?
That was wonderful to hear. Thank you very much. I do have a couple. I don't see any names on the screen, so I'm going to jump. What is the enrollment for Ottawa District for 290?
We right now we're about right at 2,000. We're decreasing. Our enrollment has continued to decrease over the last few years.
And how many elementary buildings then do you
3
have?
elementary buildings.
3, okay.
And they're pre-K 5.
Pre-K 5, okay. I love the constant hearing, the communication, the collaboration, because I mean, that's just what we keep hearing when it comes to the really great things that are happening, is the district-wide communication that's happening, the hard work. Thank you for the hard work. The hard work that's happening. I loved, because Dr. Curtis had shared with us months ago how, I don't know if you were getting vendor feedback or who it was exactly in one particular place you were at, but how they could tell these educators were very much trained, because the questions being asked were asking better questions. They were in it. So, and it sounds like the curriculum that you purchased they're doing some good training.
Yeah, they are.
They're
You know,
offering you.
one of the questions I asked when I was observing some of the classrooms during pilots, I'd ask the teacher, now, did you do that because it was in the resource, or did you do that because of your letters training?
Yeah.
So then I could tell, is this something that is the resource is offering, or are you doing that because you know that that's good instruction? So,
Right.
And for the most part, it was in the resource. So,
Melanie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentation. Thank you so much. I loved so many things. I really latched on to, you picked out a bright spot in the data and went, what's going on here? And I loved using the site council on that curriculum piece. My question for you is, what would you tell other districts about, you talked about, you touched on Friday afternoon PLCs and having that time set aside. What would you encourage other districts to do around that PLC time and the value of that?
so if you are able to do a dedicated time, I have experienced PLCs in various fashions in a different district that I was in, but in Ottawa when I was there the first time. When I was in Ottawa the first time as a principal, it truly was planning. So if you're going to have a PLC, you need to make sure that your teachers understand what an effective PLC looks like, that there's that professional learning that goes behind that first, and that you also may have to have a structure where there's accountability for, here are the things that you should be talking about. What are the things that we're expecting out of this hour that we have together? So that then, and our administrators follow up on that. So often when we were first getting started, our high school principal started with everybody, said, here's your focus today. She kind of gave a focus. And then they would all come back together and share a few things out. That was helping with that accountability piece and taking just pieces of what an effective PLC work does, and then eventually get to the point where then they can just do it on their own. If you just allow them to go and do it on their own and they don't understand what they're doing, they're going to fill that time. Right. It just may not be with what PLC or effective or quality instruction. So,
right. Betty.
Now I can tell I'm on the microphone. Thank you. Do you track in terms of subgroup improvements?
Yes.
Okay. So from an economical standpoint, are you seeing that the shift across the board, or can you identify what subgroups might still be lagging?
I was actually just looking today. I think our low socioeconomic is still lagging some. Our special education, surprisingly, is really strong. So I'm super excited about being able to see the movement in our special education students. Our homeless, that data has been strong too. So that tells me we have a lot of things in place that are helping our kids who have struggles, possibly if they are homeless, to ensure that the instruction that they're getting is strong. I think what we have had conversations with about our students with low socioeconomic, free and reduced, that subgroup, is to be able to help them and their families with what are the things that they need.
What's your percentage of free and reduced? Do you know?
We are at about 48%. One of our elementary schools is really closer to 70%. So in that school in particular, it's part of what they do as part of their PLCs too, is how are we embracing what kids are coming to school with. And our teachers have done a really good job, but we've done some poverty simulations also as a professional learning. That really helps a lot with our teachers to be able to know and understand how we can support kids coming in. But I think the important thing is our teachers are past making things easier for kids because that might be harder at home. But you can expect quality instruction. You can expect learning for kids who have struggles at home, but you can do it in a kind way to be able to help them and scaffold that learning.
And one other comment, because It's not that I am trying to assess responsibility or whatever, just on teachers, or my focus would be the outcome. What would you have you identified an area that might help to decrease the percentage of economically deprived students where they're showing the growth? Have you looked at anything that?
We've had conversations about that language of birth to pre-K. What types of things are we offering to those students before they even come to kindergarten that may help them to put them on a better trajectory for their learning? So looking at, we've this past couple of years, even just working with the local library, they have some things that bring people in, our parents as teachers. We have a Tiny K program, but really what we are seeing more is our kids coming in to kindergarten with less language skills and less regulation. And so helping families even before they get to school with some of the things that they might need to help their kids be more prepared so that that learning happens easier.
I had an opportunity where on the pre-K that where kids were the economically deprived kids had the opportunity to attend, and they excelled, and many of the districts said they could see a difference because of the pre-K part in there. With that as my preface, do you know approximately a percentage of those kids that may or may not have access to a pre-K program? And that is my final question.
Within our district, do I know percentage? I don't have that specifically, no.
You probably know how many have come through your pre-K program, though.
Yeah, and we have increased our, over the past few years, increased the number of preschools we have. So now we have 2 preschools at each one of our elementary schools, where in the past, over the past few years, we've added 1 at each one of the preschools. So we have 2 instead of just 1. We've also added we have 1 pre-K that is considered a communications professional or preschool, where kids who are more nonverbal, so that they can be in a different type of environment, and then also have opportunities to socialize with the kids that are in the preschool next door to them. So that has been very successful too, really trying to look at what are the needs of our students coming in and what are the things that we can provide for them that hopefully will help them be ready for that kindergarten.
Sure. Well, thank you. This was really powerful. Appreciate
Well,
it so
thank
much.
you. I appreciate.
Thanks for driving up. I didn't realize Ottawa was that big, though. I, for some reason, wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Ottawa is great.
I keep hearing that.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, board, we will go on a 10-minute break and be back at 2:48. Our agenda is training of administrators and instructional leaders. We're going to get some information.
Yes, that's right.
Mr. Carter, hello.
Yep. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Commissioner Steele, ladies and gentlemen of the board. So I'm before you today to talk about, there's some question about how our leaders were trained. So I'm going to cover touch on our standards, our current standards, and then I'm going to turn it on. I'd like to travel with an entourage that
That's
you see behind
right.
us
Right.
of actual subject matter experts that are going to explain what their programs do. And,
Okay.
and it'll be my pleasure to introduce them all here in just a moment. But so before we get into this conversation, first I want to give you an update of our current building and district leadership standards. So a little background information, these standards were last revised and adopted by the state board in 2020. And as far as the request for information, as I received it, there was a question about how are leaders being trained for evaluating personnel, and then how we work through initiatives that have come out. And I'm assuming those initiatives were either with the state board initiatives or any statutes or laws that changed. So when we take a look at our standards for the leadership, for those two questions, standards 4, 6, and 7 is where our higher ed programs would address those particular components. So that's where we try to focus this update on, is in that standards area. So as we get into the actual standards, and I'm going to try to go through this quickly so you have more time to hear from the programs, less time from me, but I did want to introduce you to those standards real quick. But building a district, they're very similar. Some of them are exactly the same, but there could be some nuances, so it may be a little wonky whenever I bring up those standards here in just a moment. All right, so standard 4, learning instruction. So a lot of words there. The main thing to take away, that anything that's in this standard, our programs have to address and assess and show how they're meeting that requirement. So every month when Catherine comes up with her higher ed accreditation or her program approval, these are the standards for program approval. These would be the standards they look. And when she talks about, RFIs or what's being addressed, it comes directly from these standards. And, our programs are working through that and showing how they have trained that in their program. So standard 4, learning and instruction. So instructional leadership, that'll be the key focus in that area. And there's a lot of initiatives that have come up recently about instructional leadership. However, overall, how individuals are trained in our programs, it's a little higher level for certain skills that they need in order to make that happen. Standard 6, operations and management. We also felt that was pretty important to the question that was asked, because the school environment changes almost daily, definitely yearly. After every legislative session, it seems like it changes. But within our standards, operations and management, you would see once again those skills, higher level skills, being trained in that area. And when we talk about standard 6, almost exact verbiage, but from building switching to district, there is a little slight nuance in the language that's included for that particular standard. All right, in standard number 7, professional capacity. So you talk again about evaluation, engaging your staff. That's all addressed within the standard. And I did include for this standard the building, the full building and the full district, because they were more different than some of our other standards. Now, earlier today, in our conversation when I was giving the licensed personnel report, I did address that we do have a working group that's working through to do another revision of these standards with the goal of having that to you around September or October. So we're not really kind of focusing on that right now, but we are trying to focus on what exactly is happening in our programs at the moment. And so it's a pleasure for me today to introduce our speakers that are coming from the programs. First, we have Dr. Susan Bond, and I'll let her go into some more detail about herself. Pretty amazing career, but she serves, we only have 2 of her hats that are listed, what she serves for Pitt State. She actually does 3 things. I'll let her cover that in just a moment. We also have Dr. Doug Huffman from KU and Dr. Jennifer Basello from KU as well. And Jennifer, she's been gracious enough to volunteer her time to work on our building and district leadership review team. She's our chair. So she will be coming back whenever we present those standards to you in the future. All right, so I will turn it over now to Dr. Bond.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it's such a pleasure to be here. I'll briefly share my three hats because it is rather amusing position I find myself in. I've come to Kansas just 2 years ago, so I'm starting my third year at Pittsburgh State University as Executive Vice President and Provost. However, we had a dean leave and needed somebody to fill the gap. So the Dean of the College of Education is my current acting role, and I'm also working on our graduate school. So I'm the Dean of the graduate school right now as well. But I'm on a hiring campaign, so if anybody's interested, we have some openings. So it's especially delightful to be here. I have to share a little story about my background. Started right out of law school. My first job was at the State Board of Education in Ohio, and I'm going to reveal something about myself. I was around during the DeRolf litigation. So during that time period is when we were sued. It was lovely because of our funding mechanisms in Ohio. So I was also there when the model policies and procedures rolled out for special education, and that was one of the main duties that I had because I've been a disability lawyer and advocate for much of my career of teaching in higher education after I left the State Department of Ed. And I don't even want to talk about it, but I also worked at the U.S. Department of Ed briefly during my sabbatical when I was working at George Mason University. So I've had a deep, long passion for education. And with a law degree, I think I take very seriously the importance of our roles in preparing principals because the leader has to model what's expected in that building. And so they're critical to the enterprise of education. And if that leader has been prepared and adequately supported, they're going to be in a much better position to support their educators. So to that end, I'll go through a couple of details that we pride ourselves in at Pittsburgh State University. And one of those is our motto, by doing, learn. And that's very important. I taught law classes most of my life. And so I find with law students that it's real fun for them to think, well, how am I ever going to learn all these court cases and these names? I said, that's not at all what I need you to focus on. I need you to be able to apply the law to a fact pattern in front of you. And so we're going to do that ad nauseum, where you are working on using the information, the laws that you know, to apply to a situation and work through that to appropriate resolution. So I very much believe that by doing, learn is how we are going to support our educators in improving their practice. We start with, and I've given you a handout, just kind of high-level stuff, but our alignment really is to make sure that we're aligned with the KSDE standards and focusing today on 6, 7, and 4. So with Standard 6, we have a couple of courses that really line up closely to make sure that we achieve the spirit, if you will, of that standard. And I think that's important to say. We're not just checking a box to make sure we comply with the standard, but we're in fact leaning in with field experiences to ensure not just that you get content and knowledge, but then you're able to put that into practice. So whether it be our educational leadership policy and practice course, or the principalship, or the legal foundation, the educational systems leadership, all of those are going to involve intensive field experiences for the students, to get out into the field and practice some of what they're learning and take that content into the field. Standard 7, that one talks about the policy, governance, advocacy, and that professional capacity. Again, similar situation where we're using field experiences to help that educator really fine-tune their ability. There's one thing between reading in a book what a strong teacher evaluation process looks like, and then there's another example to be sitting in a classroom and cueing on a form how that teacher is meeting the goals of the classroom, supporting all learners' needs in that classroom. So we need our educators to be out engaged, actually using those tools while they're enrolled in working within our boundaries, because we can support them to hone those skills. We also have field experiences for our leadership generally, educational systems leadership. I think that enables us to really do some tailoring of our courses for the students. So if we have a large group of students who tend to have rural experiences or rural goals, we need to provide for them slightly differently than if we have more urban schools. And we get that because we are constantly in feedback loops with our students. And so our students are saying, oh, wow, I didn't realize when I would go into a small school that I was all of a sudden going to be negotiating insurance contract rates and working on bus contract rates. So we need to be very flexible and adaptable to what our students need to ensure, one, we're giving them the skills that are aligned with the standards, but also that we're actually helping them to be better at their craft. Standard 4, briefly, the learning and instruction. There's another opportunity for us to really hone that skill of supervising the instruction and being responsible as the instructional leader in that school building. And those include some field practices as well. I realize my handout doesn't have those field practices or field exercises, but we also do include those in that area. Again, I like to think about what we're providing our students are not just content and knowledge to fill their brains with, but rather the ability to translate that knowledge into practice and to make meaningful impact. And then also to have some of the skills that we need and we know are important. How do you manage change? How do you manage your staffing solutions when you have problems? What are some creative ways that you can respond to a challenge in your building? We have as well a lot of partnerships with our school districts. I just gave a broad number, but we have over 80 MOUs in place with school districts around our region. Some of you might know Pittsburgh, Kansas is in the southeast region, so we're right across the border from Missouri, right across the border from Arkansas and Oklahoma. So we're frequently trying to build strong partnerships and serve the schools and the school leaders in our region. And we build those MOUs, again, to give them good pathways for their continued education. We also have been offering the structured literacy, not primarily targeted towards our school leaders, but certainly available to them should they desire. But we've been focusing on the blueprint, and so in compliance with the blueprint, we structured our courses primarily for our pre-service and our practicing educators. But certainly we are ready and poised, should that be a KSDE requirement, that we would be able to pivot appropriately. Another thing I'll mention back, when you think about instructional leaders, you have to remember that our principals sometimes might have come out of the sciences or English, and they're still going to be supervising teachers that are not particularly in their field. So a really important skill set that we build is their ability to learn enough about the practice to support the educator, but maybe not need to be content specialists. So I can think of a way that we could be able to better support our principals through literacy and exposure to literacy, so they're a better support to their teachers in their literacy endeavors. And then I'll wrap up with just saying we continue to work with Greenbush. Many of you might know Greenbush. It's a really powerful, sorry, that sounds wrong, but it's just a positive impact on schools in that they offer a lot of PD and professional development opportunities, and we're a good partner with them. The second handout I gave you is just so that you might see where our mindset is as colleges of education. That is a crosswalk, if you will, between the IDA and the ILA, and that's just to help you see, for your consideration, why there are still some hesitancy about moving into the IDA, because we see the IDA as a core component under the ILA, and we believe that we are providing instruction for all students, and so that's one of our areas.
Would you mind giving everybody what those letters mean, just to make sure we're all on the same page? Because I'm struggling on the ILA part.
Yes. Okay. And I have to look at my cheat sheet notes too. The IDA is the broader, and I don't have it on here. Can I get a phone a friend? The IDA for the reading, the literacy.
The Dyslexia Association?
Yes. So the IDA is the narrow on dyslexia, and the ILA is the broader on literacy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. That helps.
Literacy
I don't know
Association.
if I've heard of ILA.
You want questions?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, can you, because we want to make sure we don't short.
So Madam Chair, I was going to ask if we let
Yeah,
both
yeah,
of our
let's,
higher ed
if you
partners
can
present, and then
jot
we'll
yourself a note.
questions at the end.
Yeah, let's wait till the very end to make sure we don't lose our time tracking. So thank you, and might have questions after.
All right, thank you, thank you. Hi, I'm Douglas Huffman, and I want to thank you for having us here and giving us an opportunity to talk about the preparation of our district and building leaders. Our KU team is myself. I also have Dr. Jennifer Beslow, who is a professor of practice, former principal administrator, and leads our building and district preparation programs. And then online, you might notice SM, that's Susie, Dr. Suzanne Myers, who leads our literacy program. So she's the co-director of our Center for Research on Learning and has worked widely on our statewide literacy efforts. So I just wanted to say quickly a couple of words. Many of you may know at KU we're about to launch 4 new competency-based programs. One of them is for STEM teachers and it's due to launch in the fall. And I think it's relevant as we talk about building and district preparation, especially in that some people tend to think about preparation in terms of knowledge and information that administrators or building leaders should know. While the competency-based program we're trying to move much more to the skills and abilities and competencies that district leaders and building leaders should possess. The skills that they really need to serve students in the best way they can. And one way I think to summarize that view is the quality of building and district leaders is not measured by the amount of knowledge they possess, but rather by the skills and competencies they have to lead. So with that, I want to turn over to Jennifer, who can get into a lot of the details about our preparation of building and district leaders.
Thank you, Dr. Huffman. I just want to say thank you so much for having us here. I will say I was a principal a few years ago at the same time that Dr. New was serving, and she was quite a legend in the field. So I was probably a wee sprout principal, but she was phenomenal. So I have served at the district level, taught and served the Kansas system for 17 years before being at KU. So this is starting my 6th year. So Shawnee Heights and Lawrence school districts are the school districts that I served here in the community. And I also was able to serve at the Lawrence School District with Zach Conrad, who I know is recently appointed to an important position here. So it is a small, big network as we teach our folks. And so we're excited to be here. As our former presenters already shared, we really focus a lot on the applied experience. I know you think of an R1 institution being very theoretical, but I think if our students were here in the building and district leadership programs, they would actually share how much applied experience. So we try to shove a lot of knowledge at them, but then within courses, we actually have design field experiences that pushes them out to apply that. And so our critical partners are supervising those field experiences. So 175 hours at the principal level, 150 hours at the district leadership level. And those are direct contact with the superintendent or assistant superintendent, principal, assistant principal. So we always tell them you must partner with 1 and 2. And then they're working with myself and instructors on the back end in terms of those collaborative growth experiences. So when they learn about human resources at the district level, they're also going out in the field and understanding, how it's all cooked together, what the recipe really looks like. And that has proven to be really powerful. Some recent changes we've also made is to back our internship field experiences further into the start of the program. So as they're in a 2 to 4 year program, depending on building or district leadership, they're learning along the way, and then they get this big concentrated internship at the end where now they've built trust with the clinical supervisors and they're actually in positions of leadership versus observation in the corner. And we know that that's 2 very different experiences. And then we really also focus on systems thinking, as we know, especially at the district level and building levels. We can't just support isolated initiatives because that's what gets us in trouble with sustainability and buy-in and growth. And so thinking about if it's a literacy initiative, how is that built into the fabric and culture of a school district or a school? And so that's really helped when we think about some of our, systems thinking and this idea of coherence and just making meaning out of things. And we're seeing that theory connected to practice in more powerful ways. Some other things, I know standards 4, 6, and 7 were really of the interest. So as we think about our building capacity with our principals, we have them work in recording themselves and doing a teacher observation evaluation conference. and then get their own feedback and reflection, get other students' feedback and reflection before mine, because it's one thing to learn it, it's like student teaching, and another to go out and do it. So we want to equip them with lots of practice so that confidence is there. We also focus on change management. So we're really focusing on making the building and district leaders that the world needs today, and not what just the books are written, because we realize it's a education, we're often building the plane in the air. The other piece, when you talk about simulated or applied experiences, is we have what's called Jayhawkville, which is a simulated school district. So in addition to the field experiences where they're getting out and getting to practice these capacities that we're teaching and competencies that Dr. Huffman has talked about, all aligned with the standards, we're also getting them a simulated experience where they're in a data hub where they get to understand different leaders' personalities, different demographics. There's urban core, there's rural spaces, and then they have natural data. In fact, we pull it from KSDE, so we rename things and then we give them actual simulated experiences where they go in and they have a problem or they have to identify something, apply something using real world time, real world issues, and they have to think on their feet like they would as building and district leaders. And that's been a really powerful tool. We're also working at simulated experiences at the district level. What happens when a school board member says something? How do we equip our leaders for those pieces? And then again, most recently, the last 2-3 years, we've noticed just this idea that leadership is really, really hard right now. So really equipping them with leadership identities, understanding who they are. Do they understand their educational philosophies enough to be able to defend those decisions and that hard work that's actually happening in the field, and building that capacity so we can reduce turnover, burnout, some of those pieces that are just eating up some of our building and district leaders out there, because the work is hard. So those are really exciting pieces. We also at the district level have them do a long-term project that we collaborate with the superintendent. We get them in real time, and the superintendents have been fantastic. Shawnee Mission superintendent's actually a KU grad from our program, and he has them in negotiations. So they're getting some really powerful experiences. They're out there doing salary studies, marketing recruitment studies, things that they can pull back into the district. So that's been really meaningful and helpful. And then we tell our clinical partners, hey, make sure this is free work, like let them work for you. So that's been a really positive. And then lastly, you'll see on the handout that we've given you, I've just identified some partnerships. We've really been looking and focusing on more grow your own partnerships with the university. So right now, like Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, we have a partnership. We didn't have enough enrollment to lift, but we're still working. Dr. Sobelfield's a KU grad. So Shawnee Mission, I know, does a little bit more work with another university, but we've also had talks with Blue Valley, who's interested in building more partnerships. And a quick overview of what a Grow Your Own program would look like is when we have some of their clinical field members, district leaders, really teaching them how their district is ran as they use some of the applied standard aligned components that we have through accreditation. So it's a partnership of who's instructing, and that leads to higher retention factors within the district, and then the ability to do succession planning on a leadership level where you're really kind of teaching that aspiring leader the way of that school district in alignment with the standards and what the university has to offer. It's a really powerful concept, and I think that's one that continue to grow. And then we've been forging more relationships. We have Lawrence in our backyard. We're really fortunate to work with them. And then you'll see some other pieces as well with partners with Greenbush, recent USA Kansas talks. But really excited to be approachable. And while not all the work is unique to University of Kansas, we're just excited to have partners here like Pitt State and people that we can talk to about leadership. We're very passionate about it, and we realize leaders have a lot of impact. So with that, I'll stop because I could talk all day. I get so excited about this topic, but I will turn it back over for maybe Shane to facilitate any questions. Thank you.
And I assume you probably don't want to hear any answers from me. You probably want some of the experts up here. So, okay, yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. And I'm going to approach this probably from just a total different angle. I have to preface this question so that you will understand what my question is. Now, ESSA has identified one of the critical pillars for education as family engagement. Now, given the lack of that we're seeing in families, particularly of certain subgroups, parent participation is decreasing significantly. Yet we still recognize that as an important element that can be successful for the education of students. Great job academically, but tell me, how are you addressing getting these future leaders to understand that it's a dual role that you play? Yes, you are leading the teachers. Yes, you have to keep them motivated, but significantly on the other side is the need for family engagement. One of the things that truly I feel like is knowing that how you engage those families, particularly in the subgroups where we're struggling, is going to be key to the success. How are you incorporating, or are you incorporating that in terms of training? Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And that's the real work, right? You're speaking to some of the real work our leaders do. I think it's honestly constantly something that's in the making, right? So, but I can tell you, as far as what we are asking students to do, in Standard 5, it's like a community and external relationship component where aspiring leaders are having to show what they did to engage. And I think it was a very purposeful move with our standards, because it's easy to live in a reactive space as a leader. Instead, what you're suggesting is a real proactive and very intentional thought process. So as part of their hours, they're required to show through artifacts, documentation, participatory pieces, and leadership engagement. So what that's looked like has been some like focus groups. It's been like parent carnival, PTO, that kind of style. But it's also been a little bit more thoughtful, like you've talked about. We've had students that have gone out and been very specific about working with certain subgroups, identifying needs, bringing those back into the schools, and changing some of the intentional inputs and outputs based on that. So some of it you will see some of the, typical student parent engagement where they're just focusing on involvement, but some of it's a little bit more critical. At the district level, you'll see conversations that are very focused before they do like a school proposal to close a school, where they're starting to really talk about those needs. We've seen those on site councils, any kind of big change initiatives that they're starting to really target some specific folks. But I will be the first to say it starts with relationships and approachability as the leader, and the culture that's set in the building, because you can do all the right things technically, but if the culture and relationships aren't established and those families don't feel seen, heard, wanted, or represented, that's a problem. So we focus a lot on the relational side and district leadership, principal leadership, and that to me, I think, is that developmental piece that's very, mixing the art and science, but I do think it's intentional. So what you'll see in portfolios is a really pretty version of like, hey, this is how we connected to our communities. But I think what you're asking about, that soulful connection to the work, is leadership development, culture, climate, relationships. Thank you.
I do want to just touch on really quick when you talk about field experiences with both of you did. And obviously you have a list here with KU that you have other districts you're working with. So your students, I assume, are primarily online, correct? Okay. So then, but you're getting to connect them to superintendents, building leaders in districts and they're stepping into that space, physically working with them. A little bit of a mentoring, internship type atmosphere, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so they work in the field experiences. They're working really closely. Often it's in their own districts because that's ease of access, and that's a way that they can build relationships within their district, because many times they're wanting to stay within their district.
Okay.
So they can build relationships within their district, and then we have a supervising partner who works with that educator to then document they did this teacher observation. They did this many pre and post conversations after the observation conferences with the teacher. So they're documenting the experiences that our educators are having in the field.
Okay, thank you. Melanie?
Fun with my mic today. Thank you, Madam Chair. This was a really good presentation. It's wide-ranging, and I've got a lot of different things going on in my head, so I'm going to try to focus on one thing, which would be you talked about retention. And I would like to hear just a little bit more. That seems like an area where when you have great data, that data is going to show you we are doing the right things in that preparation, and then when they enter the building and they're actually doing the work, those two together are what drive that retention. I just wondered if anybody wants to say a little bit more about retention, and maybe where we keep talking about leadership, but a big piece of that is culture, and so what that culture thread is that goes with the retention piece, if you don't mind.
And just to clarify, with retention, do you mean retention within our program or retention as they
Teacher retention, yes.
Teacher retention.
And administrator retention.
Got it. So there's, I think, a couple things. I think one goal, speaking really transparently, is how we continue to track our leaders once they leave our field. So, we're really lucky to have folks who are in our program that are already usually building principals, assistant principals, aspiring for district leadership. For example, at the district level, principal program would be teachers aspiring for principalship. Then, to some degrees, they don't always hop right into a principal role or assistant principal role right after. So one of the things that we've been doing to engage our own is to set up more focus groups. I know Dr. Huffman and I have had very intentional focus groups as part of our accreditation process that also speaks to how are our folks being successful in the field, what are some strengths, what are some weaknesses. So we're doing some background on our own to capture that. But then often, in addition to other engagement platforms like Facebook, alumni, things like that, we tell them, and it's probably more than I should, but we'll tell them a lot of like, hey, call us, like if you're not having an issue. One of the things that I've been doing on the side is women's educational leadership. So I'll say like, call me. They get my phone number. They probably get more than they should, but they'll call me and say, hey, I'm having a hard time breaking into this field. I'm still in my teaching role. What are some things I can do? So we kind of talk through that. So we provide a lot of access. We try to provide relationships with our program so that they're not just one and done. But it is still, to speak transparently, it is hard to track folks once they leave our program as far as how are they doing. And that's why I spoke a little bit about more grow your own programs being just a really cool field because they don't fall through their gaps, right? So if they go and Dr. New is a district leader and she's been mentoring them, it's also, I tell our students, I'm like, I'm getting you a seat at the table. Now this is your resume and your job interview in the next year to get there. And it's a little softer handoff. So Dr. New, in this example, could continue to buffer some pieces and say, here's some things I want to work on. But that succession planning is different than what it used to be in this field. 20 years ago is where you could, jump a district and go somewhere else. But I do see some people who we don't want to leave the profession because they get burnt out or they can't get that leadership job. So if there are some difficult conversations, we want them to have that between ourselves and the clinical partner. I think the area of improvement where we can continue to work on is what that handoff looks like after they graduate, because it's one thing to be able to demonstrate these pieces in a proficient way and another to be excelling and leading. The other piece that we do have, fortunate with Kansas, is a lot of support, mentor supports that we have out in the field. USA Kansas is one of them. I know wearing my chair hat, we've been having conversations about those bridged supports for, okay, you can show capacity, you've done the work, you've done this awesome field experience, but we still need to grow and groom those skills. And I think that that's where the other work needs to happen in the field. And the other reality I think we're faced with is that our leaders are coming out younger and probably more inexperienced than before. Like in my game, I was freakishly young to be leading, and I had to learn a lot of things along the way. And so I think that's a truth in Kansas that we're just navigating and working with as far as having newer, younger, less experienced leaders out there trying to handle tough problems. So I think all those require just more supports, more mentorship. But as far as data and raw numbers, I think that that's an area that I could speak for KU that, it's hard to monitor, but we could definitely get you some if you were interested. So
Now, I'm just more interested at a high level in what are we doing to ensure that we're creating a great culture for teachers to thrive in and for administrators to want to stay in. And it's not always the young administrator. Sometimes it's the administrator who's been there a long time too, obviously well beyond when they've been with you guys. But that's something that I think that we need to really be focused on, is what are we doing to provide those supports across the board so that everyone is having a good experience as they move through the process, whatever role they may be in.
I agree. I can say the one thing that I've noticed being at KU 5, going on 6 years now, is that I think there is never too much leadership work that can be done on the foundational side of just knowing who you are, knowing what your strengths are as you go and lead, because I have seen or had anecdotal experiences where some of our leaders would go out in the field, not specific to KU, peers, the network, and when you get that pushback, it can be, as you know, State Board of it, it can be deflating. So you really have to know who you are and what you stand on, those values, and sometimes that culture piece is then shaped by having some of those interpersonal skills and then having that impact on who you lead. So I think establishing that is harder to do than navigating a technical standard. So I think building that capacity is a really key part of what we're trying to do. And I mentioned soulful work, but I think a lot of education can be that. So I think that's, and I won't overspeak, but that's kind of my focus. Thank you.
I might add something, because this has always troubled me, teaching law and teaching it online, sometimes with 80 students. I was always concerned of how do I give them an opportunity to build community, because sometimes your ally could be a former professor, but other times your ally or your phone a friend, if you will, could be somebody who was sitting in that class with you in a different district. So there's some safety in reaching out and saying, here's the challenge. So I think being intentional about our practice of building community within our classes so that they also see they have us as an institution to support them, and hopefully reach out for mentoring, but they also have peers who are likely going to experience the same things. So reminding them to build those communities from within their peer groups is helpful. And then one thing that we do is we try anything to get our students to feel connected to us. So we have a lot of donors who are amazing and give money so that we're able to recognize our high quality teacher candidates, principals, building leaders, and we keep them coming back to us by the functions that we have and giving these awards and having intensive nomination process. And that's another way to connect them that, oh, don't forget about Pitt State has a role in your success. We want to see you succeed. So I think there's lots of creative ways that you can come up with solutions to bridge some of those gaps.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I've heard Fort Hays talk about that as well. Okay.
I'm going to back up on Melanie because culture, I believe, is number one priority. I mean, if you have in your mind what kind of culture you want in your, I'm a business guy, don't know anything about education. So if you know what the culture you want to have, and it takes years to get that going, but if you do, that's all this other stuff kind of falls into line because this is all great stuff, but if the culture isn't proper, I think that's number one.
Yeah. Okay.
Where I've seen culture most successfully deploy across the whole school district is when you have the right superintendent. And so he's probably going to die of embarrassment, but Carrie Saketa, who's in Joplin and has led that school district, from the tornado that wiped out their school and the rebuilding and the things he's done with their Franklin Tech. And we have a partnership with them where their students can come and attend full ride scholarships because the MOU is a pathway from Franklin Tech into our Crossland College of Technology. So it's really being creative and building all those partnerships and then having a leader as the superintendent who has the vision for creating a culture where we have a possible attitude instead of an impossible attitude.
Right. Very good. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate your coming and your time and sharing with us. It's powerful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Shane and Catherine, for putting that together.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, pressing on. The highlight of our day. Budget. Yeah. Our recommendations to the governor on the budget. So Dr. Hess is going to be helping us out on this. I have to remember to say say something to Renee about her outfit. I just saw her walk through and I was like, I gotta make sure this is something. Okay, we're gonna do it. Now, let me know, because probably partway through we're gonna want to take a break. So help me watch the time, and if you're like, okay, done, we need 10 minutes. Oh, you don't get it yet. So don't be afraid to wave me down if we want to have some time, okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the board, it is good to get out of my budget spreadsheets for an hour, so and to help you talk about budget things. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through basically go through the budget options portion that you saw from last month, and we'll go through each of those, and then we can make motions as we get to the specific items, so that way we're not having to backtrack if that works for the board. So the first 4 state aid categories we're going to kind of deal with as one group together, because these are the major categories of state aid. So the first is the state foundation aid, which, as you can see, for this year is set at $5,778. And as you know, the school finance formula expires at the end of this fiscal year. But for the purposes of budgeting, the consensus estimating group projected forward into fiscal year 2028, so we have numbers to work. Obviously, some of this stuff is subject to change depending upon action by the legislature during the next legislative session. But for the purposes of budget planning, we're going with the same school finance formula continuing on into fiscal year 2028. So the current estimate for the base in fiscal year 2028 is $5,940, which is another 2.8% increase over fiscal year 2027. And the estimated total state foundation aid from all funding sources, not just the SGF, is a little over $4 billion. That looks like a very specific number, but it is an estimate. That's just what the formula spit out for the estimate. But based on current, based on what the legislature has appropriated and what we have in our base budget for fiscal year 2028, there is no additional money is needed to fund the law. So the recommendation for state foundation aid is just to fund the law as it is. The next category of major categories of state aid is supplemental state aid or local option budget state aid. Again, this is equalization for local option budgets, which for poorer districts is a form of property tax relief. So the state pays a portion of the school district's local option budget, which means there's less local property taxes that are needed to fund that local option budget. The current estimate for fiscal year 2027 is $613 million, and it goes up to $630 million in fiscal year 2028. Again, this is no additional action is needed because this has been built into our base budget for fiscal year 2028. The third major category is capital improvement state aid. This has been declining since fiscal year 2024, and this is primarily because school districts are paying off pre-2015 bonds, which are at higher rates of state aid, and they're being replaced by post-2015 bonds, which are at significantly lower state aid rates. So even with the rising costs in construction costs, the state aid rates are lower, so there's less of a state obligation. This is another form of property tax relief for local taxpayers. The state pays a portion of to repay the bonds after they have been issued. In fiscal year 2027, the estimate is $175 million, and next fiscal year it is $170 million. And then the final major category is capital outlay state aid. For years, you can see this has been going up at a pretty significant clip, and then in fiscal year 2026, it actually surprisingly went down. And so we think this is primarily because some school districts came off the state aid schedule that we weren't expecting to come off. And this is, we think, we have to see for sure if it continues, the result of declining enrollment, but property valuations going up at the same time. This state aid schedule is determined by assessed valuation per pupil. So if you have a district where their enrollment is going down a little bit, but their valuations are going up, that means their assessed valuation per pupil goes up, which takes them off the state aid schedule. So it was $93.1 million in fiscal year 2026. The current estimate is $105 million because we don't know if this is going to be a trend that continues or if it's a little bit of an anomaly. We did have a decline in bilingual enrollment this year that we weren't expecting, so we have to see if that's going to continue or if it's going to reverse and go back to its previous trend of increasing. So those are the major categories of state aid. As I mentioned, all of the current law is built into the base KSDE budget for fiscal year 2028, so there is no need to request additional funding to fund the current law.
I move that the State Board of Education recommend the adoption of the consensus estimates for state foundation aid, supplemental state aid, capital improvement state aid, and capital outlay state aid for fiscal year 2028. Those are just estimates.
Second, I'm really confused. All of this is based on what is set in law. So what are you voting against? I'm very confused.
Law.
I cannot hear you.
Just on GP.
Huh? Because it can be, like, are you asking for more money? Like, what are you wanting us to do? I'm very confused with the start like this on this. Because this is literally following the law as in place right now. I'm not saying it didn't pass. I'm asking questions. Because I'm very confused. No feedback? Nobody wants to explain their vote?
I probably want to, our budget is so in depth that I would like to look at things a lot deeper than this.
Okay, all of these numbers are based on statutory things that the legislature has set. This has nothing to do with anything but that. So we are simply voting that they follow the law, if you want to call it that, I guess, that this is what's in place. We know it's subject to change because we're sunsetting soon, so a new formula has to come up. But that's all this is. It's just a recommended follow the law. We're not asking for anything more than that. We're just.
I'm not sure if I need to really explain my vote. I just wanted to, I defer a lot to Connie when it comes to this kind of stuff because of her past experience with the legislature. And so
But you represent your district that you talk about all the time.
And I represent my district, so I trust her vote. That's all.
Well, I'm just very curious, so we will move on. So 6-3, that motion passed. Okay. Sorry, Dr. Hess, move on.
So have we had any talk, because they're in negotiations now talking about finance, and so they could cut our financing in half this next session real quick. They could change the law because they're in negotiations right now.
But again, we're basing this on what the law is currently, as Dr. Hess pointed out.
But we're just saying follow the law. They cut us, they cut it.
You see, this is the last time they cut it.
Moving on.
Madam Chair, so the next category of state aid is special education state aid. And this first table, the number is a little small here, but it's to provide some context in terms of the level of funding for special education state aid over the last decade plus, and the percent of excess costs funded by state aid. As you may remember, state statute says special education state aid will equal 92% of statewide excess costs. The last time that the state was at 92% of excess costs was fiscal year 2011, and that was with the assistance of some federal ARA funds. So the Great Recession federal relief dollars were used to meet that in fiscal year 2011. I believe the last year it was without any federal assistance was fiscal year 2009 was the last time it was state money alone. I would just point out there at the bottom, the last two, the current estimate for state aid in fiscal year 2027 is at 65.3% of excess costs, and it is projected to go down to 62.1% of excess costs in fiscal year 2028. That's at the current level of appropriation. The main way state aid is distributed for special education is the per teacher reimbursement amount. This is the last pot of money that is calculated and distributed. First, we have, so all money above, and I'm not going to remember the specific dollar amount now, but $500-something million. $528 million. Thank you, Gabby, for saving my bacon. $528 million. Everything above that is distributed on the local contribution schedule that the state board approved last year. And so that is all sent there. And the remaining $528 million is distributed four ways: transportation, special education transportation, catastrophic aid, Medicaid replacement, and then the remainder is this per teacher amount. As you can see, it's been going down the last couple years. If the statute stays the same, this will continue to go down because the pot of money that this is coming out of stays the same at $528 million, but the other categories, specifically special education transportation, are going to continue to grow, and so the pot of money for this will continue to decrease, even if more funding is added for special education, because any additional funding added goes to the local contribution method. So there are a couple of different options the board could consider for special education state aid. Could stay at the legislative approved funding levels for fiscal year 2027 and fiscal year 2028, which again is at $617 million and then 65.3% of excess costs in the current year and 62.1% in the next year. Second option would be to increase funding to target a specific percentage of excess costs. So 65.3% again would maintain it at this year's amount. If they wanted to go back and maintain it at the fiscal year 26 estimate, it would be $50.4 million, and then there's other variations in there. If the board wanted to be, say, 73.5%, I could calculate that. These are just, it's whatever percentage the board would like to choose if they want to. The board could also do some kind of phase-in, which has happened in the past, but last year the board just recommended 80% of excess costs. The board can also just, if you want, just choose a dollar amount. What I will note is that if the board makes a recommendation to hit a certain percentage of excess costs, in November we will have the new school finance consensus estimates, and KSDE will recalculate the dollar amount to match the percentage. If you choose, say, to hit 80% or 85% or something like that, the estimate to get there will change in November. If you choose a percentage, we'll recalculate it because your policy goal was to get to a percentage. So, but those are the motions, and I will defer to the board.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question potentially for our attorney, Mark, who always tells us that it's his job to keep us out of court. And we know that there is a potential pending lawsuit that might be materializing from some of the state's larger districts regarding special education funding. So my question is, in my time on this board, this is year 6 for me, I remember in some of my earlier years, we were trying to get to the 92%, and this board year over year recommended a phase-in to try to get us to 92%. When that didn't work, we finally caved and said, okay, let's try for 80%. Can you go back a slide or two to, I'm just thinking about how much farther we go into the hole when we agree to reduce, not that it's our say, but this is our opportunity to recommend, this is where we think we could be at. Otherwise, we're just digging a deeper hole here, right?
At the current way things are situated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Current laws, current formulas.
So my question for Mark is, do we have a responsibility in this moment from this body to try to make a reasonable recommendation here?
Very complex question, but one that's fair given what's occurring at the table. I would encourage you to make a decision and recommendation based on the existing law, not anticipate or speculate about some future legislative changes that may or may not occur that you can't predict, or some future litigation around this. I mean, you might be a party, you might not be a party. It's hard to predict how that may come out. I will say that in past school finance litigation, it has come up in the opinions and consideration by the court as to what this board did or didn't recommend. And so I think it's important, and in fact, I mean, some might argue it's incumbent upon you to look at what you're being asked to consider and how you analyze that and take a public position on that. So beyond that, I think it's it's challenging if you don't take a position and then the agency is asked to provide testimony or input across the street, or others, legislators scrutinize, what you did or didn't do when the time came up to look at recommendations for education in the state of Kansas.
That's true. Betty?
And what I was kind of looking at in the past, we have took the opportunity for some discussion on what percentage. From my perspective, I do feel like it should be fully funded. That doesn't happen, but it doesn't mean that we can't put that on our wish list and say, this is what we would like to see happen. And I thought, I didn't know if we were going to kind of engage on that, but in the past, we've just kind of looked at like a reasonable, is that, Jen, kind of percentage?
Because last year we asked for 80% to get us to an 80%.
Yeah. So I wouldn't have a problem with staying around in that, but I think maybe we should get kind of an idea before the motion is made, what percentage the board would be comfortable with. Because they probably won't give it to us, but you ask for what you're supposed to get.
Well, and what Mark said is very real. I mean, if there is any kind of litigation, and even as they go through the funding formula, they obviously are looking at what does the state board say, and we're the voice for our districts right now. And we know that they are pulling out of general funds for special education. I can't say that I even pretend to understand how all of that works, but working within right now what we have and what we're dealing with the formula, with current things as they are, federal law, state law, all the things. Jim? Oh, Dennis. Oh, sorry, your name's on there. I missed it.
Yeah, this is terribly complicated, and this is frequently a conversation I hear with superintendents at SDAC and places when I visit with them in their office are really concerned about this. And then you have the open borders issue with transportation. I mean, there's more and more variables that work into this, and it seems like the costs keep going up even though enrollment's going down, which is hard to understand. So it seems like there's more and more children being diagnosed as being special ed. So I look at what it means to a family, and if they have a special needs child, and hearing stories from superintendents about a child who maybe needs as much as 24-hour nursing care or something like that, and having special ed in the home or something, that can be terribly expensive for a district to provide. I guess I would hope that we would put a lot of pressure on the funding task force, that we would make them understand how serious this is. And I don't know that we're responsible to put a number on it. I mean, I think that's their job. But I think we need to be telling them that they need to be looking at all these variables, and they need to take the responsibility. Now, I'm going to refer someone to Jim. I'm sure he's got something to say about that because he's directly involved with it. But I think it's sort of, I feel almost incompetent in being able to do that because I don't understand all these variables, and I know that the struggle there is with higher taxes and the legislators being responsible to taxpayers, and so. But I think we, as supporting the education system, need to let the task force know that we're serious about them not just playing political games about it.
Right.
And so I'm really uncomfortable with putting a figure to it. I'll just say that.
I hear you. Jim?
Special education needs are going to be met.
Yes.
So the impact of not funding special education has a greater impact on general education.
Yes.
I was visiting with a superintendent from Johnson County who told me that they'd done some work with the superintendents of Johnson County, and there are going to be about 100 less teachers in that county next year than there are this year. That's going to have a direct impact on the education of the children in those districts, and it's going to be because there's transferring. That one of the variables is going to be because they are transferring money to cover special education costs. Therefore, but yeah, I do have a recommendation. I think I always supported the phase-in because we recognize there that the responsibility in the current law is to get to 92%. Is it reasonable for us to ask them to come up with $300 million in 1 year? I don't think so. But I would be the most comfortable with having a phase-in, a phase-in recommendation. I'm not going to make any motions, and the reason I'm not going to make any motions is I'm not going to be here. But I'm certainly going to be able to support a recommendation for a phase-in because I think that tells both the task force and the legislature and eventually the courts that the State Board of Education believes special education is important, that the education of all children are important. There is a direct relationship between the two, and that's incumbent upon us to make those statements because it may not make a difference next year, but it may at some point.
Thank you. Betty?
And the one thing that I want to point out and underscore, when we don't ask for adequate funding for special education, we are taking away from the general fund. That's what should be uppermost in your mind. Special education is going to get what they need, period. So the question is, do you want to rob general education to do so? Now, the other thing that's significant to me, if you know you need 90% funding and you ask for 40, you're saying we really don't care. And I think the thing that concerns me, board members, we have a responsibility to students and education, all students, whether it's categorically SPED or general, we have a responsibility. And we cannot sit in fear of asking for what we need for our students. That's all we're doing. This is what we need. It's not saying that that's what we're going to get. It'd be wonderful if we could come up with a figure and they say, okay. But if you don't care enough to ask for it, then don't be surprised if they don't care enough to give us anything for that. And I ask you, come into the real world and think about what we are doing for kids. I mean, it's time to put all of this playing aside.
Okay. Dr. Still.
John, I'm going to play the newbie card a little bit. Remind me, when we turn this in, do we turn it in with a number and a little paragraph, right? Help me understand a little bit to Dennis what he's saying. Like, what is our ability to make a statement with our request?
Thank you, Commissioner. The budget is turned in. It's not just a number. There is a narrative associated with it. The narrative is almost 500 pages because it includes a bunch of tables and with numbers and things like that. But there is a narrative that I write. If the board adopts some kind of statement that it wants included in the budget, I will put it in the budget.
If I can just, I mean, this is what's important, right? I mean, put yourself in the superintendent's shoes. If the rules don't change, you will find a way to give that money, and so you are just looking at other things that will be defunded. And so I think all of us are dealing with this complexity of nobody wants a budget in red, nobody wants any of these things, but the rules are not changing. I mean, we've kind of been here before with federal dollars, right? We don't want your federal dollars. Guess what? You still get the federal laws. Mm-hmm. So unless the rules change, we're going to be in a tough spot there. So just, I think that's worth considering. It's a tough decision. I can tell we're doing that heavily, John.
Commissioner, members of the board could also, when crafting its legislative priorities later in the fall, include a statement in there regarding special education funding or any school funding if you so choose.
Yeah, but this goes to the governor's office, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. This will go to, the budget is submitted by September 15th.
Yeah. Okay. Do we want to go a percentage? Do we want a dollar figure? Do we want to phase in? Somebody needs to throw something out there. Beryl, do you have any thoughts? Would you like to jump in? I'm going to invite you to jump in.
I see my brain turning, flashing across my forehead. I think Jim raised some really valid points. We can make a recommendation that may not be accepted. What we want is, as we've heard already, funds to go to school districts so that they can appropriately educate all Kansas children. And it doesn't matter what county they live in, every single Kansas child and sets of parents are looking to us to make the right decisions for their children. So, this is where I'm kind of like, let's suspend any preconceived ideas we may have about how money is being spent, because money is going to be spent. And sometimes we think, I don't want to take federal money, I don't want to take this money, I don't want to take that money, so I'm going to hold to that. But I'm thinking what we're asking here is for appropriate funding for certain accommodations that have to be made to educate children. All children, doesn't matter if they came from somewhere other than, where we are residing. So my bottom line personally is, let's go with what we did last year, request the phase-in, and then let the governor and her staff decide how they're going to accommodate our request. But personally, I would not want to go on record as having taken no action and punted it down the road to someone else when I've been elected to look out for every single Kansas child, including those in District 6, but beyond District 6. So thank you for reading my forehead.
Absolutely.
Because I wasn't even going to chime in. I was going to wait and see.
So last year, I think we actually did the 80%.
Okay,
So
or
we
the
can,
80,
we can
whatever we did.
certainly talk phase in, Debbie? Yeah, just a sec.
If I can get this going. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my tendency, this is, as a number of you have expressed, a large amount of numbers. It's very complicated. It's very difficult to understand. And my natural instinct is to just say, well, the powers that be in your office are figuring out these numbers and you're telling us what we need to do. And that is, my personality would tend to go with that. I'm a good baby boomer that way. But I do know that taxpayers, it's not always just about the students and the parents. It's also about the taxpayers. They're paying this bill. And we represent them as well. They may or may not have kids in the school. Yes, we do. We represent taxpayers. That's who we represent.
We represent public education.
We represent taxpayers who elected us to come here. That's who we represent.
To represent.
The school didn't elect me to come here. The taxpayers did.
It's about the role, Debbie.
So the reality is, you represent who you want to in your district. In my district, I'm representing the taxpayers who all have a right to vote, and they voted. And they want, we're in the top third in the nation spending money on education. So I don't think it's a matter of we don't care about the children or care about special education needs or want to defund or unfund or not sufficiently fund schools. What I think I'm hearing my constituents say is they don't trust that we're managing what we're given properly. And that is where I think you're going to start getting the pushback. It's not because they don't want every student to get what they need. They just don't know that they're actually putting the money where it's supposed to go. Just you could vote in an extra $1 million, but if the $1 million isn't going to actually make it to the kid, what are you doing? And so those are the kinds of questions, because I don't get down into the nitty-gritty, but I do have a lot of constituents who do. And I do know that Connie is very, very well connected with the legislature, and they get down into the nitty-gritties, and they have revisers doing this. So people who are pushing back on this are not pointless, and they are not uncaring of the needs of the students. So I'm just telling you what I hear in my constituents.
Okay.
And so.
But we need to come up with a motion.
May I make a motion?
Sure.
And I actually will comment, because it kind of concerns me when you say you represent your constituents, yet you look to Connie to see how she's voting. May I see the motions again? Because I move that the State Board of Education request a budget to increase funding for special education over a 4-year phase-in.
To reach 92%?
To reach 92% over a 4-year phase-in.
And John, would you go back to that slide just so we see the phase-in numbers? Okay. It's 110 million a year. Okay. Do I have a second?
I will second. Can I make a comment?
Yes.
If we do not help close this gap, our districts then move to close the gap on their own. They also have a local option budget. So there's a larger tax picture here. If we want to go down the taxing rabbit hole, we probably need to ask for a presentation from staff on that. But I think that this is the moment where it is incumbent upon this board to try to get us back to a place where we are solvent when it comes to special education needs, because we are not meeting the needs of all students when we are not fully funding special education.
Correct.
And I recognize.
And as we said, current law being what it is, we can't change the laws. We can't change the funding formula. That is on the legislature to take care of. What we're saying with our voice is it matters. That's what I have heard. We want to make sure our voice is saying it matters to us, that all kids. So if that needs to change somewhere, that's up to the legislature, but that's what we want to make sure our voice is saying. Jim?
Question, John. I may be wrong, but it appears, I think, that most districts are at or close to reaching the limit for a local option budget. Is that accurate?
Madam Chair, yes, I believe the statewide average was 32.4% last year, and the most districts can go up to is 33% of their state foundation aid.
Okay. Any more comments before we call for a vote? Danny? Okay.
Go ahead, Dennis, go ahead.
Well, I'm going to vote yes on this because I have hope for the future. But reality is there can be, the enrollments are going down. There may be whole districts that close. So if there's excess of money, I hope there's something in the formula that takes the burden off the taxpayer if this actually balloons into something that's more in excess. Now that's just a crazy way to look at it, but I think at this point in history we need to have this focus as we're there to support the districts and their struggle. So I'm going to vote yes, but with some trepidation, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's a difficult
time.
It's
a tough one.
Danny?
So I guess I struggle because I've been asking for 4.5 years for the legislature to do a forensics audit of the Kansas Department of Education. And they won't go out and spend the money. So I can be, and I'm not saying there's any problems, but they won't go out and spend the money. They say, you spend the money. No, you spend the money to make sure that the money's going where it belongs. And now they're talking about making school districts do forensics audit of their local, which is dumb. So I struggle with, we have all this money. I'm for all the money, except I want to make sure where it's going. And a forensics audit will do that. But not even the lobbyists, when I talk to them, will push that with the legislature either. So I really struggle with all the money. And our formula is so crazy
and it's changing
that I'm not sure anybody can understand it.
Yeah, there's people who do. Okay. Ready for a vote? All in favor? Opposed? Present not voting. I'm going to bite my tongue. Okay. Let's see. What is next, sir?
May I suggest a break?
Yes, you may. That's a good idea. I see the time on the wall. It has been over an hour, actually. So yes, 10-minute break, 4:16. Thank you. Moving right along, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that is, the first two were a lot of money. There's quite a few more items to go, but of smaller dollar amounts. So we'll see what I can do to catch us up to time. So the next item is career and technical education transportation. So this reimburses school districts a portion of the costs associated with transporting high school students to excel in CTE or Senate Bill 155 courses. This goes to school districts. This does not go to if a student drives themselves, for example. We don't reimburse for this. We reimburse school districts if they provide school district transportation. The current estimate and allocated base budget is $1.482 million. We estimated it would cost about $600,000 to fully fund the program based on recent trends in state aid payments.
So on this one, it's in statute.
It is not in statute.
It's not in statute.
This is just a appropriation
Oh,
made
okay.
annually. This, I believe, is the only state aid program that you'll consider today that is not in statute. Everything else is in statute. This has been funded for almost a decade now, and
Okay.
just as an appropriation in the budget bill.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood.
Melanie.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
I remember, see there you have a couple of zeros, and then we go back to funding it. So there was a moment where it was not funded. If I recall correctly, this very much disproportionately affects rural districts because they're the ones that had the greatest transportation needs. That's my recollection. And that when the board did go back to funding this, we got a lot of appreciation from those smaller districts.
Well, what do you mean when the board went? You mean when the legislature went back to funding?
We made a recommendation that same year that we should return to funding. I don't remember
gotcha.
what the enhancement was in that year, but the board recommended it, and then it was included in the budget.
Madam Chair, it was the $1.482 million was recommended by the board. It would have been in July of 2021 for the fiscal year 2023 budget.
Oh, interesting. I was going to say maybe COVID affected it, but the way the budget works, it really couldn't, could it? Okay. Oh, interesting. Betty,
I'm ready for the motion.
any other well, go ahead and make the motion and we can comment after. If
I
needed.
move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $600,000 for CTE transportation program for fiscal year 2028.
And so this is an extra 600 because they have been funding the 1.482 number.
Yes, Madam Chair, this would bring it to $2,082,338.
Okay. Now let's get a second first. Do I have a second? Melanie? Okay, Dennis?
Is this relative, does this number reflect the number of kids that are in CTE? I mean, is there some kind of relationship between the dollars and that?
Well, yeah.
Do we even know that?
I mean, it's the cost, right?
Madam Chair, so how this works is school districts are reimbursed based on the number of miles driven in a specific type of vehicle, and the reimbursement rate varies depending on, it gets bigger. If you use a bigger bus, you get more money per mileage or per mile for it than if you transport somebody in a school suburban, for example.
Yeah, I would assume most of it's suburbans.
So you might, the closest relation you might see is the proration percentage. So as more students participate, maybe, I'm not going to say it's a one-to-one relationship, but as school districts are transporting more students to these classes, if the appropriation doesn't grow, the school districts are going to have more costs, but the proration percentage is going to go down. But that's the closest way. Other than that, it doesn't necessarily have a one-to-one
And again, it's us
relationship to
recommending
enrollment.
because we see the need and the percentage of kids that are going into CTE programs and are going to either vocational technical schools or community colleges to get those courses. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So could you explain to me how this money is distributed to the schools? Do they all ask for it and get a percent, or does it, I mean, do they have to prove they need it? How does that go out to them? Because I do know that out in my area, it's smaller, more rural, so I've heard of parents not being able to do things because they just don't have anything local and they would have to bus their kids.
Madam Chair, so this is paid once at the end of the year, is we send out all the payment for the entire year to any school districts who are eligible to get the aid, and it's based on reported and then audited miles driven for this purpose by the school district.
So then everybody just gets a percent. So like there's a million miles and we divide a million into this number and give everybody that much per mile.
It gets prorated. So if there's not enough to get it, if a school district drives enough miles to say if it was fully funded, they would be entitled to $100,000 in aid, but we have to prorate it to 75%. They get 75,000 of that what they otherwise would have gotten. $75,000 of the 100. They know what the appropriation is ahead of time because they know it at the beginning of the year, but it's hard to know exactly what the proration is going to be until the end of the year.
Connie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, what do you do with a school district that has like these programs in a building in their district? Do they still count the miles that they drive the kids back and forth?
This is to drive them to an off-campus or off-site, like if they have to go to the community college or the technical college.
Yeah. Thank you. Absolutely. Okay. Anybody else before we take a vote? All right. The motion is to go with what's on the screen there for the additional $600,000. All in favor? 8 opposed. So 8-1, that motion passes. Next on the list. Mentor teachers.
Madam Chair, the next aid program to consider is the mentor teacher program. As a reminder, teachers on an initial teaching license have to have a mentor. It's under state regulation. This is an aid program that helps fund those mentor programs for the first 3 years. So it provides a stipend to the person who is doing the mentoring of under statute, first, second, or third year teachers. It would be $1,000 for those. It's been funded. Funding was reinstated in fiscal year 2018 at $800,000. It was increased to $1.3 million the following year, and then it's been close. It's stayed. It's what the appropriation's been. We've almost spent all of it every single year. Funding was eliminated for fiscal year 2026. In 2027, the legislature directed that KSDE make this payment out of existing resources. So what we've done is we've reappropriated some unspent money for state foundation aid from fiscal year 26 into fiscal year 27. So we have transferred that $1.3 million. We've transferred that to be able to make that payment. But because the direction was to spend it out of existing resources and not appropriate money into the base budget, there is no money for this in the base budget in fiscal year 2028. So if the legislature wants to make a motion to reinstate funding at a previous level, the state board wants to make a motion to reinstate funding at the recommend reinstating funding at the previous level would be $1.3 million. KSDE estimates it would be about $2.3 million to fully fund.
To fully fund. And this is something that districts must pay to their mentor teachers regardless, correct? Yes.
No. They do not have to. They must have mentors for people on initial teaching license. They're not required to pay the $1,000. They are required to pay for we'll get to it in a little bit, the national board certification. Okay. They're required to pay that regardless of whether or not aid exists. They're not required to pay the $1,000 per mentor regardless of whether or not it was appropriated.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
I have Melanie on I didn't know if you wanted to make a comment first. Nope. You can
No,
do it after.
it is moved that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $2.3 million for the mentor teacher program for fiscal year 2028.
Jim seconds. Melanie, do you have a comment? Nope. Good to go. Okay, all in favor? All 9? 9-0? Yes? Okay. Great. Next, professional development.
The next aid program for the board's consideration is professional development. This is funding that is provided to school districts at 0.5% of their general fund budget, or I forget the other alternative, or a certain portion of their actual expenditures on professional development, whichever is less, is how the state aid entitlement is calculated. You can see the history going back to fiscal year 2018 there. Funding was eliminated in fiscal year 2026, and this is another one of those items that the KSDE was directed to spend out of existing resources in fiscal year 2027, but there is no funding included in the base budget for fiscal year 2028. So $1.77 million would reinstate funding at the prior level, and KSDE estimates it would cost $7.25 million to fully fund the program.
So the statute says they must do it at a certain dollar amount, percentage thing?
My apologies for if I confused the matter. That is what the statute says in terms of calculating the state aid entitlement.
Gotcha.
The state aid rates. It's 0.5% of a school district's general fund, or, and I can't remember, I should have looked
That's
this up,
okay.
a certain percentage of their actual expenditures on professional development, whichever is less, is what under statute a district is entitled to if it is funded.
Okay.
And then if it's not fully funded, again, it's prorated
And we
to a
can
certain
always
percentage.
pick a number in between as well, like that's what has been, and that's the fully funded. So any thoughts or comments on this particular one?
I think we should fully fund it.
PD is pretty important, especially with everything we're trying to implement and all the changes that are coming forward with our instruction, our literacy focus, and all the things. I mean, the PD is super important. Dennis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is this something that could be more tolerated by the legislature or whatever, or the governor's budget if we did a prorated thing like over 2 or 3 years?
Madam Chair, the board can recommend whatever it so chooses. Historically, since I have been involved with KSDE's budget, dating back to my time with the legislature and my time with KSDE, any enhancement requested by the board has either been to get it back to what was previously appropriated or to fund the full amount. That's kind of what historically the board has asked for. But
I guess
the board can change, do whatever they want.
Well, I'm just, you look at what the legislature does, they pull stuff completely out of a budget. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be more palatable if we had a plan. If we just, instead of asking for the whole enchilada.
Madam Chair, I would not want to try to speak to the mind of legislators.
Jim?
You're not.
Let's see what.
Good answer.
Let's see if Jim wants to try.
It pains me deeply to agree with Dennis publicly. But the gap between 1.77 million and 7.5 million is significant, and I think that a phase in like we did with special education is reasonable.
Okay. So do you want, so it would be how many years you would be asking for that phase in to be fully funded? Here's my suggestion. If we want to see it fully funded, we could ask for a 3 or 4 year phase in, like however many years you think would be, which obviously we don't have a calculation because nobody expected us to wing it right here, but.
Madam Chair, I'm just thinking of how the programming of mentoring and all that is growing.
Yeah,
and maybe we should look at a 3-year cycle that it might be up and running in full swing, and so we look at maybe 33% over 3 years up to full funding. So that way, they, who's ever serious about budgeting, you say, well, the state board really has a plan. They they care and they're looking forward. I guess that's my whole point about this.
Okay. Oh, we took that as a motion. 3 years, fully funded. Betty seconds
More
it.
discussion.
More discussion, Danny.
Yeah. Maybe if we did away with collective bargaining and we could have bonus pay to teachers, we wouldn't have to worry about spending money on professional development because based on whatever they set as priorities, their pay would go up or down, and that would change how you do professional development.
Well, they would have to change the law for that too.
I understand that.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay.
I'm not an educator, and I have
throwing
my
it out
point of
there.
view on how things should be done. I'm not saying I'm right.
Okay. I was just checking. No worries. Okay. Any other comments? Oh, Jim?
Yeah, I think it's important for us to address this because the fact is that we are out of ESSER money for literacy. And that is still, and not everybody's trained yet. And we have the blueprint, which I think is a good step. But that won't do everything. So we still have significant professional development needs if we're going to move students ahead. I'm going to support this.
Okay. Sir?
Madam Chair, if I may just make a technical recommendation if this is what the board is going to vote on. $7.25 million divided by 3 gets you $2,416,666.67 over 3 years. If you divide it very evenly, I might, to have round numbers, I might recommend 2.5, 2.5, and then 2.25. But that's as a technical matter solely. I don't want to I will do it completely divided by 3 in thirds if the board wants, but just in terms of.
Dr. Hess, I'm going to congratulate. I'm going to support you in that because I think it's good to use round numbers because in my mind it's like you start adding cents to a large dollar amount, it starts looking like there's some kind of conspiracy behind it.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, we can't actually budget in cents in the state budgeting system, so it has to be in whole dollars anyway. Don't want us to, if you start using specific dollar amounts, we might look like we know what we're doing a little too much.
Okay. So are we amending the motion to the numbers Dr. Hess threw out? Yes.
Yes,
and
I
our
will make that
second-
amendment.
Our seconder is happy with that as well. Okay. On that note, all in favor? Eight opposed, 8-1. Great. Okay. National Board Certification. This is the one I must have been thinking of.
Yes, Madam Chair. This was so under state law, this appropriation state law would provide scholarships to teachers seeking National Board Certification and $1,000 stipends to districts that employ teachers with National Board Certification. So the state law says school districts have to pay this $1,000 stipend, but also provides that they can get that stipend reimbursed through state aid. This is another one of those items that the state board or the legislature told KSDE to fund through existing resources in fiscal year 27, but didn't build it into the base budget. So this was historically funded at a little over $360,000. It is sufficient to cover the historical actual expenditures. Any money that is not spent has historically just gone back to the state general fund at the end of the year. So it's not like KSD's
holding on to it.
Holding on to it or building up a balance in this appropriation.
Okay. Comments, motion? Yes. Motion. Okay.
I move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $360,000 for the National Board Certification Program for fiscal year 2028.
Second. Dennis, all in favor? Opposed? 8-1, that passes. I forgot to write that down. You got it?
Madam Chair, the next item is the Safe and Secure Schools grants, which were first appropriated for fiscal year 2019, and they can be used this year. You approve them on the consent agenda for the current year. Can be used for securing school entrances, purchasing communication equipment, creating new school resource officer positions, and school safety technology, and they have to be matched on a dollar-for-dollar basis by school districts. Here you can see the amount the appropriations going back to the original year. Funding went away in fiscal year 21 and 22 due to COVID. Then it came back and then was eliminated in fiscal year 2026, but the 2026 legislature put it back in the current year at $2.5 million, so that is what is in our base budget for fiscal year 2028. So the one thing I will note is that this year there was $11.1 million in requests from 160 school districts. But there was only $2.5 million to distribute. So some options the board could consider is just staying at the current level of $2.5 million, returning it, requesting increased funding to return to the $5 million threshold, which was kind of the historic level of appropriation, or requesting an enhancement to fully fund the request, which based on history would be about $15 million on the high end in a specific year. So that would be an additional $12.5 million. So option number 2 would get us to a total appropriation of $5 million, and option number 3 would get us to a total appropriation of $15 million in fiscal year 2028.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, a little bit of clarification, because when I look at the kinds of things that this covers, it would seem at some point we would start to see a level instead of an increase, given buildings that are closing and all of that. I'm not tracking with that. Do you have any idea what is the driver for the continued increase of the request on that?
Madam Chair, I'd have to talk to John Calvert, because when school finance or in the school safety team, since they manage these applications, I would imagine part of it is the fact that since this program has existed, requests have always exceeded the available amount. So it might be school districts keep having little different projects that they're working on.
Can we go back to the list of, it's another one?
Yep.
Those things that it covers.
Yes. And I would just add too that the third bullet point, what they can be used for, has changed over time as well.
Okay.
So this is just the current list. What they started out as was pretty limited, and it was just for securing entrances, and it has expanded and contracted and kind of moved over time as well.
Yeah.
So there have been additional expenses that school districts can use the grants on, so that also contributes to that.
And I know that, I mean, when they start talking about communication equipment, and there's a change from when it first started, and updating equipment or even changing systems out totally. I get that. I just wondered if there was a particular area, because this does not include, oh, it does, school resource officer positions.
Creating them.
Just the first year of a new SRO. So you can create a new SRO position for year one, and then the second year you can't fund it out of the grant. You have to fund it from other district resources.
Because what I was wondering, I do know that there were districts when funding was cut significantly, eliminated SROs because of the cost. if they were to reinstate, do you know if that would be considered brand new, or would it?
As long as they're starting new, that like they weren't on staff the year
Okay,
before.
gotcha.
Yes, that would be
Okay.
eligible.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, my question was to follow on with that, as far as the SROs, if you have an officer in the school that is going to do the additional training to be an SRO, because I understand they have additional training, does this cover that? I thought the SROs have like specialized de-escalation training for children and stuff like that.
I think it's just the salary.
No, it's, Madam Chair, it is just the salary for the new SRO position that's eligible under the grant.
So if they were an officer and trained to be an SRO, or if their job description changed, because not every officer in the school is an SRO, correct?
If they're in the school, they're a school resource officer, aren't they? I guess I thought that was synonymous. Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then I just didn't know if they trained over into that, would they cover it?
Madam Chair, I don't think we've had that come up with districts before, so I don't know if that's a situation we've had to deal with.
I was just curious.
Yeah. So on your bullet number 1, you say that the legislature required the state board to adopt and approve statewide standards for making public school buildings safe and secure. So literally this came about because requirements came.
Yes.
And buildings needed to change.
This was all passed in the 2018 legislative session in response to the school shooting in Florida.
Okay. Okay, so board, we have options, choices. What are we thinking? It was $5 million for quite some time, several years in there, and got cut in half. It's never fully funded, obviously.
Well, Madam Chair, I know last year this is the only thing I remember from last year. I asked for the maximum amount of increase.
I do remember.
Yeah,
you doing that.
because, I just feel like schools have become progressively more unsafe. But did we get that money?
No.
No, we ended up with.
So I asked for the moon and got nothing, so it's all good.
We got $2.5 million out of the.
So do you want to ask for the moon again? Yeah. So Debbie, do you want to ask for the moon again?
Yeah, this is one area I'll ask for the moon.
Okay, let's go.
Well, wow, $10 million, I hadn't paid attention.
Or pick a number in between.
Yeah, let's go with, right in between. Let's go with 7.5.
Okay, make the motion, please.
Sorry, Madam Chair. It is moved that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $7.5 million for the Safe and Secure Schools Grant Program for FY 2028.
Perfect, thank you. Second? Dennis? All in favor? Nine zero, and that passes. Thank you. And then this one.
Okay, the next item, and the last, I want to make sure, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I believe the last aid program for your consideration before we move into operating budget is E-rate. So from fiscal year 22 through 25, KSDE used COVID State Fiscal Recovery Fund monies to provide the 10% match for the federal E-rate program to support the construction of new broadband infrastructure that could handle 1,000 megabits per second internet. So for the fiscal year 26 and 27, the legislature directed KSDE spend up to $500,000 in existing resources to provide that match. This, just as a reminder, that match can draw down additional federal monies. So depending on, and the amount that you can get, a school district can get as part of the E-rate program, it depends primarily on like their poverty factor. So if a school district has, I believe it's 50% free lunch students, they can get 80% of the project directly covered by the federal government. If the state throws in 10 of the remaining 20%, the feds will then cover the last 10%. So some districts can get these projects funded at no cost.
Gotcha.
Other districts who maybe don't have as much poverty might only be eligible for 60% of their project being covered by the federal government. If we throw in 10%, the feds will still throw in more money. It just reduces the amount that school districts have to pay.
Okay.
So
But it takes a state match of 10% to get the federal.
to get the additional federal amount of money.
Okay.
If there is no state match, the school district can still get the initial federal pot of money. They just don't get.
Oh.
They just have to cover all of the remaining by themselves. So that district that is 50% poverty would get 80% of the project covered no matter what. And if there's no state match, they have to come up with the remaining 20%. If there's a state match, then they would have no district costs for that
And
project.
right now, they're asking us to do it. We're not.
They told us to do it from existing resources. So this is
Okay.
another one
So
of
we're
those
asking them to
items
put it back in.
that was transferred from the state foundation aid reappropriation and is being used to pay for it this year. But it's not in our base budget. So if the board would like to continue this program, the board could request budget enhancement to put it back to put it as a separate dedicated appropriation.
Correct. Okay. Melanie?
Ready to make that motion if you're ready? I move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $500,000 for the E-rate infrastructure match for fiscal year 2028.
Okay. Second? Maddie? All in favor? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 8-1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This one right here, we're going to move into the operating budget. This is new. You did not see this last month. So this is an issue that came up quite literally the Thursday before the 4th of July in the afternoon, right before my 3-day weekend. So, the amount of office rent that KSDE has to pay out of the state general fund in the current fiscal year increased by $250,000 above the approved budget. So I'm going to try to explain to you why this happened without boring you to tears, and it's almost 5 o'clock. So the fiscal year 2027 square footage rate for this building is $23.50 a square foot. That did not change, but there's prohibitions in federal grants and federal grant regulation that says you can't use federal money to pay for capital improvements to state-owned buildings. And so there is also a federal rate for the lease, which just means what proportion of that $23.50 per square foot can you pay out of federal funds. The budget that was approved by the legislature, the federal rate was $23.50 a square foot, so it was the exact same as the state rate. We found out on July 2nd that the federal rate in the current year was being dropped to $11.28 a square foot, a 52% decrease from the approved budget. So what that means is that we still have to pay all of that rent. It just means the proportion of it that's being paid out of federal funds is going way down, and then the agency's general fund has to make up the difference. So it's costing the agency $250,000 more without an increase in the appropriation. And this is on top of the 1.5% lapse that the 1.5% across the board cut the legislature approved, which was about another $260,000 cut to the agency's operating budget. So we put us in a $500,000 hole on the second day of the year. So we are trying. If the board would like, it would probably make my job a little less stressful to ask for a supplemental request in the current year to pay that increase in funding. I have been told by the division of the budget that they haven't done it yet, but I've been told that they are probably going to increase our base budget in fiscal year 28 to account for this, so it's not an ongoing issue. It's just this current year issue.
Okay, and I want to make sure I understand who made the change on how much?
It was the Office of Facilities and Property Management within the Department of Administration.
So in the state?
Yes. I'm not exactly sure why it changed.
Interesting.
There's something about, there was an audit conducted by Legislative Post Audit. I'm not exactly sure what all happened, but the net result is that it's affecting us pretty significantly, and KSDE is, I think, with KDHE are the two agencies that are getting really hit hard by this, and I think mostly that's because we have a higher percentage of our federal funds that have administrative portions of it and can be used for administrative expenses, whereas a lot of agencies like Medicaid money is just going through, and you can't. But a big chunk of basically all of our federal grants have percentages that can be used for administration, and so
Correct.
we've just been able to use
them for salaries and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
So let me be clear. if I
Oh,
may.
I'm so sorry. Debbie was on the
Oh,
thing.
forgive me.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
used to you guys using the thing.
No.
No,
ahead,
go for
Debbie.
it, Debbie. I totally.
I forgot what, okay.
No, that was me. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. 12 days, you haven't really had time to look into all the questions that I would naturally want answered is, can you renegotiate the rent on this place? Is it set? Is it set by whom? Who owns this place? I mean, I was really glad to see they fixed the faucet after a year and a half of it dripping water out for my coffee. But, you know, I've never understood who actually controlled this building.
It's a state building.
So it is, the Land and State Office building is owned by the state of Kansas, and it's managed by the Office of Facilities and Property Management, which is
The same one that just made this decision.
They increased the rent, yes.
Okay, so they're the same ones who made this decision, so that would be one of my first questions. Can I naturally go to them and ask for a rent relief for the year as we are, or at least for a period of time, so we have time to fix? I'm sorry, I'm in property management. If I had a tenant who lost their job, they would be negotiating some deal with me. So that's where my brain first goes. My brain second goes to, I don't know how much we spend to have our meetings in this room. I know you guys need your office, your staff stuff up there, but in this room, I'm sure that we would have other options where we could have a meeting.
I don't think we're going to
possibly.
reach $250,000.
I don't know.
But this
I
room is
just
used
don't know
for
what they-
this room is used for a lot more than our meetings.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what we pay for rent for this room. So these are just the kinds of questions I would just be curious about, because that is how you problem solve. But you haven't had but 12 days. I mean, I get that.
So, Madam Chair, this is one of the reasons why the agency over the last fiscal year did shrink its rented square footage space in Land and State Office building. We were trying to save money to address what was already existing, and what we saw as rising rent costs. And then this, I guess, came out of the blue. We're exploring other options to balance the budget. The budget will be balanced. It's just a matter of how we have to do it, because we have to submit a budget that balances. So that's what we'll do. We don't really have the ability to negotiate lease rates with state office buildings. The state sets the rates, and that's what we pay. They are inclusive of the rate is higher than you might see for square footage in a privately owned building, but it's also inclusive of utilities, so we don't have to pay those utilities costs. But Deputy Commissioner Harwood has said he's going to go to OFPM and ask, okay, now you're using some of this for capital improvements. What capital improvements are we going to be seeing in our office space?
Oh. As soon as Betty
Good for
was-
you. But I'm just looking at an old building that we were just in, thinking that would be a wonderful place to have our meetings, and I'm sure that they would be very negotiable. Betty?
Okay, so my question on the $250,000 for 2027 is basically what we would need to bring us even. So we're not.
No.
That would just bring us current.
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I need to be sure. With that being said, I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to receive it.
Sure. Just a second. Mark wanted to.
Dr. Hess, why is this question being presented to the board for consideration in the budget when it has to do with the, department rent, and is it because you've passed any expenditure over a certain amount comes to the board? Because to me, this doesn't really seem like something that the board should consider. So because or that we should second guess the experts that are within the administration of the agency to negotiate and handle those details. So for clarification, can you let me know why this is being presented to the board?
Ever since I have been with the agency's practice is to have the state board approve any request for additional state appropriations. So this would be an increase to the agency's appropriation in fiscal year 2027, so it's being brought before the board.
Yeah, and I think last year we had something about the rent.
Yes, there was another one about just the planned increase in rent. This was unplanned.
Yeah. Okay. Betty?
I move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $250,000 to cover the increase in the amount of KSDE office rent that must be paid out of the State General Fund in fiscal year 2027.
Second? Melanie? All in favor? Opposed? All righty. Just remember that. Next. We're getting there.
Yes, Madam Chair, many down, 3 to go. Okay, so now we're getting back to the operating budget enhancements that you saw last month. So this one would be to request an increase to state board your daily compensation rate beginning in fiscal year 2028. The state board was authorized to set its own compensation beginning in fiscal year 2026, did not receive any funding to do so last fiscal year, did not receive any additional funding to do so in fiscal year 2027. So if the state board would like to increase compensation for members in fiscal year 2028, additional funding would be needed. The option there is to reflect the House bill that passed in the 2025 session, or it passed as it passed the House, which had a set rate for 36 days, for 36 days a year, and then a decreased rate for anything above that. The $312.60 and then $184.47 has been twice adjusted upwards by 4.4% to match the pay raises that the legislature has gotten under their new pay statute. So it was about $129,000 is what was included in this enhancement request last year. So it's calculated at $138,500 in fiscal year 2028.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have a question, and it's just clearing up a few cobwebs on that. One of the things that, I take a look at, we're allocated each district a certain amount of money, and I look at like the travel expense or some of the different things that the board would be interested in doing for professional development. NASB has some things. There are a number of other things. Would that cover or help cover the professional development expense for the board, or is this just salary?
I don't think it's just.
Madam Chair, this would just be the daily salary
Okay,
rate.
that's what yeah.
That is currently $88.66 a day. This would not have an impact on your per diem or daily per diem or subsistence rate, which is $178 a day, I believe, right now.
Okay.
So it would not affect that.
Okay, that was a huge concern because there are a lot of travel. Would that change any?
No.
No?
So I don't know if I want to get into the details of
Okay,
how the
that's fine.
shares are calculated.
That's fine.
It
No,
will-
she was talking about the per diem, I think. It doesn't
Yeah.
change the per diem.
No, it does not change the per
That's a
diem.
whole set by the legislature.
No, that is set in its own statute separately and was not affected by the statute that said the state board can set its daily salary rate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And whenever you're ready.
Okay.
I move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $138,500 to provide for state board member compensation to be commensurate with legislature compensation for fiscal year 2028.
Second, Melanie? Yes, ma'am.
It is a certain level of privilege to be able to sit in these seats and not be compensated. This in no way gets us anywhere close to a livable salary, but I have heard, not just from seated board members, but past board members, of the hardship that this places on families when you think about the amount of time, because you all know that you don't only work 2 days a month. You get a giant packet of information that you have to read. You go and visit schools. You drive all over the place. And there are some months where you have more days, and there are some months where you have less days. And it just pains me that this doesn't even come close to acknowledging the work that we put in, but it gets us a little bit closer, especially since the legislature specifically excluded us from that raise. So I will be voting for this. Thank you.
All in favor? Opposed? 8-1.
Madam Chair, the second to last one is, this is also related to E-rate, but it is not the aid program. This is administrative funding for E-rate. So KSDE's previously administrative work to support school districts in applying for E-rate funding was funded by a transfer of federal funding from KBOR. That transfer was eliminated in fiscal year 2027, so starting this year. So KSDE must now absorb those costs from within existing resources, which when the rent goes up, the SGF portion of the rent goes up, and we take a 1.5% cut across the board, just makes doing the budget math a lot harder.
Mm-hmm.
So KSDE must do this work so that schools can access over $12 million in federal funds a year. And this is funding that every Kansan pays on their telecommunications bill. So Kansans are paying into the fund that supports E-rate, and if we don't do this administrative work, school districts can't access it, even if we don't have the 10%. So they can't even get like the first chunk of federal funding if we're not doing this support work. So we have to do it. So it would to replace that lost source of revenue, it would be $95,920 in fiscal year 2028.
Yes, ma'am.
Got to hit it twice. I move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $95,920 to replace the funding required to support school districts with the E-rate process for fiscal year 2028.
Second, Betty. All in favor? Opposed? 8-1 passage.
And Madam Chair, we have reached the promised land of the last item for your consideration.
I didn't know you had jokes. You're
good. I know. We saw a different side, didn't we?
So this is for the Universal Reading Screener. So you have already approved KSD to go out for bid to look for one, but that is to negotiate rates on behalf of school districts that school districts would pay themselves. Could potentially get an even better deal if KSDE was paying for it, because if you think about it, 284 districts, a vendor will have to deal with 284 districts. That's a lot of administrative work. Or if they had to deal with just KSDE, they could probably decrease their administrative costs and we might be able to get additional savings. It's a possibility. So the 2026 legislature required the state board to choose this universal screener, but there was no funding provided to cover the costs, either for school districts or for the state to pay the costs. So If you would like to request an appropriation for the state to pay, we think on the high end, based on our previous experience with like the virtual math program and things like that, high end, very high end estimate would be about $10 million. We wouldn't know for sure until we actually got responses back. But if the board wanted to request an appropriation, 10 million could be at a starting point, but the board can choose whatever it wants to do.
And could it be without a dollar figure, just to say to cover?
We could certainly put that as a recommendation in the budget, and you could also put it in your legislative priorities. It just won't show up as, in that case, it wouldn't show up as an enhancement request for additional funding in the budget.
True. Yes.
John, is the 10 million annually? The 10 million over 5 years?
No, this would be an annual cost. Like I said, high end. So the virtual math education program, which the legislature eliminated funding for, provided access to some services, but not every school was using it. Our school district was using it, and if they were using it, they weren't necessarily using all of the students. Like the universal reader screener has to be K through 8. So it's an estimate. It's a very rough estimate. We think $10 million would cover it on the high end.
Okay. Debbie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since this isn't going back to the individual districts to be paying for it, is this something that would be open to all children who qualify for public education, so that it's not just kids who are actually enrolled in those districts, but you might have kids who are in private school who could benefit from having a screening to know where they're at or how they're doing, or even with homeschool kids or other private educated kids?
So the state law requires the use by all schools that are accredited, or systems that are accredited by the State Board of Education. So the RFP that's being drafted for just to negotiate rates would be to make it available to public schools and accredited non-public schools is how the RFP is being drafted. And I believe is what.
So the state doesn't provide any service like this for children outside of our accredited schools?
For KSD, in KSD's, no, in KSD's budget, no.
That sounds like a legislative issue.
Yes, Beryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kind of piggybacking on what Ms. Potter said. So actually, what we're doing is putting the onus back on the legislature to enhance our budget so that they can pay for a service that they're providing to all Kansas children. Because
just public school kids.
Madam Chair, I think I don't want to opine too much, but you could call the legislation that was passed last year a form of an unfunded mandate.
Okay. So this would fund it, but it wouldn't necessarily be to enhance KSDE. It's more to say, to give us money to pay for what?
This specific case would envision KSDE negotiating a single contract and paying the costs for all accredited non-public schools, accredited non-public schools and all public schools. We would pay everything under this situation because probably, just from my experience, there's going to be fewer administrative hassles for a vendor if they're dealing directly with KSDE for everything instead of having to deal with 284 public school districts plus
90.
however many 90-something non-public systems as well.
Yeah, I think what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, we're only requesting it because the legislature required it. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
My apologies.
No, thank you for clear.
Debbie?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, because now I want to follow up, because I'm hearing rumblings that, are there other sources for students to get this screening other than this program itself? Is there like insurance or special education or what? I don't know what I was hearing.
No.
Maybe Melanie might be able to speak to it a little bit more.
I had simply commented that if a homeschool student were on an IEP, they may have access through a special education program.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't understand it.
Okay. So, where are we at? Okay.
I move that the State Board of Education request a budget enhancement of $10 million to cover the full cost of the universal reading screener required by state law.
Second. Farrell. All in favor? 9-0. Okay. I think we crossed. I think we're there.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now, if we could turn back the clock.
We are finished. Well, I am. You are not. So
No, we are not. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We are. We are at break time. Do you guys need a break? Okay, I apologize. We're going to take a short break.
No
Let's do a
issues.
quick 5 minutes.
You earned it.
I know. And I apologize. We are a full hour behind schedule. What do we got? Do we have a full hour right here? Back? I'm back. So are we back? Yes. All right. We're going to go, we think we can go pretty quick and get us knocked out here. Okay. I think that's everybody. Yes, we're good.
Okay, well, as we wait for the slides to come up, Madam Chair, so what I'm asking the board today is for three things. One is to approve a nomination for a at-large position for the Professional Standards Board to fill a public secondary position, public high school position for the Professional Standards Board, and then either approve or disapprove the nominee for the private school representative on the Professional Standards Board.
Okay. Yeah, that's the wrong one. That's okay. I think you can.
From my seat, he said, I'm asking for something, and everyone started shaking their head. And I thought we were just saying, nope, we're done.
Yeah, okay. Well, all right.
Can't ask. I didn't realize it was the PowerPoint. I was like, oh. So, anyway, that was good.
That was good. Okay.
I'm sitting here saying, no, we don't need a PowerPoint. I think we've all.
Yeah. Okay, if it's not in there, we could probably pull the one up from last month.
Yeah, that's Zach's, so no worries.
Okay.
So just remind us.
Okay.
The Professional Standards Board did recommend.
Yeah, so we'll start with the at-large. So you had a group of nominees, and for the at-large and the public high school position, they're all the same nominees. So you have Amy Turner, Gretel Shelton, Sharon Mueller, or Sydney Rummery that you can approve. And first we'll do the at-large. And for the at-large position, because we ask our Professional Standards Board to make a recommendation because it's in our regulation, they did recommend Sydney Rummery, who's a high school Spanish teacher from Andover, USD 385, and she represents State Board of Education District 8 and 10. Now,
Okay.
That is the Professional Standards Board's recommendation. You don't have to follow that, but it is provided to assist you with this decision.
Betty?
Madam Chair, I move that we follow the recommended person from the Professional Standards. And her name again?
Sydney Rummery.
Sydney Rummery.
It was the last name that was causing me problems, Sydney Rummery.
Yes, and I apologize if I misspeak on that. So,
Right. For the at-large position.
For
for
the
the at-large.
at-large position. Thank
Okay.
you.
Do I have a second? Are you seconding? Okay. Debbie, sorry, I didn't know if you had a question. Oh, there you go. Okay, we have a motion and a second for Sydney Rummery. All in favor? I think that's a 9-0 vote.
okay, so
And then
that's-
the secondary position.
Yep, and so for the secondary position, once again, same candidates because they all met the requirements. The Professional Standards Board did recommend Gretel Shelton, who's a high school English and speech teacher at Gardner Edgerton, USD 231, and that represents State Board Districts 3 and 4.
Okay. Melanie?
There's no motion.
No, make it up as you
I move to nominate Gretel Shelton to, hang on, these are, to the Professional Standards Board in which position?
Public high school.
Public high school teacher position. Thank you, team.
Okay. Second? Betty? All in favor? Oh. 9-0 vote. Perfect.
Okay, now for our last position, which is for our private school representative. There is one individual that was nominated, so you will either make a motion to accept or disapprove that recommendation. So the individual is Amy Ward, and she is with St. James Catholic School.
St. James. Mm-hmm.
So,
Wichita.
and I just lost my piece of paper that had all the great information on there. So, boy, do I need PowerPoint because I cannot operate without it.
I understand. Okay, she is in Board
She
District
is with
8.
St. James Catholic School with Wichita Catholic Diocese and represents State Board District 8.
Okay.
Madam Chair, would you like me to read the
Sure.
question? Okay. It is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education act to appoint Amy Ward to the Professional Standards Board representing a private school teacher position effective upon appointment through June 30, 2029.
Oh, well, you really had it going on.
I'm just reading it off.
Oh, off the packet materials. We'll look at you being all that. Okay, second, Jim? All in favor? I think that's a 9-0 vote. So I think all of these run to 2029, as Debbie spoke for that last one. So thanks for pulling that out there. That was good. We're over here on not finding stuff. Yes.
Thank you. Shane, is every district in the state now represented?
I'll have to pull that number. I'm fairly certain, yes, we have every
Say
state
they work
board,
really hard at that.
region, or state board district represented on the Professional Standards Board.
Yeah, yeah. I know my district's represented, so I can tell you that much. Okay, so that took care of
Yes, so,
number 12, right?
yeah, so the next.
So now is for, LRC, got it.
Yep. Yes, so the next thing I'm here to ask for is an approval for our secondary position on the Licensure Review Committee. We did have 2 nominations for that position, Mr. Philip Wrigley and Ms. Stacy Wall. Due to a conflict of interest, I asked the Professional Standards Board not to make a recommendation because Mr. Philip Wrigley served as our chair and served on the Professional Standards Board for the last 6 years. So what I'm asking now is for the board to approve either Mr. Wrigley or Ms. Wall to serve as our representative for secondary education.
Madam Chair, can we hear what districts are already represented and what districts these 2 would represent?
Well, theirs is on that same page on the board material, so 1, 4, 6 for Philip
Oh,
and 1
it's
and
right
6.
there. Oh, my word. Okay.
See, I thought you were on top of that.
I
You had it last time.
I thought I was, but.
Beryl?
Madam Chair? Yes, I would like to recommend Mr. Philip Wrigley. I've known him for many years. He's a very conscientious educator. I think he would bring great experience and an attitude of true commitment to the work, to that position, so
Well,
I
I
would like to
certainly watched
nominate
him for 3.5 years do it at the PSB, so I would have to second that. Well, I guess I can second that, can't I? I will go ahead and second that, but yeah, they are representing the same districts, so, okay.
And I was on the Professional Standards Board for 6 years, and he was appointed right before I got off, and I was always very impressed with him.
Yeah, he's very dedicated. He does a really good job. So it'll be interesting seeing him switch over to a whole different sphere with the License Review Committee. Okay? All in favor? 9-0. Perfect.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair, for that,
And I'm sorry we
apologize
have
you didn't
kept you
have
so
slides
late.
to look at.
Yeah, and that's okay. And thanks for being here so late. And here comes Catherine. We're also keeping late. And then Gabby, too. So thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, and members of the board, thank you for letting me come back before you. You're staying even later, so I will try and talk very fast. I have 2 items for you. The math teacher preparation standards. We now have 3 license areas. So the committee wrote 3 sets of standards. They are identical for standards 2 through 8. The only difference is standard 1, where the content varies from the math 5 through 8 license, the new general math 6 through 12, which will be trained to teach through Algebra 2, and then the advanced math 6 through 12, which is just a renaming of the current math 6 through 12 that we have. I'm happy to go through any differences in those if you need. I am not the math expert. She was here last
I was
time.
going to say, we definitely got a good
All right.
presentation last month.
Awesome.
So I haven't heard any questions. Haven't heard that there's been any questions. So if
I think I've got them all smushed together so I can go through the Evaluation Review Committee recommendations unless you wish to split them out. So for the Evaluation Review Committee, I have accreditation for Berkeley College. When they were last accredited 2 years ago, they did have a concern on one of the standards, on the quality assurance system standard. The review team went through their material in the focused accreditation, which just looks at that one standard, and they felt everything was resolved for standard 5. The Evaluation Review Committee agrees with that. So their recommendation to you is to give Berkeley accreditation for the remainder of their 5-year term, and they would come up then for their next full accreditation in fall of 2029. And then programs. Bethany College has 4 continuing programs: art, elementary, English for speakers of other languages, and history 612, all recommended for approval with no areas of concern, all standards met. Kansas State University has 1 proposed new program for an innovative secondary program. If you think of the restricted license program, where somebody gets their degree in something else and then wants to teach, part of the restricted regulation is that they have a position teaching that content while they are learning how to teach. The innovation would be that they do not have to have a position teaching that content. They can take the preparation coursework while they pursue that position and maybe are still in their previous job. So that is the innovation on K-State's restricted program that is presented to you, recommended with all standards met and no areas of concern. As a new program, it would be approved for 2 years, during which they can get it going, and then they follow that up with a new program progress report to make sure it's all going okay. Newman University, a continuing program for their reading specialist, recommended with all standards met, no areas of concern. Ottawa University for their traditional elementary program, again recommended with all standards met, no areas of concern. And then University of St. Mary, a new program, an innovative elementary unified limited elementary residency program. So one of the LERT programs where they are working in the position while they are completing the program. And like the K-State program, that is recommended as new. They would have 2 years with an optional third if they haven't started admitting people yet, and then it comes back after 2 semesters of operation. You have questions on any of them?
Okay, so oh, I'm so sorry. Connie?
I'm ready to make the motion,
Oh,
Madam Chair.
wonderful. Okay.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the new educator preparation program standards for mathematics 5 through 8, general mathematics 6 through 12, and advanced mathematics 6 through 12, and accept the recommendations of the Evaluation Review Committee for Educator Preparation Accreditation for Barclay College and programs approvals for Bethany College, K-State University, and Newman University, and Ottawa University, and my favorite, the University of St. Mary. No, sorry, just got carried away.
Debbie was seconding that motion. All in favor then? You're right. Don't forget to vote. 9-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Always appreciate it. We get such good presentations. I always feel ready to vote. Okay. All right. Well, Dr. Conrad, how are you, sir?
Doing fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members. I luckily have 2 things in my favor. One, it's just one subject area at one grade level that we'll be discussing, and we've already gone through this process, so this is just going to be a bit of a review. So we'll fly through this hopefully. And
it is a receive item, so we will be voting next month. So in that point, we probably should
make that clear. Yes, this is a receive item. So this is an update on high school science assessment. Remember last year that we were unable to set the cut scores, and so we are now bringing back the cut scores after doing it this year again. So just a review of the process. We ran the standard setting June 17th through the 18th. There was 10 panelists. We divided them into 2 tables where they were able to do their work. We used the same methodology for recruiting, making sure that we got good representation, just as we did with standard setting last year. We used the bookmark standard setting where there was three rounds that we went through. First, they did it individually, then we brought them back and we had a table discussion about it. We reset. And then finally, we had impact data that we shared with them, and you can see the impact data there. So this is the science cut scores that you will be asked to act on next month. And so you'll see grade 11 bolded there, and those are the cuts that we are recommending. And you could see how it turned out proficiency-wise with levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. And in comparison, you could see how that aligns with grade 5, grade 8, and now grade 11, where we could see level 1, 2, 3, and 4 comparatively. So next month, we'll be bringing back these cuts for action, but you do have in there how that shakes out. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Would you remind me, please, of what was the problem before that we had to go back and try again on this particular one?
Yeah, so with grade 11 in particular, grade 11 is somewhat difficult in high school anyways to write items to, because there's so many courses that a student can take in different pathways. And so when we write these items, we believe that they will function a certain way, and then students actually take them. Mm-hmm. And they don't function the same way that we think they should function, and so it wasn't as distributed as what we needed it to be. So we needed to go back and adjust the items so that they function properly in order to get all the performance categories that we needed. And so we did that. That process, KU did that. They went back and they revised those items. We then administered them again this year with the revised items, and we were able to set the cuts this year.
Okay. Interesting. Yes, Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Conrad, I'm just curious. I don't know how this process actually finishes out. I mean, when you have these people looking, these teachers looking at these items, whatever, are these variables, whatever, and how do they actually come to consensus in the end that you know exactly what they're thinking or how they can agree on?
Yeah, so there's a lot of negotiating, right? They see all the items in order of difficulty, the way that the students responded to it, and they are charged with saying, look at the performance level descriptor of what a level 1 looks like, what a level 2 looks like, what a level 3 looks like. Now go through those items and just kind of imagine a student in your classroom. How many items would they get right if they were in level 1? How many would they get right if they were in level 2? And so then they set the bookmark. They say, level 1 could probably get this one right, but this one wrong. So I'm going to set the bookmark right there. And so on each of those items, they do that individually. Then they come back and they do it as a table discussion. And then that third round really is, okay, if you set it, if everybody agrees and you set it there at this point, how many of our students would have ended up in level 1? How many would have ended up in level 2? What does that look like compared to math and ELA? That's where we bring in the additional impact data. And then we say, does that make sense? Does that make sense to you that this is the proportion? And so it's a lot of negotiating. It's a lot of understanding and really lining it up with the PLDs that we've described what it looks like in each category.
Performance level description.
Performance level descriptors. My apologies. Sorry, Commissioner. Yep.
Debbie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just for my history, is this are we voting again on cut scores that we voted on last year because we changed a test, or is this a portion that remains that we did not change? I'm not even sure if this is from the change test or any previous test, because I don't even remember really talking that much about science as much as the math and the reading things in the last cut scores.
It is the same as last year. It was this one. So last year, you changed cut scores on math, ELA, and science in 5 and 8. Okay. It wasn't science. We were unable to do this in grade 11. And that's why we're bringing it back.
But this is due to getting a new test,
yes.
A whole new assessment test.
Last year's.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which I still maintain we never voted to do as a board. Because I looked at the November 2019, I've transcribed it. Okay. It was on the consent agenda. It was not let's change the assessment test. So I don't think we were ever actually as a board given the conversation and the responsibility to make that decision before going to the cut scores. We went straight to the cut scores. Okay, so.
Any other comments before we? And then you have your board packet. Well, no, you will, if you will send out these slides, somebody. So we have this for next month in
Yes,
between.
will do.
So we have this in between, basically. That'd be great.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
After she sat through all of the other stuff, she gets to come back. Hi, Gabby, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good. So our final two actions
Yes.
are?
So we have two action items from last month. The first is the cell phone policy certification. So you should have received an example. Oh, Deborah's passing it out right now. Oh, yes, this item was on the Wednesday agenda, and then things had to get rescheduled. So there should be
Wednesday,
a
4 and
model
5.
of a survey coming around.
I've
The
already
cell
got mine.
phone requirement is just for school districts and accredited non-public schools to certify to us that their boards or governing authority have adopted a policy in accordance with the new requirements. So it is not required that they submit those policies to us, just as a reminder. So we propose preparing a survey that will be sent out to superintendents and then whoever the administrator is of that accredited non-public entity, just to certify to us that they have done what is required of the statute. And we can take that item first, and I can go over student walkout second
We'll do
if
it
that works
completely
best.
separate. So what it is, obviously, is just a very basic, simple, did you do what the law required you to do? Because we were not required to get those, just to have districts certified to us that they made the policy with their local board, fulfilling House Bill 2299.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the only feedback I got on this form was that since you're asking for people's name and address and all of this, is this something that's going to go to the schools that if, like, as a parent, I saw the school doing something I didn't think was right, and actually,
no,
I think that might be on the student walkout.
I'm sorry. I was
we're
getting ahead of
just-
myself on the student walkout. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at this one.
Yeah,
they look
we're
very
on
similar.
Cell phones.
Cell phones.
Okay, save it for student walkout.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right. Okay, so obviously a very basic form, just collecting the data we were asked to collect. I would take a motion.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the cell phone and social media policy certification process as presented.
Okay. Second, Debbie? All in favor? Opposed? 8-1. Okay.
And then the second item you have is a presentation we provided last month as well on student walkouts. So the state board will need to adjudicate complaints on student walkouts. So we did prepare a form to be completed by a complainant. And then the procedure would also be that you designate the Office of General Counsel as the one to receive the complaints and then do any follow-up work needed with the complainant. So there should be a second form there for you to take a look at. This one's a little bit more in-depth. The complainant does need to provide some information that if general counsel needed to follow up to get some additional information, they have a way to contact them and they know who the individual is. So we did ask for that information there. I'll take any questions on that.
Okay, so go ahead, Debbie, because I.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so this is the only one that I did get concerned about. And because if you imagine a parent is concerned about something, but they say something and they think that their name might go before the school administration, and they're afraid of retaliation or whatever. Whether we agree with their concerns or not isn't really the issue. They have possibly these concerns, and so they may not want to fill this out. Is there any way that you can get this information, but write in there something that says your information will not be shared with the school administration so that they can do so anonymously and not be concerned about what, and sometimes these people are just in small towns and they just don't want to be associated with that, but they want to be able to tell you, hey, I don't like what I'm seeing. Is that possible to do?
I can certainly, since Scott has left, we can follow up with general counsel and see if that's something that we can include so that individuals still feel like they can submit that information. Our intent with that information was so that general counsel can investigate, since the statute does say that it needs to be adjudicated, but we can certainly look into adding that sentence there.
I think the question might become, if it went any further, then I would think because it comes down hard on the district.
There would be a fine
Right.
imposed,
Yeah,
so it would need to.
So if it got
But
that
it becomes
far.
like an internal formal investigate. We already have the formal complaint process for like special education that we talked about last month. So it almost kind of falls into that same category that somebody's making a formal complaint directly to us. And all of those don't, I don't think that those go back to the school, do they? That this child is involved in the formal complaint? It seems that those are pretty private to the investigators.
I don't know, but that's also covered by federal law. So in this, I guess my thought process is and it's not even actually law because they wrote it into the budget proviso thing. Because we don't have a lot to work with from the legislature on what they're looking for. So we're probably, I guess
I'm just not going to be prepared to, I'm prepared to vote for it, but not as long as it's not able to be done anonymously. So
Gotcha.
I guess that's where my vote, I want parents to have that protection.
Right, so that could be investigated at least starting out with their protection. I mean, I can appreciate that. Go ahead, Mark.
Madam Chair and Board, you likely will want to wait to consult with your own counsel, but I would just say, as a matter of best practices, complaints are not, whether it's sexual harassment in the workplace, those things, they're not guaranteed anonymity, and or under certain circumstances you may want to. But if you're engaging the resources of the agency to conduct an investigation, I would say best practices are that you have somebody sign and be accountable. In fact, they typically, if you're going to make a complaint, you need to sign it under verification of penalty of perjury, because it's not really an anonymous thing. There's consequences, and you're starting an investigative process. So it's a pretty rare situation that you initiate anonymous complaints that turn into significant events. If you're,
Right, right.
so
Because the fine could be
we
pretty
can, we
hefty.
can certainly, I can assist and look at that, but I would just tell as a matter of practice, it's not very advisable.
And I'm a little bit out of my lane here because I'm not an attorney, but one of the things we also wanted to consider when we were creating the form is there needs to be quite a bit of personal knowledge about whether or not staff assisted, or if the students had permission from their parents to be absent from school. So we wanted to make sure we had enough information for general counsel to work off of to know if that should come before the state board.
So because what we would be voting on today is whether or not we approve the form. I don't know if we need to have further.
We are requesting, since slides were missing and stuff, the proposed motion was that the procedure be adopted as we presented the procedure itself, and then that the Office of General Counsel would be the hearing officer. Certainly we could revisit the documented form itself, but the procedure is really what we want to make sure the board is approving at this point.
Right.
Gabby, can I ask, sorry, Madam Chair?
Mhm.
Gabby, just say that one more time. How are you pulling apart the procedure and is the document the procedure? I feel like you did something I just want to hear.
I think we would want clarification if there's specific changes that need to be made to the document, but we are also asking the board to approve that this is the manner that we carry out the language in, so that Frank and I are not the ones adjudicating this. We're proposing the procedure is that somebody files a complaint that goes to the Office of General Counsel. They determine if there is something that warrants the board's attention. If there was no evidence that there was a student walkout, that would not come before the state board because the Office of General Counsel could take care of that portion. So I do think this is also the manner and form that the complaints will be filed, but would certainly take any feedback on the form as well.
Okay. Debbie. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm still not going to be able to support this as long as the parents don't have some sense that there'd be discretion involved with their names and their information. I understand that you need it, but this is an internal complaint process. This isn't like I'm making a complaint against somebody outside of a system. This is within the system. Otherwise, you would be hearing from me about they need to be a licensed investigator. This is inside the system. So we're saying, hey, KSDE, USD, 1234 had a walkout, and I saw these people involved, and I would expect we're going to go to USD 1234 and say, hey, we got a complaint that there was a walkout. I don't even really see the purpose in outing who said that there was one, because USD 1234 will say, nah, we didn't have a walkout. Don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it's an internal thing. So I don't really think that any name is really that important as much as they know that you have your attention. You can talk to them. But to the USD, I don't see that really, really matters. To me, I can't support this without some protection for the parents.
Melanie?
If I could ask a question,
Melanie's
baffled.
up first. Hang on just a second.
I know that this came to us last month, but as I walk through the process now, I'm thinking if I had firsthand knowledge and I am a citizen who lives down the street or my kid goes to the school, whatever, I'm probably going to call KSDE or I'm going to pick any other route, but I'm not going to find this form online. So it just seems a little odd to me. I'm now kind of going, why do we have a form in front of us when there could be any number of avenues through which this information comes? And if they call the local police department because it's a violation of state law, then how do we receive that information? So I don't know that we need a form at all. It's more just a matter of how will these complaints be handled, however they come in. I'm happy to vote for the form, but I would caution that because it's an online form, it's going to need to have certain security measures that are going to keep bots from hitting it. Otherwise, you may get all kinds of weird submissions, and then you've got to filter those too.
Well, and then my question comes in, this was put in a budget proviso. It's only good for one school year, isn't it?
Correct.
I mean, I hate for us to put, yes, it's valid, and yes, it's from the legislature, but it literally was a one school year hit. So what does that look like? How much resources do you pour into that?
I do think, but what I'm hearing something common here is that the appointed KSD officer would be the general counsel.
Yes.
Right? So as they come in, it would come into the general counsel. I'm hearing at least that common thread. I think the procedure thread is how it comes in. And I think we could look at some of those things.
Yeah. So, what do we want?
I mean, I think we, again, Madam Chair, whatever we want to do, you can make a motion to make the KSD Office of General Counsel as the hearing officer.
And we'll continue to work on the procedure.
And we can, I'm a little bit, admittedly, and forgive, I'm going to keep using the newbie card. What is does it matter to the board the procedure as long as the procedure is done? I think a little bit of, again, kind of hearing two different things of what in that needs to come back to the board, which is just we need to know that there's a procedure, we follow the procedure, you could see it, something like that.
And to be frank, this did not come from me. I actually had a constituent who I was talking to about this, and they said, oh, I would not do that.
Right.
And so it really was organically, not from me, the concern.
Well, and to Melanie's point, I don't know how anybody's going to know what to do, I guess. Beryl?
Yeah, just a question. Okay. Is there some type of whistleblower protocol that we might want to explore that we could use as a template? Because I think the process would be very similar. Perhaps if we knew the procedure for that, then at least we'd be aligned with what others are doing.
We were
in
just
this
given
respect.
so little information from the
Yeah,
legislature.
but-
That's the problem here.
And I didn't know if Mark might know if there's some type of protocol that people use when they provide a whistleblower access on their company website or something like that.
Connie?
I will say that I called last spring about a school walkout. So I dumped it in KSDE's lap and said, you take care of it, because I didn't feel like I should do that. And they needed to set the rules and regulations on how that was going to be handled down the road. And I think we're working toward that with her today to try to set some rules right now, because we can always change the rules. But if they sent us a law, we can't change that, but we can write the rules and regs and work with them within the boundaries. That's just my thought.
No, good thought. So, what are we doing? I have a question. Oh, I'm so sorry, Betty.
Thank you. Because I would think if someone wanted to remain anonymous, they could make that request. So I was a little baffled in terms of why we would need to specify that. I mean, it's left open, and Gabby was saying, today we're just approving the process. So is that, am I clear on that? We're approving the process of who will address this matter?
Well, and honestly, if we want, because it is late and we are all kind of done, we can move this to August agenda.
I move that we move it to the August agenda, because it does say all fields in the form must be completed. It's not optional.
Right. So, but I'm just saying, just for the sake of time and energy of all of us, why don't we just...
And then we will look into some of the questions that have been asked, and we'll be ready for those.
That we just move it to next month?
I think it should, because we had it on our agenda
Yes,
to deal
it
with,
has to be
so,
in the- yeah.
So Debbie, go ahead.
I did.
No, Debbie's making a motion.
Third time's a charm. I move that we take this item to next month.
Perfect. Second? Connie seconds that. We're all in... Come on, Melanie, go for it. Let's just move it. There we go. 9-0. We'll talk about it next month. Sorry, Gabby.
That's okay. I get to see you for another month.
There you go. See, look at the positive outlook on that. Thank you. So sorry for the lateness. Okay, we're going to recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Night.